to project strength in the face of Vladimir Putin when you are essentially once again the sick man of Europe?
We are not. This is why it is easier to say this. And looking at the strengths of German economy, I think we can assure everyone that we will be able to do our task. Just to give you this view on economic developments on Germany, we have the highest number of employed people ever in history of Germany, a very, very low unemployment rate. We have a question of getting enough people for workforce and not the other way around, which we had 20, 30 years ago, as many other European countries. But this is completely not our problem for the next 20, 30 years. We have a lot of investments in Germany. Is it electric vehicles with United States company investing especially in Germany here, Tesla, and nearly 100 years in Germany, Ford.
But nevertheless, 0.2% is anemic.
Batteries, this is battery investments, this is semiconductor that will be invested in Germany. And if I get it right, the new semiconductor production sites in Europe, 80–90% of this will happen in Germany, and this is something which gives a sign of the strength of the economy. Yes, Germany is the one economy that is most exposed to exports. We are related to the figure of number of people living in the country, 84 million, the strongest export nation globally. We are connected to nearly every country to the world. And yes, if there is something that is difficult in world and growth in the world, we feel it because of being linked to all the rest. But this will also change again when things are changing. And just 2 days ago, I was together with one of the managers of Microsoft that announced to invest 3 billion in Germany in the next year, and they are not the only one. So don't be afraid about this. We will have the chance to do what is necessary for defense, which brings us together here.
Chancellor, you say don't worry about the economy, we've got a hold on it. What about the possibility that Donald Trump will once again be in the White House? What is the plan to deal with that? Because just a few days ago, he essentially said those who don't make their spending commitments to NATO, which as of yet, Germany does not, he's fine with it if President Putin invades you. I mean, what is the plan to deal with Donald Trump?
So first, it is the American people that are taking a decision on the next president. And I think it is wise just to wait for their vote. It might be completely different as sometimes people think when there's too much in this way of understanding politics. It's something that is not about serious things, but something that is a very nice theater. So I think we have to understand that there will be a decision, and at the time we can understand also that the United States and Germany, the United States and Europe are having a relation that is in the best shape it had for many years. And this is there is a good reason for this, because of democracy, the rule of law, about our view on humankind, which we are sharing. And having this in mind, I think it is important for all of us on both sides of the Atlantic that we stick to this very successful cooperation. And if you look at Europe, you will see that Europe is doing what it is announced. 18 countries, I guess, now announced that they will this year have this 2%. The rest of them is on the path to do so, which will really change the whole scenario, because if you count together the spending in Europe, you will find that this is much more than Russia, for instance, is able to spend. And though they are using all the money they earn from gas, oil, coal, gold, uranium, silver, and so on, we have to understand that they will not be able to meet the figures we are able to spend for defense just because of the success of our economies.
So you're not worried about the economy, you're not worried about the potential for Donald Trump to be back in the White House. You just signed a historic agreement with President Zelensky, but Taurus missiles are not a part of it. Can you tell us why your government is refusing to give Taurus missiles to
I think
Ukrainians.
one question is a bit strange. Germany is, as you said, and as everyone knows, now the country that is spending the most for defense in Europe to support Ukraine. It's more than 7 billion this year, and we will continue to spend a lot.
But
and
if the goal is to win,
there
how
are
can they
all
do
the
that?
things in it which are necessary for defending Ukraine and for giving Ukraine the chance to defend the own country. And I think it is absolute important that we take the right decisions on the scenario we know here. And this is, we have to increase the production of munition, of weapons. We have to make feasible that all the maintenance could be done with the weapons that are at the war and which are used. And we are doing all these things and all this kind of things which are necessary for a real strong Ukraine being able to defend the own country. And step by step, we are always deciding what is the right thing to do at the right moment. And this is what we did so far. And we agreed with the Ukrainian government to continue with this big support we are already organizing.
So you're not ruling out the possibility that at some point your government could okay Taurus missiles?
I think we are ruling out the truth that we will do enough and we will be strong in supporting Ukraine.
Politician. Sir, I have to open up for questions in just a moment. But I think that I would be remiss if I didn't mention the other conflict that so many of us are deeply concerned about, and that is, of course, what's happening today in Gaza. Germany is a country that understands the gravity of war crimes. And when we look at what's happening on the ground in Gaza, whether it's human rights groups telling us that every day these are war crimes being committed, or if it's Oxfam saying that more people are dying every single day in Gaza than in any other conflict in the 21st century, how is it that a government like Germany can answer those who say this is just simply hypocrisy on the part of the West to okay and defend Ukraine in terms of the invasion of Vladimir Putin, the illegal invasion, but at the same time to continue to allow the atrocities that are being committed in Gaza? So how do you answer those challenges? How do you answer that challenge of hypocrisy?
First, we should not forget what this war is about. It started with a very brutal aggression against Israeli people by Hamas. And what they did at 7th October was really something that was as brutal as you may not imagine. It was against humanity, and what all the pictures, all the films we saw about that situation are really something that is not the outcome of an attack just. It was really against the people, and it was against all the things that are important for us when we discuss about common values. So Israel has the right to defend their own country. And this is what the United States and what Germany and many others are just stating, that Israel has this right and can count on us. And while saying this and really supporting Israel in its doing, we are also very clear on the things that are important to be said. So first, that humanitarian aid has to get to Gaza and more, as we see today. Second, that the way the war is handled is according to international law. And third, that we discuss about a perspective for a peaceful relation between Israel and the Palestinian state to be founded and to be built. And this two-state solution and thinking about what will be the future to get out of the conflict and to have a good relationship between Israel and its Arabic neighbors is, I think, key. And so I'm discussing with many of the leaders all around in Jordania, in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, in Saudi Arabia, in Turkey, and so on. And we are also giving a lot of views. We are sharing our views also with the Israeli government. For instance, going against settlers' violence, which I think is a problem. For instance, and being very clear, recommending that there should be not a new frontier in the north, and that all what we are doing should be strategically clear, making it impossible that Iran is taking this advantage for being more influential in the whole region. And this all is the scenario in which we are acting, and all is part of a strategy of the way how we support Israel, but are also clear in the things we are asking and demanding.
What is your message? What is your message to the people of Gaza? Because at the end of the day...
So the message to the people of Gaza is that we are very clear in what I said here. So we are discussing about humanitarian aid. We are discussing about the questions of how this war is going on and how it is done by the Israeli Defense Forces. And we're also giving them the clear view that they can count on us, the European Union, United States, and many others, saying that we are looking for a peaceful future for them, where they can live in a self-ruled state. And that's what we are proposing when we are supporting the idea of a two-state solution.
But Chancellor, you don't honestly think that they are abiding by international laws in their bombardment of Gaza? What evidence do you have that the Israelis are abiding by international law?
We are asking that they do so, and we are constantly discussing this question, and there is good reason for doing so. And it is something which is so important for all of us that we are very clear in this, that obeying international law and the rules is something which is not just something we do because we subscribed some agreements globally. It is something which is coming out of our perspective of humankind and how we want to be and how we want to see ourselves.
I'd like to open it up for questions. Whoever can get to a mic first, since we don't have much time. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Dear Chancellor, the question about NATO. Having Ukraine as a buffer doesn't work. Putin showed it to everybody. So Ukraine should become a member of NATO. Will Germany support it on Washington summit? And please don't answer that we will think about it after the war, because in Putin's language it means don't stop the war, don't stop it, destroy Ukraine now. So please, we need this decision as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, and I will just say to you what I said to all the Ukrainians so courageous in defending their own country. We are really impressed by the way the Ukrainian soldiers are doing their activities and the way how they defend their own country. I'm sure that Putin did not expect this to happen, and he was so sure that he will be successful to conquer the whole country in 2 or 4 weeks, something like this. And so he failed with his strategy. We should never get this. In the beginning of my speech, I said, for this reason, the Ukraine was able to get back 2/3 of the conquered territory, and this is a success of Ukraine and of our solidarity, and not a success of Russia that failed with its attempts. In the question of NATO, I think we are very clear. We have the decisions we made in Vilnius. They are a clear statement about the way how we will handle things. And it makes no sense to go more to the details, but just say we put these words down sincerely, which we mean what we said there. So you can count on this, and this is something which I think is the message which is important here.
Unfortunately, Chancellor, thank you so much. We have run out of time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The main program will continue in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to please remain seated.
not a real country. And it was in Russia that a massive mutiny began, leading to the capture of cities, internal fights, and an armed march on Moscow. This is a typical sign of a not a real state. We have ruined the myth that Russian weapons supposedly have some advantage over Western ones. In reality, Russia is worse in all respects. That's why, for the first time in Russian history, Putin bowed to Iran and North Korea for help. There was a myth that Europe is too weak to defend itself. Instead, Europe has become a global force, overcoming dependencies on Russia. Europe now demonstrates that our community deserves to be called Euro-Atlantic. There are two coasts. Nearly 80 years of preventing a continental war in Europe relied on the strength of the American coast, and now we see that the European coast can also be the force that prevents chaos. Every defense coalition we have created proves this. Every security agreement we have signed implements it. We already have such an agreement with the UK, and I'm grateful for the security agreement with Germany that we signed it with Olaf in Berlin a day before, and we signed a security agreement between Ukraine and France with Emmanuel in Paris. And this is just the beginning of implementing agreements based on the G7's security declaration. We were told for a long time, go to Putin, so that he would allow the restoration of cargo movement in the Black Sea, in our Black Sea. But we did it without Putin. More than 23 million tons of cargo have been transported through the Black Sea and the Ukrainian export corridor. Since the beginning of this year, there is already normal shipment of goods to China, Spain, Egypt, Turkey, Italy, Pakistan, the Netherlands, Tunisia, Libya, and others. Some claimed that there is no effective defense against Russian missiles. And we know for sure, all of us, with Patriots and some other Western air defense systems, any Russian missile can be shut down. And if there are enough air defense systems in Ukraine, we will be able to bring home millions of Ukrainians, millions of our people, millions of our refugees. And thank you for your attitude in all your countries, for your attitude to our people. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. But I hope that they will come back. We will do everything for this. And of course, our economy will be able to regain independence from external support. Ukrainians have proven that we can force Russia to retreat and that we are capable of restoring the rules. And with this, we leave absolutely nothing of the key Russian myth, the myth that Ukraine supposedly cannot win this war. We can get our land back, and Putin can lose. And this has already happened more than once on the battlefield. Our actions are limited only by the sufficiency and length of the range of our strengths. But what does not depend on us? And Avdiivka situation proves this exactly. Dear friends, unfortunately, keeping Ukraine in the artificial deficit of weapons, particularly in deficit of artillery and long-range capabilities, allows Putin to adapt to the current intensity of the war. This self-weakening of democracy over time undermines our joint results. Russia has only one specific military advantage at this time, namely the complete devaluation of human life. Constant Russian meat assaults prove this. International tolerance of the lack of rule of law in Russia after 1991 and Putin's policy of controlled poverty have led to the fact that human life is worthless for the Russian state. In addition to this, Putin's years of self-isolation and his impunity have led to his complete degradation. Absolutely. He now openly justifies Hitler, absolving him of responsibility for World War II. And he has made the genocide of our people just an ordinary part of his policy. Putin kills whoever he wants, be it an opposition leader or anyone else who seems at the target exactly to him. After the murder of Alexei Navalny, it's absurd to perceive Putin as a supposedly legitimate head of a Russian state. And he is the thug who maintains power through corruption and violence, coming to his so-called inauguration, shaking his hand, considering him an equal means to disdain the very nature of political power. One may have different attitudes towards international institutions, but the International Criminal Court's warrant for Putin's arrest for kidnapping and forced deportation of children from Ukraine clearly demonstrates where Putin's so-called career should end. He has only two options ahead: to be in the dock in The Hague, or to be killed by one of his accomplices who are now killing for him. Destroying the source of wars and destabilizations in our key task, it is fair. First, we all must do not something, but everything possible to defeat the aggressor. Please, everyone, remember that dictators do not go on vacation. Hatred knows no pause. Enemy artillery does not fall silent due to procedural issues. Warriors standing against the aggressor need sufficient strength. Second, we should not fear Putin's defeat. Putin is a threat to all free nations. And yes, for those who still haven't heard, Putin is the monster who invaded Ukraine and killed thousands and thousands of people and kidnapped and deported at least tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. But that's not all. Putin butchered Chechens and Syrians, invaded Georgia, ordered the execution of his opponents both outside the walls of the Kremlin and in the heart of London and Berlin. And yes, just yesterday he tried to send us all a clear message at the Munich Security Conference opened. Putin murdered another opposition leader. So please, let's not fear Putin's defeat and the destruction of his regime. Let's instead work together to destroy what he stands for. It is his fate to lose, not the fate of the rules-based world order to vanish. If we don't defeat Putin now, it won't eventually matter who is the president of Russia, because every new Russian dictator will remember how to maintain power by annexing the lands of the peoples, killing opponents, and destroying the world order. If this happens, Europe, Central Asia, and the whole world will be a very dark place. Third, we must close all loopholes in the sanctions against Russia, and there should be no sectors of the Russian economy involved in this aggression that are still free. for sanctions. This particularly relates to the nuclear sector. Also, Russian assets that are already frozen should be confiscated. And we need to go further, find, freeze, and securely pacify every dollar accumulated by Putin and his friends. Fourth, evil will never prevail if the forces of good are united and act together. History has proven it many, many times when empires of evil and tyranny, which seemed eternal, crumbled right in front of our eyes, and this increased the space of freedom in the world. And the bolder and more active America was, along with the others on the right side of history, the more successful freedom was. The world would have long been divided among the dreams of a few dictatorships if it was not the American dream which always left enough space for people dreams. Major decisions happening in unity of the whole world with the United States. And finally, fifth, Putin must be deprived of any ability to manipulate anyone in the world, to constrain the activity of the others. The world has a document that defines the basic rules of coexistence of nations, the Charter of the UN. Russia disregards it. Ukraine has offered the world a peace formula based on the principles and norms of the UN Charter. We have managed to unite representatives of all parts of the world to work on the peace formula and to develop details regarding the organization of the first Global Peace Summit. The summit is planned in Switzerland, and there the world must decide how to restore the full strength of the rule-based world order, almost destroyed by Russia. Please, do not ask Ukraine when the war will end. Ask yourself, why is Putin still able to continue it? I thank you very much for invitation. Thanks for attention and for very expression of support of our state, of course, of our people, our children. And please be grateful to our warriors, and may our world based on rules never become the world of yesterday. Slava Ukraini!
Mr. President, thank you for your speech. I am very pleased to be able to interview you for another 10 minutes, and then we will open it to questions for a small period of time after that from the distinguished guests. President has decided to speak in Ukrainian for the Q&A section, so everybody, headphones.
I thought that everybody decided to listen to me in Ukrainian, that's why
I think that is... But you know what? You're so good in English. If I can convince you to do this in English, I would be very happy.
We'll see.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, crikey. All right. All right.
Okay.
Somebody tell me whether... Is it number one in English? Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah?
Okay.
Well, maybe the number one, but
you don't need it.
But I don't have translation.
No, but you don't need it, do you? It's just me.
I don't need it.
No.
Oh. Sorry,
you can take off your headphones.
Yes, it's okay. Just, Okay.
Okay. You want these on?
I hope so.
Fine, whatever.
We'll see if it doesn't work, so I don't know. Okay. We can start then.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. Firstly, Mr. President, thank you for being here and for agreeing to talk to us in front of this audience and for CNN. I want to ask you first, you mentioned Avdiivka, and I would like to ask you first about the decision of your commanders to pull back. Your commander said, in a situation where the enemy is advancing on the corpses of their own soldiers with a 10-to-1 shell advantage under constant bombardment, this is the only correct solution. What do you expect to happen now?
Дуже дякую за запитання. Абсолютно логічне, справедливе і професійне рішення зберегти максимум українців. Do you have translation? Okay.
It's not very loud.
Okay.
I don't hear it.
Важливо зберегти наших людей. І для нас...
Sorry.
Та, it's okay.
Thank you. Carry on.
Для нас це найголовніше завдання. Ми бережемо наших людей, наших воїнів, тому що це і є захист. А зброя будь-яка, ми вдячні всім нашим партнерам, але будь-яка зброя, зрозуміло, вона допомагає відновлювати справедливість і мир на території України. Але передусім всі знають, що людина тримає це, військовий тримає це. Військовий звільняє території, захищає домівки, захищає людей, сім'ї. І тому рішення правильне, щоб не попасти в оточення, прийнято рішення відійти на інші рубежі. Це не значить, що це люди вийшли на якісь кілометри і Росія щось захопила. Вона нічого не захопила. Ми повинні з вами зрозуміти, Росія за 2 роки війни намагалась на Сході щось зробити. І що таке щось? Вони просто зруйнували кілька маленьких селищ, містечок, але найбільше, що вони зруйнували, це наше життя. І тому вони розуміються, вони біснуються. Зрозуміло, що їх контрнаступальні дії почались в жовтні місяці, і з жовтня вони атакували цю нещасну Авдіївку всією зброєю, всією потужністю, що у них було. Просто тисячі їх військових загинули, десятки тисяч. Ось що добилась Росія. Виснаження їх армії, я вважаю, це завдання постійно наші військові виконують. Збереження наших життів також правильне рішення, на мою думку. Далі буде відновлення, будуть чекати на відповідну зброю, якої просто не вистачило. Просто не вистачає. Кажу вам абсолютно справедливо. Ну, немає далекобійної зброї. У Росії є, а у нас їх дуже мало. Ось вся правда. Тому наша головна зброя сьогодні – наші воїни, люди. Ну і ми розраховуємо на підтримку партнерів.
So a senior NATO official told the FT that it is a desperate situation for you on the front lines, far worse than you are actually admitting. Your commander said that one of the reasons that they pulled back was in just the last 24 hours, there were some 20 airstrikes, 150 different shells. He said they're trying to erase Avdiivka from the face of from the earth. Do you think this will lead to a snowball of other towns and cities on the front lines collapsing? Or what do you expect for the next months and year?
Дякую за запитання. Ну, перш за все, це їх тактика. Вони повністю руйнують всі будівлі, домівки, і потім вони пробують заходити на ту чи іншу територію. Це маленькі селища або дуже маленькі містечки, на які, я ще раз повторюю, їм знадобилось 2 роки. Тобто, що ми очікуємо? Ми очікуємо на те, що було обіцяно, на те, про що ми домовились, на те, що ми зможемо розблокувати небо, де перевага у Російської Федерації. Як тільки розблокується небо, коли вони не будуть це контролювати, я не думаю, що це... Мені здається, я з цього починав на Мюнхенській конференції ще 2 роки тому, що нам треба діяти трішки швидше і звертати увагу на меседжі України, яка має велику практику війни. І тому дуже важливо, я підкреслюю, з перших днів війни розблокувати небо. Ми почали отримувати, ми вдячні партнерам, ми почали отримувати системи Air Defense, Patriot, Iris-T, NASAMS, я дякую. І їх дуже мало. Я зараз без закидів або претензій. І їх дуже мало для того, щоб швидко просуватись вперед. Але рішення дуже просте. Там, де знаходились у нас Air Defense Systems, там, де у нас знаходились, в той самий момент повертались люди, піднімали економіку того чи іншого міста. Місто було, в принципі, захищено. У нас є такі міста. Це несправедливо до інших міст. Тут немає пріоритетності. Просто не вистачає цих систем. І там, де з'являлись відповідні системи ППО, одразу Росія відступала, бо вона втрачала літаки. Я вам скажу, не буду говорити, що і як ми задіємо, але останній такий приклад знищив 12 літаків Російської Федерації. Тобто ці системи розблокують небо і дадуть можливість нашим воїнам просуватись вперед. Тому що ми очікуємо, ви запитали, якщо будуть ці відповідні системи і далекобійна зброя, бо також це несправедлива війна в цілому, але і несправедлива з точки зору переваги. Якщо у тебе артилерія до 20 кілометрів, а у Росії артилерія 40 кілометрів, ось вам і відповідь. Жива людина бореться з артилерією. Несправедлива і несучасна ідеологія війни. Розвивати технології, окрім цього, ми почали. Розвивати виробництво дронів. Ми, я впевнений, в позитиві для нас і в негативі для Росії здивуємо їх цього року дронними системами, системи РЕП. Це наші технології, наші вітчизняні. А вже ж це просто паралельний шлях, який ми робимо, поки очікуємо допомогу партнерів.
Mr. President, you said that with the will and with all the gear, you could win. I've been speaking to American generals, others who said you can win, but it depends on the will of politicians in your allied nations, in the United States and everywhere else. As you know, there is a stalling in the United States Congress. The Republican-led House will not address the huge weapons bill that the President is trying to get to you. Some of them may be here. What would you say to your Republican colleagues in the United States? Anybody who's blocking that bill?
А нас показують по телевізору?
Yeah?
Тоді я не буду.
What would you like to say if you were?
No, I will have meeting with senators today. I think we will have detailed speech with detail. They have to understand what's going on, and I think I don't want to push such message to United States because they did a lot for us. Did a lot. I see Nancy Pelosi. Thank you so much. We did together a lot. Thank you from our people, from all our hearts. Thank you so much. Just we have to work in one joint team. That is the answer. If Ukraine will be alone, you have to understand what will be. Russia will destroy us, destroy Baltic, destroy Poland, and they can do it. Yesterday I had very interesting, very useful, I think, dialogues with German government and also with France partners. And I said very clearly and very honestly, if you will remind that what was going on in Ukraine in 2014, our people been not ready for the war, for the quick occupation of Crimea, part of Donbass, and then during almost 8 years, people began to be ready for such aggression, not only with a weapon. It's not a question of weapon. You're ready psychologically. And to my mind, I think so. God bless you, will not have any attacks from Russia, but to my mind that in Europe there is no any nations for today who is ready for invasion, not because we are stronger or better, not of course we are the same, with the same values, but we had this all these years and your nations didn't have. And psychologically and informationally and in media, you didn't prepare your nations. Understanding why? Because nobody wants it. I mean, that's why. Senators have to understand only in unity we can win Russia, and they have to understand that we will win with them or not. We don't have any other way. We have only one land, our Ukraine. Yeah.
Mr. President, you are outmanned, and you always say this. There are a huge advantage in terms of numbers of Russian forces. There is a question of potentially you signing a law or changing the draft and the conscription and lowering the age from 27 to 25. Are you going to do that?
Питання комплексне, питання справедливих мобілізацій. Там найголовніший момент – це питання ротації. Люди, які втомлені на фронті, фізично, будь-яка людина, не українці, це не залежить від нації. Ти втомлений, ти повинен відновлюватись. Ти виходиш, відновлюєшся, а замість тебе хтось інший приходить. Професійна людина, яка пройшла відповідний термін тренування. І від цієї системи залежить і система мобілізації. Скільки людей у тебе на фронті, скільки є у тебе резервів. Скільки резервів і для чого це потрібно. For defending operation, some number of brigades, they began to translate me. Yeah, it's difficult. So for counteroffensive, you need another number of brigades. So the question of mobilization is a complicated thing. Yes, and but I can't share with you the number of victims and casualties. Yeah, but for example, when we speak that they have too much people, yeah, but you have to know, for example, in Avdiivka, I just comparing the number 1 to 7. Mm-hmm. It's a pity that but for one death of Ukrainians, 7 deaths of Russians, 1 to 7. So I'm not comparing this war, and I don't want, and it's tragedy even to lose one person, but we didn't begin it. So but you have to know, have to understand what was going on in this small city.
Mr. President, thank you very much for answering these questions. Now I'm going to throw it to the audience. Who would like to ask the first question? There's a question in the very back.
François Heisbourg, Mr. President, first of all, thank you very much for everything that you have said. As so many others in this room, haven't ceased to be impressed by the Ukrainians' ability to fight against incredible odds. Question is the following. Now, I'm a European, and which more or less means that I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. But I note that Donald Trump has not been to Ukraine since the war began. You have not met him since the war began. Do you think it would be a good idea to acquaint him with the situation in Ukraine by inviting him to Kiev?
I invited him publicly, but it depends on his wishes, and so of course we are ready, because all the candidates you have to know, all the representatives of two parties, because we are really been thankful for bipartisan support. All of them, they know that we are very open, and we always wanted them to involve to real information, real war. And if Mr. Trump, if he will come, I'm ready even to go with him to the front line. I think if we are in dialogue how to finish the war, we have to demonstrate people who are decision makers what does it mean, the real war, not in Instagram, real war.
We have time for one more question. Over there? Yes?
Alina Polyakova, I'm the president and CEO of the Center for European Policy Analysis in Washington. I'm from Ukraine originally, so thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian people's courage. We've been talking about NATO a lot. We heard a question from a Ukrainian MP to Chancellor Scholz. We have the summit this summer. What would you like to see as a concrete outcome of the NATO summit? And do you think that the alliance, especially the United States and Germany, will provide what you're asking for? Thank you.
Це різні запитання. Чого ми очікуємо від Альянсу? І важливий був Вільнюський саміт, і тут Єнс знаходиться, я дуже вам вдячен. Ми почали працювати, у нас з'явилась Рада, це реальний практичний майданчик обговорення і допомоги. Також на платформі, це було в моєму виступі Вільнюського саміту, ми побудували першу зустріч і такі серйозні відносини, які призвели до декларації Групи 7+. У нас вже 30 цих країн, які будуть підписувати з нами гарантії безпеки. Ми тільки почали з 3, про що я і сказав. І це очікування на саміті, воно було дуже позитивне. Я вважаю, тут ми маємо реальну перемогу, і вона дуже конкретна. Конкретна перемога, конкретна зброя, конкретні гроші, конкретні терміни. Я вважаю, це важливо. Що стосується запрошення України в НАТО, а вже ж ми цього хочемо, це наша ціль. Ціль наша бути членами НАТО. Я вважаю, що ми на це заслуговуємо. До речі, тут Єнс Столтенберг. Краще у нього запитати, коли Україна буде в НАТО. Мені здається, це буде більш справедливо. Ми зі свого боку будемо робити все, щоб наближати Україну до Альянсу. Ми розуміємо, що не всі країни підтримують, тобто це союзницьке рішення, і не всі лідери це поки що підтримують. Тому чого очікувати? Очікуємо в будь-якому випадку зміцнення наших відносин, зміцнення щодо зброї. І напевно для нас сьогодні пакети озброєння, пакети ППО, я скажу вам чесно, напевно на сьогодні це найважливіше. Да. Особливо від тих держав, які вагаються, чи запрошувати нас в НАТО, чи ні.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your time and your message. And I will put that question to the next panel.
Great. Thank you.
Whoa!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Poland. I mean, it is like we are second-class NATO members. They're all equal NATO members. When Russia is going to attack, NATO is going to attack all of us, not Poland, not the Baltics. So let's not make that distinction there. Then, second, I think that, of course, we are all democracies, and democracies, we don't get to choose the leaders for our allies, and we have to work with all the allies. What we have to understand is to learn from the mistakes from the history. And you know, one thing for Europe, I was just in one of the Central European countries, and they had the attitude that, you know, the war is far from them. And I took the exact geographical kilometers, the distances. I mean, you're much closer to the war than we are, and we should all be worried. And so it is true that we have to ramp up our defense spending and do it not only political pledges, but actually in real life. So in Estonia, we have invested or are investing over 3% of our GDP to defense, and we encourage everybody to do so. But there's also one thing that I've thought about, and this is that, you know, when I came up with the proposal or the 1 million rounds artillery initiative for Ukraine, then it turned out that, you know, our defense industry is not capable and we don't have enough. So, but we have in Estonia, for example, a very, you know, vibrant tech sector. So why don't we put those tech sector and defense industry together to make, you know, a really big progress, not producing what, you know, was there for the 20th century, but actually what should be in the 21st century, so that we could make advantage by this technological part also in the in the defense industry. So I think there is so much we can do all together, and together with the big allies, the small ones, everybody brings something to the table. That is what the alliance is all about.
Secretary General, Prime Minister Kallas talked about the 1 billion, right? 1 billion ammunition rounds.
1 million.
1 million?
Million.
Okay, well, at the moment, US intelligence says that while you can't deliver even 1 million, North Korea is busy delivering maybe 500 million to Russia right now. Is that right?
No, I think it's 1 million also from North
Fine,
Korea.
well, okay, so he's getting what he needs.
Yeah.
Can you today be certain that NATO can defeat Russia, if it comes to that? Because all we're hearing is that you're not ramped up enough. You don't have enough to do what you need to do in Ukraine, much less if you were to confront Russia. And you've said that if he steps on your territory, every single inch will be defended.
NATO is the strongest military power in the world today. We represent 50% roughly of the world's total military might, and military we are stronger than Russia. But at the same time, I think the war in Ukraine has demonstrated that there are some serious gaps. For instance, when it comes to sustainment, one thing is to have all the advanced weapon systems, but they need spare parts, they need maintenance, and not least they need ammunition. And in the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we depleted our stocks, but now they are running quite low. So now we are focusing extremely, also very much on how to ramp up production. We have some good news. There are new factories being set up. Production has increased, but there's urgent need to do more. So yes, I think we all have learned some serious lessons about warfare, also for NATO from the war in Ukraine. Then, of course, I was speaking about burden sharing. European allies have more to do when it comes to total defense spending, but actually, when you look at support for Ukraine, European allies and Canada have provided more support to Ukraine in total than the United States. And of course, the United States have done a lot, particularly when it comes to military support to Ukraine. But the problem now is, of course, the lack of decision in the US Congress means that the flow from the US has gone down, and that has a direct impact on the front line in Ukraine. So, of course, this is not only about making the right decision, but it's about making the right decision early, as quickly as possible, because it's urgent. Every week we wait means that there will be more people killed on the front line in Ukraine. So it's not for me to give advice on how to pass legislation through the US Congress, but what I can say is the vital and urgent need for the US to decide on a package for Ukraine, because we need that support, and we have a burden sharing between Europe and Canada and the United States, so now it's for the US to deliver what they have promised.
And you just took that message to Washington last week, and Chancellor Scholz went, and he's just broken ground on a new ammunition factory. So let me turn to you again then, Senator Ricketts. You voted against the Senate plan. I wonder whether anything you've heard today may maybe stiffen your resolve to go and convince your colleagues, not just in the Senate but in the House, and particularly what President Zelensky said, that he would, really request all these weapon systems if he could directly address. And you heard, in answer to a question, that he would even invite former President Donald Trump to the front line so he could see the danger and see what's going on. Does anything you hear today stiffen your resolve, change your mind?
Well, I think, again, it goes back to democracies are messy and every country has its priorities. So, for example, in the United States right now, we have a pressing national security issue at our southern border. Over the course of the last 3 years, 8.5 million people have either entered our country illegally or attempted to enter our country illegally. Put in that perspective, that's more than 4 times the population of my state. And that's the number one consideration for people in my state, and frankly across the United States, is what's going on at our southern border. And so that's what my colleagues and I were attempting to do when we were trying to pass this bill, is to get a package that would secure the border, force President Biden to change his policy to secure the border. Ultimately, we were not successful. Doesn't mean I don't support what we're doing to support Ukraine, but again, it gets back to every country's got its own policies and its priorities, getting back to, again, the why, since 2014, the floor was supposed to be 2%, and here we are last year in 2023, almost 10 years later, now 2024, and we're going to have either 11 last year or maybe 18 this year. Countries have their priorities that they have to get there. Democracy is messy.
Do you accept, though, Senator, that actually the administration came to a very conservative and very conservative and strict immigration proposal based on what the Congress wanted, and it's Congress who torpedoed it, the Republican-led Congress? I talked to Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, yesterday, who said he'd never seen anything from the Democrats so strong. So my question to you is, and we know that the American people, by a considerable poll margin, support NATO. The Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk tweeted, "Dear Republican senators of America, Ronald Reagan, who helped millions of us to win back our freedom and independence, must be turning in his grave to you today. I'm sorry to add," he said, "shame on you." So I wonder what you think about that, and whether you are prepared to see a world in which America doesn't lead anymore, or one, I asked you before, in which Russia wins.
Yeah, so first of all, I'm actually going to say what the administration came forward with on the border was not adequate, didn't get the job done. They set the emergency level at 5,000 people per day entering our country. In the past, that number was below 1,000, and in fact, Brandon Judd, who's the president of the Border Patrol Council, who's on the border there, said 1,000's emergency, 5,000's a catastrophe. So again, that's why the bill didn't go anywhere, is because what the president was willing to do was not adequate. With regard to, again, I understand people are anxious to get this done. It is a democracy. It does take time, and we have other issues that we got to deal with as well. So, as I mentioned, we're going to get there. It's going to take time. Democracy is a process, and we just have to continue to work to be able to get to the answer for how we're going to invest in our defense industrial base, how we're going to supply Ukraine the weapons they need to be able to do it. But I'm confident the United States will get there.
Okay. So they're going to get there.
Yeah, but it is that time is working in favor of Putin, of course. So against the rules-based order, really. So of course everybody is looking at the United States also to speed up the process. I understand, democracy takes time. You have debates, but at the same time there is a lot at stake. I think, in the world. Again, I turn back to history, and I think 3 things we learned from the 1930s and the Second World War was that first, everything spreads very fast in Europe. The second is that if America isolates itself, it eventually is going to cost you more. And the third is that if aggression pays off somewhere, it serves as an invitation to use it elsewhere, which is a threat to the global security.
Senator Ricketts, Prime Minister Kallas, Secretary General Stoltenberg, thank you very much. Now opening it to the audience for questions, and I understand China, many other issues are on your agenda this weekend. I saw you first. And questions, not speeches.
Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Dear Senator, you said democracy takes time. The problem is Ukraine does not have time. We are dying every day, and that is so important. So please consider it. And one more message. You asked President Zelensky a message to Republicans. My message is very easy. First message is, do you really want to have Afghanistan, one more? And that will be a consequence. Second, if it will be needed, who will be with Americans in trenches near Tehran? Ukrainians are ready, but please support us now. And the last thing, as a president of Committee on Migration and Refugees of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, we are ready to help you with the border. We are ready to help you too. But do you really think that if Ukraine would fail, that will help American border? Thank you.
Was there a rule against speeches versus questions? So understand your frustration coming from Ukraine. Absolutely. Your country's being invaded. You've got 300,000 Russian soldiers on your territory. Put in perspective of, again, the millions of people trying to come into the United States illegally. Not quite the same thing, but it's a pressing issue for our country. But it's a pressing issue for the United States, the people of the United States, right? So again, when you're talking about dealing with multiple issues, you've got to be able to manage this all. Ukraine's got its own political issues. You're looking at, for example, your conscription, taking it down from 27 to 25. I understand it's a difficult political issue in Ukraine right now as well. So I think, again, we all have to have a little grace. We're all democracies. So we have to understand that getting our populations to where we need to be is a matter of time, and process matters. And so it's what sets us apart from the bad guys like Putin, that we just can't order people to do stuff, right? So certainly understand Ukrainians saying, hey, we need the assistance now. I get it. It takes time to work its way through a democracy, and that's what we're working through. We're going to get there. It's just going to take time.
For you? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm Tytti Tuppurainen, Finland, former minister in Sanna Marin's government. It's clear that Europe needs a credible and strong deterrence, looking at Ukraine and beyond. Chancellor Scholz pointed that out earlier this morning. Do you think that we can achieve that by conventional means only? Or is it timely to discuss a European nuclear weapon as it is being discussed currently in Germany? What are the expectations, especially across the Atlantic?
Secretary General?
Well, NATO has a well-established nuclear deterrent. It has worked for decades. It's something the United States does together with European allies. We have agreed command and control, we have exercises, we have doctrines, and it's actually something we do together as NATO. And I think that any questioning of that deterrent will only undermine NATO in a time where we really need credible deterrence. So of course, we have the United States as a nuclear power, we have France and UK, but the idea of developing some kind of parallel joint nuclear deterrent among some NATO allies, not including the United States, and presumably then not UK either, that's not helpful, and it will only undermine a nuclear deterrent that has worked well for many, many years.
Over there.
Thank you very much indeed. Tobias Elwood, United Kingdom Parliament, former Foreign Minister. Senator, I understand this is the biggest delegation for the United States for generations to come to Munich, and that's really good to see. I hope the message goes back that part of Europe is on fire, the lines on the map are being redrawn, and we are absolutely baffled as to how this is being tied in with what's going on the Mexican border. My question, if I may, is to do with standardization of NATO rounds. Because if you take a howitzer from the United States and you put it with the munitions from Estonia, as Ukraine found, it won't work. Yeah. And we need to be building more artillery pieces and shells as well. But until we standardize this equipment, it simply won't happen. Surely that must be a priority for NATO. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And the good news is that, again, we have learned some very serious lessons from the war in Ukraine. It's not only Estonian howitzers or ammunition from the US that doesn't work together. It's also, we have a joint Dutch-German brigade. We have discovered exactly the same. So we have too many examples where allies have made some small changes in NATO standards, partly, I guess, to protect their own industry. And this doesn't work. So therefore, we have done a lot in NATO to actually reinforce and to implement the agreed NATO standards. This will reduce costs and it will ensure interoperability and also that weapons and ammunition are interchangeable.
There was this lady here.
Thank you very much. My name is Lynn Kwok, and I'm transitioning to a think tank in Washington, D.C. My question is directed to the Senator. Senator, under both the former Trump administration as well as the current Biden administration, the Indo-Pacific has been identified as the priority area for the United States and China the main challenge. How do you think a sluggish approach to Ukraine might impact on these foreign policy priorities and challenges? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's no doubt that Xi is also a dictator, and he has his own territorial ambitions in Taiwan. And so we know that Xi is watching very closely what's going on in Ukraine, which is, again, one of the reasons why it is important that we support Ukraine, give them the weapons they need, and then also work with Taiwan to make sure that they've got the weapons they need to be able to deter Xi from trying to take Taiwan by force. So we absolutely get this is all interrelated, which is one of the reasons why I think it's important that NATO establish some of the relationships we have with regard to our Indo-Pacific partners like Korea and Japan and so forth. I'm supportive of trying to set up a NATO office in Tokyo so we can really open up those lines of communications and keep it very coordinated. I absolutely believe that what happens in the Indo-Pacific impacts Europe and vice versa. And that's why I think that, again, for our collective defense, we need to be thinking, NATO's got its own mission, but extending those lines of communication and cooperation is going to be important to be able to deter Xi from taking Taiwan in the future.
Can I just add a question to you about this, to both of you actually, because you've been using China more and more in your arguments to US lawmakers, and others have told us that they're watching, Iran's watching, China's watching, everybody's watching what happens on the battlefield of Ukraine. And others have suggested that there is actually a new axis of anti-American nations, Iran, North Korea, Russia, joining to really challenge the United States. I'd like to hear your view on that and then your answer on that.
I think we have to remember that just a few days before the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in 2022, President Putin went to Beijing and he signed an agreement with President Xi where they promised each other a partnership without any limits. And what we see is that China and Russia are coming closer and closer. So, of course, if President Putin wins in Ukraine, it's not only a tragedy for the Ukrainians, but it sends a message not only to Putin, but also to Xi, that when they use military force, they get what they want. So what happens in Ukraine today can happen in Taiwan tomorrow. And therefore, I strongly believe that it's a good deal for the United States to support Ukraine. It's not charity, it's investment in their own security. Because it makes it less likely that Xi uses forces, for instance, against Taiwan, but also because by spending a fraction of the US defense budget, together with European allies, we have enabled the Ukrainians to destroy a substantial part of the Russian fighting power. So this is actually in our interest to ensure that Putin doesn't win, not least because we are concerned about what China may learn if he wins in Ukraine. So therefore it's urgent that the US make a decision on continued support to Ukraine.
Do you have an answer? I know you talked a little bit about China, but do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, I would agree with the Secretary General here. I think the world is polarizing between these authoritarian dictators, Putin, Xi, Khomeini in Iran, Kim Jong-un in North Korea, they are the ones who are trying to upend the system that we've created since World War II that has led to all this peace and prosperity. They're trying to change that. And that's where it's up to us in the world that we see these liberal values that are so important, that we have these democracies that allow our people to get that peace and prosperity, to work together to oppose that. And it's going to be for a while. The world has changed. You know, the peace that we've had since the Soviet Union collapsed in the 1990s, that's gone. Yeah. It's going to be a very dangerous world the next 10 or 20 years. And that's why it's important that we beef up our defenses. And during the Cold War, Europe regularly spent over 3% on their GDP. We in the United States have to look at the same thing. You know, our defense budget, at least the Biden administration's defense budget, looked to fall below 3%. We need to get that back up. And then we also, again, getting back to, we need to talk to our people about what's happening and why it's so important, because they haven't lived in a world where we've had a situation like this since the 1990s. Right. I was talking to a mother at my state fair. She said, "Senator, I don't want my 18-year-old fighting in Europe." And I said, "Ma'am, that's why we're giving Ukraine weapons, so that doesn't happen. Because if Ukraine loses and Putin invades one of our NATO allies, then your 18-year-old will be fighting in Europe." That message hasn't been out there in a long, long time. We've got to get our folks, our peoples all across these nations to understand the world has changed, and we're going to have to step up to fight these dictators.
One last, last word to you, Kaya Kallas.
Yeah. Just thought about your migration worry. In comparison, we have 6% of our population now Ukrainian refugees. That would be, calculating into America, that would be 20 million people. So we survive. You will, I guess, survive as well. But what I wanted to say about Europe and America, I think it's also important to understand that majority of investments that come to America are from Europe. 45 states out of 50 are dependent on the European job creation or the export-import relations, the trade relations. Then it is more. I mean, 2.7 times the American companies profit from Europe more than they do in Asia, whole of Asia. So if you think in this kind of what's in it for us terms, then Europe is definitely profitable for you, and that's why the US definitely has to see this, how this is affecting you as well when there is a war in Europe.
I'm sorry, I'm being told it's the end of the session. Thank you all very much, Secretary General, Prime Minister, Senator. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairwoman of the Warsaw Security Forum, Katarzyna Pisarska.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome warmly to the panel, Europe's Finest Hour, Building a Defense Union in Challenging Times. Let me welcome our two guests for now, but President von der Leyen is also joining. With us now here today, Mark Rutte, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Mark, welcome. Great to have you here with us. And back with us again, Jonas Gahr, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. Welcome.
Two kingdoms.
Two kingdoms are with us. And of course, there's going to be a third kingdom, the European Commission coming, but we're still waiting.
And then we all rise.
And then we all rise, as we should. As we should. Again, the President will come momentarily. So, ladies and gentlemen, our panel is only 40 minutes long. We want to have a very short discussion here, a kind of setting of the stage, and then, of course, I'm going to turn to you, this distinguished public, for questions. So let me start, Prime Ministers, with this question. Last year, when we were here, we were talking about Europe at war. We felt we were at war with Russia through Ukraine, helping Ukraine, very optimistic about the counteroffensive that was coming, hoping that, this war is going to be over soon and Europe will declare victory. This year, it feels that we are talking about Europe that is going to be at war. And the question to you, Prime Ministers, are we ready? Looking at what is happening on the front line on the one side, the potential of things going really wrong in the east, but also the potential of things going really wrong in the west, across the Atlantic. Is Europe ready to defend itself? Prime Minister Rutte, please.
Well, first of all, on Ukraine, we must stay the course. Yes, it is difficult. But Ukraine has been able, since the territory Russia was able to grab 2 years ago, to get large parts of the territory back. And yes, we would love for them to be even more successful, but we have to do more to help them. So that means spending more on defense, so that we can also more easily help Ukrainians, massively scale up arms production, but also getting ammunition and air defense systems from other parts of the world. And thirdly, making sure that by doing this, we can help Ukraine, because it is also our war. Not literally, but it is about our values. And if Putin will be successful in Ukraine, that will have an impact on all of us in terms of our collective safety and defense. And we should, because you also mentioned the West, the US, stop moaning and whining and nagging about Trump. We do not spend more on defense, or we ramp up ammunition production because Trump might come back. It's up to the Americans. I'm not an American. I cannot vote in the US. And we have to work with whoever is on the dance floor. So we have to do this because we want to do this, because it is in our interest. This is crucial. And all that whining and moaning about Trump, I hear that constantly over the last couple of days. Let's stop doing it. And here, by the way, is my esteemed
The Kingdom of the European Commission.
President of the European Commission. Hi.
Hi, Ursula.
Good to see you. Madam President, welcome. Hello. Pleasure. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. We were just talking, Prime Minister Rutte was talking how we should prepare for the worst case scenario, so a situation in which everything goes wrong in the East and there is no support from the West. So the question was here, is Europe prepared to defend itself? And if we can, President, we'll put you on the spotlight right away.
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. And indeed, this fits perfectly because the European Union has to step up its defense industrial base without any question. And therefore, we have to be much better in defense production. Therefore, the European Commission will in about 3 weeks present a defense industrial strategy. It's basically 4 points. We have to spend more without any question. So we have to spend more is on its way. If I look at the figures, a 20% increase from last year to this year, but it's still not enough. We know that this has to be sustained. We have to spend better. That is more joint procurement, scaling up, ramping up. I think perhaps off-take agreements for the industry is important so that there's predictability and reliability for the off-take. This joint procurement is a big thing also for the interoperability of our armed forces. Third element, I think we have to spend more European. What do I mean by that? It is European taxpayers, billions and billions that we invest, so we want a return on investment. We want good jobs here in Europe. I'm not speaking about European companies. A very good example is, for example, the Patriot production that we have in the European Union, but we want good jobs here in the European Union. And the fourth point is more looking at the here and now in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we're learning a lot on the battlefield. What Russia is doing at the moment being, it is outmassing Ukraine. That is, they throw thousands and thousands and sacrifice young men on the battlefield. Russia is throwing quick and dirty weapons produced in North Korea and Iran on the Ukrainian battlefield. So we have to outsmart Russia. And you see that Ukraine, where rightfully every life counts, they are getting very smart now, for example, to take our legacy weapon systems and upgrade them with artificial intelligence to be more precise, to be more targeted. So it's very fascinating to see also the development of the production of drones. And this is the reason why we will integrate now Ukraine in our defense programs. And we will open an office in Kyiv for defense innovation together with Ukraine, because this is the next level we are at the moment being reaching. For NATO is very important. I've spoken very European now. I want to reassure you that, for example, the whole planning process strongly aligned with NATO. In NATO, it's the NDPP. We call ours CARD. We have already an alignment, and this has to be strengthened. Same goes for standards. Of course, we need the same standards. If I'm speaking about interoperability, this is same standards. So in a nutshell, I'm a convinced transatlanticist. At the same time, I think we have to build a strong Europe, and that goes hand in hand.
Thank you very much. I will now turn to Prime Minister Sture, also with the same question. And just to stress, just a few days ago, the Danish defense minister has warned us that, according to our Western intelligence sources, Russia's capacity in her eyesight to produce military equipment has increased tremendously. Does that worry you? And do you feel that Norway, having a very strong strategic military culture, being a member of NATO, is ready to go along with the Europeans to defend Europe? Prime Minister.
Well, on that last question, it's obviously yes. Norway is NATO member, not member of the EU, but closely integrated with the EU. So let me just support all 4 points of the President. Europe needs to do more, better coordinated. There's a huge innovative industrial potential. We can make much more out of that, and Norway is part of these different programs, and we will support them. Let me just start by one thing about how we measure our words, because it was not as if last year we said Ukraine will win, and this year we say, oh, Ukraine is going to lose, Russia is going to win. It's more complex than that. And I mean, Ukraine, as President Zelensky said, is not a success story for Putin. I mean, we are 2 years from the invasion, and it is a disaster. If you look at it from his perspective, he thought he would take Kiev in 3 weeks, and he has lost 300,000 men, perhaps, and all of that following. So we have to be measured here. From my perspective, I think that we need to learn the lessons of getting enough and sophisticated weapons, not only commissioned, but produced. The danger of just commissioning it is that it will end at the end of the long row, but the capacity to produce them, we see, is a much more complex thing. So scaling up production of 155 millimeter ammunition, or the Patriots or the NASAMS for air protection, is a big, complex task. And we are learning that you can scale up car production or ski production or TV production easily, but weapon production is more complex. What we have learned, we have a joint Norwegian-Finnish company, Nammo, President is sitting there. We have placed big orders with Nammo, much more than we can probably use, but giving them enough finance so they can start commissioning their production lines. That was the first measure. The second measure was that we now go in as a government to buy part of the equipment you need to produce. So we are buying part of the production line that you can start producing. That I think we have to coordinate much better to scale up this production. But remember, Russia will probably be able to outmaneuver other countries if you measure weapon against weapon in numbers. And as Ursula is saying, what they do with men is just, it's a very dark story of how force are being fought. So we have to be smarter, more innovative. We have to integrate technology. We too now put money and efforts into supporting Ukrainian innovation inside Ukraine with linking up our people, to support there. Last remark, as much as I support this European effort, and Norway will be part of it, but let's not forget that 80% of NATO's capacity here is non-European. Mm-hmm. It's US, Canada, UK, Turkey, Norway. So I firmly believe that this transatlantic link, while we strengthen Europe, that we should not talk ourselves into the illusion that this alliance is about to break. Because I think it has such a significance. In the details on standards, for example, we need standards for our military, for our interoperability. We agreed to new regional plans in Vilnius last year. I mean, they are there, they are updated, they are really good. I'm going to propose to Parliament in a few months the biggest increase in our defense spending, both structurally and financially, since the Second World War. And we do that in accordance with the regional plans that we agreed in Vilnius. So we are well set to do this in a way that we can see that we can defend Europe. But I still believe that we should do everything to preserve that transatlantic link. And by the way, I agree with Mark. It's worthwhile following American politics, but there's a kind of a Trump frenzy here, that everything he says on the campaign rail is tipping up off balance. We should not let that happen. No.
Thank you. Secretary General Stoltenberg just in the previous panel was slightly optimistic, saying that this year 18 countries, NATO countries, will actually reach the 2% of GDP required. However, as you said, that's not going to substitute what the United States is bringing to the alliance. My question to you is very practical. We've been watching very closely what's happening in the US Congress, and with every week that passes, I think we are more and more pessimistic. Do you think us as Europeans, as European countries, are able to substitute this package in a very quick time? So in a few weeks, if we understand that this is not going to happen, can you imagine a situation we can put together a package of a similar size to help Ukraine? Is that at all realistic? President, I know it's not going to be you.
No. So first of all, I think we have done a big step forward by agreeing on a 50 billion package in the European Union for Ukraine. That was necessary after actually an investment of 88 billion in the last 2 years from the European side. I think it is in the vast American interest to pass their bill and their package and to keep on supporting Ukraine, because it is not only about Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine and Putin's attempts to destabilize democracies, but all the other autocratic adversaries that we have are watching very closely whether the democracies stand up, stand united, are determined, show resolve. And I'm deeply convinced and determined to show this resolve, and I know that our friends and partners are too. So it is much more than a question of Russia-Ukraine. It is a question of, will democracies globally prevail, and are we able to defend and protect our values? And my answer is it has to be yes.
Thank you very much, President. Prime Minister.
I completely agree with what Ursula was just saying. We also have to take into account that there is a reason why it is also in the interest of the US to make this package happen. Yes, so that we stand united as democracies, but there's also a direct security interest. And this also has to do with NATO. By the way, I'm cautiously optimistic that, given all the talks I had over the last couple of days with many politicians from the US, that they will be able to solve this. Cautiously optimistic. That they can find a way out of this in the House and then jointly as a Congress come to a conclusion. But there is also a content reason why you have to do this, because if Russia will be successful in Ukraine, it is not only running against our values, but also against our direct security interests. It doesn't end there. He will then continue. It will make him much more powerful and more greedy to go on. And that will, in the end, also have an impact on NATO territory. There is no doubt in my mind that that will be the case. And I think we have to work more than we do so far, also with our American friends, to message that NATO is not only there because the US didn't want to make the mistake after the First World War, repeat that mistake after the Second World War, that there is a sort of historical reason why the US is involved in NATO. No, even today, if Russia will be able to capture or at least influence large parts of the Middle and Western European countries, that would have a security implication for the US. So there is a security reason why they are involved. But at the same time, they are completely in the right place to ask us to do what we need to do in terms of committing the spending. That's why my country has first 3 billion, then another 2.5 billion, so now almost 6 billion extra to get to the 2%, and I know that many of the countries are following, and it cannot end at 2%. We have to do more. But we also have to make sure that we message to the Americans and to our friends that there is not only an historical reason for this, the transatlantic bond, but that there is a day-to-day security interest for all of us to keep this most powerful defense corporation in world history together. It's crucial.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister.
Well, I think what is useful to meet American friends here, I know they know, but we should communicate back home that Europe is doing a lot, is paying a lot and contributing a lot. So I think if we put figures, you can do it per GDP or the total amounts. I mean, Europe is about 100 billion now, and the US at a somewhat lower level. So we both contribute. So I think we are on a dangerous path if we say that how can the one supplement the other. We have to do this together, and it has to be well coordinated. And I mean, the message from Zelensky here is that he is paying the price in terms of lives and destruction. And I cannot underline enough, you know, how can Ukraine down there in the south of Europe so much directly influence what happens in the north of Norway to the Nordic countries, to the Scandinavian countries? It is changing the security situation on the continent. And that is, of course, also a profound interest, I believe, for the US. And I also happen to believe that, you know, for the United States to be the lead ally and have 31 allies among the most advanced countries in the world is a major asset. And, you know, there's so much going for this in terms of the US position beyond Europe. And as we're going to face challenges in Asia, in other areas, that we can stand together also in, you know, having this transatlantic understanding, this is hardcore security.
Absolutely. So one more question before I turn it to the public. In the morning, President Zelensky talked about the fact that when Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, the general public was shocked and unprepared, and thus also Donbass, you know, took a long time for the army to actually recreate itself from scratch. And he said it took 8 years to 2022 for the general public to be ready to fight a war against aggressor. 8 years. Yeah. And my question to you is, because you look at the pollings, there's pollings across Europe asking European citizens whether they're willing to die for their countries, to fight for their countries. And you have countries such as Finland, where you have 74% of citizens saying, yes, we are willing to fight and die. And probably Norway is in that category. But unfortunately, countries like the Netherlands, where only 10-15% people can even imagine the need to do that. An effective defense is not only the equipment we have, not only the money we are going to put in it, but most importantly, it's a question of leadership and a state of mind. How can we engage the publics who today are worried about inflation, about migration, about climate change, about 100 other things, in a debate about the need to defend what we have, a prosperous and secure Europe? Mark.
For my country, there is a bit of a paradox, because yes, it is true. On the one hand, when you ask in opinion polling, the people generally, do you expect war to come to the Dutch borders, they find it difficult to imagine that that happens in the near future. That's absolutely true. At the same time, we are spending in the top league with Germany and Norway and a few other countries a lot of money on supporting Ukraine, not only financially, but also in weapon systems, etc. And there is massive support for that. And when you then dive into the figures, but particularly when you talk to the people on the streets, people sense and feel at their core, that this is about our values, that you do not invade another country and colonize another country in the 21st century. In Europe, that is unacceptable. But secondly, also because people sense that this ultimately will also present a security threat to Western Europe, to the Netherlands, etc. Because, and that has to do with history, and it has to do with our collective memory that you cannot accept that. So in that sense, it is a bit of a paradox. The first, yes, but I'm very happy about the second, because also we have difficult talks now in my country to form a new government, and we had a, to say the least, interesting result of the last elections. But I'm so happy that I can almost safely predict that nothing will change in terms of the support of the Netherlands if there is a new government one day, in terms of the support for NATO, the support for EU, and particularly the support for Ukraine, that will continue at this level and increase rather than decrease. And I'm very happy to say that.
It's very optimistic. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Well, let me say on Ukraine, you know, we brought to Parliament a 5-year package of support to Ukraine, and it was tailored so that it will stretch over the next election, so whoever is Prime Minister after that election will be politically bound by it. And that, I think, was, you know, but the smart thing is that we have unanimity in Parliament. And I think that's also an expression of supporting Ukraine, but also understanding that there's a much bigger stake here also for us. First point. Secondly, I think, you know, we have to be honest and communicate and really distinguish what is true in what is facing us. One dimension is, of course, military preparedness, should that happen. And that's why most countries are now significantly strengthening their national defense. We're doing it in coordination with NATO. But then there's a second daily threat which is affecting people, and that is extreme weather and climate change. That's the threat that is turning life upside down for people. So we have to prepare people that, you know, you should have in your kitchen enough, you know, to manage during a few days without electricity, and if things really are changing. This is preparedness. The third dimension of this is that our democracies are being tested on fake news, conspiracy theories, cyber attacks, and, you know, a very different kind of enemy. And should there come a conflict that really borders on, you know, I think that Putin's taste for a war with NATO is limited, and that's because NATO is strong. But it will not necessarily start in the military field. It will start by diluting our democracies, diluting the truth. So we have to have preparedness for all of that. So if we're going to be trustworthy and communicate to our people, we have to be able to talk about the military preparedness, how we prepare you for safe communities, and also how we prepare quality of our democracy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. President, how do we prepare European publics? And also, how is the European Union changing? Because we're coming back to basis. With the founding fathers, we're thinking a defense union. Today, defense is again at the heart of our discussions.
I have been amazed and impressed by the strong support the European people gave to Ukraine from day one on. Of course, it was very helpful that 2 or 3 months before the invasion started, we have informed over and over the public about the amassing of troops, for example, at the border of Ukraine and what might come up. And the support has been overwhelming. The fact that the European Union has taken in 4 million refugees, opened not only their hearts but also their homes, access to education, access to the healthcare, shows the strong sentiment and support the European people have shown and still show. The second element has come now, has joined this initial support. That is the understanding that Putin will not stop. And we have to stop Putin. and that he has a much broader approach on destabilizing and destroying the democracies, and that goes to the core of what people believe in. Europe has been built on the values of democracies and is a peace project that is unique in the world. And this is what Putin and other autocrats are targeting. And here the people understand that this will affect their own lives. So a step also towards integrating Ukraine in our European Union, the accession process that we have right now, is an enormous important step, because what we've understood is there cannot be gray zones anymore around Europe. You have to decide. Either you are with Putin or you are with the democracies. Either you are with the autocrats or you respect our values. And we want, the European Union wants Ukraine and the Western Balkan in our European family, because they belong to our European family. So strong messaging on this too, that we are strong, that we are determined to defend democracy and peace, and that we want to conclude the European project is important in my view.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. I see we have a number of questions here. I will start with Lisa Jasko and then the Prime Minister, please.
Thanks a lot. My name is Lisa Jasko, I'm a member of Ukrainian Parliament, and I want to ask a question about the sanctions. Of course, we are incredibly grateful that there is a new package of sanctions, but we know that there is still a number of problems connected to sanctions. In the Council of Europe, I'm working on a report and a resolution on the effectiveness of sanctions. And recently, we've learned that unfortunately, up to very often 70% of the details of the Russian weapon are coming from the Western companies. Different components, different tools. So, one of the problems is that unfortunately there is no enough monitoring mechanisms on that. Another problem is the avoidance of that sanctions. And the third problem is that there are third countries that unfortunately use this as the business opportunity to use this. So my question is, what is your plan to tackle this? Because there is also a question of the corporate responsibility of the private sector of not selling that details to Russia. What is your plan to solve that?
Thank you very much. And we'll take a second question, Madam President, if we can pass the...
Thank you. And first, I would really like to thank President Ursula von der Leyen for supporting Ukraine's European path so strongly and starting on it so quickly. I would have two questions, both linked to money. I mean, all our packages taken together, American and ours, if we spent them in the same year, which is not going to be the case, then we would roughly draw even with Russians. And this is not enough to, guarantee Ukraine battlefield supremacy and macroeconomic stability. Can we dig a little bit deeper into these Russian money coffers which we have in our countries? And the second opportunity, we are facing European elections. Our populations are very supportive of supporting Ukraine and not wanting to get it into their heads that they might need to fight. What about a temporary own resource for European Union to help Ukraine win the war? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the question of sanctions, are they working? Let's put here also the price cap, the energy cap. I think that was discussed here in Munich many, many times. And then, of course, the second question, where do we get more money? And we have to get more money.
So the sanctions, you have always to keep in mind, first of all, the sanctions are effective. You see that how much it hurt the Russian economy. The Russian economy is yet now completely on a war footing. It's a war economy, nothing else. No sustained goods and values are being produced, but it's only focused on the mass production I was just alluding to, not high quality, but masses. But sanctions is never static. It's always a moving target. So you impose sanctions, and your adversaries try everything to circumvent them. You get after them, close the loopholes. We've done that in all our sanction packets. And your adversary again tries to circumvent them. So what we see is indeed we go targetedly to those countries where we see that goods from, for example, the European Union to this country have increased, and then the goods flow from the third country, go from the third country to Russia. We go there, we talk hard talk with them. We're very clear about the consequences. We sanction their companies, we sanction entities, we sanction personalities. The 13th package that is now coming on the table is very much about that. So you have to be tough and you have to be persistent in following up the loopholes and closing them step by step. The second question on financing, besides the enormous financial support we know about, one step further we will take now is that we will deal with the proceeds of the Russian assets that have been immobilized. And we've done the most important first steps. We have made clear that the proceeds or windfall profits do not belong to the Russian assets. We can take those proceeds and we can invest them, for example, in weapon production for Ukraine. So support directly from the Russian asset proceeds or windfall profits, Ukraine. A second element, barely seen but very effective, is that we have done everything to keep the Ukrainian economy up and running. And as you know, it has been blocked for exports. We have opened so-called solidarity lanes. And in the last year, these solidarity lanes have produced a value of 125 billion euros of trade between Ukraine, the European Union, and third countries, which of course is to the benefit of Ukraine too. So all these are channels where you can reinforce the direct support we are doing by other means.
Thank you. Prime Minister, please.
Very briefly on the sanctions, it is about loopholes and it is about parallel trade. So I'm happy that you're working on that report. We do everything we can do to close the loopholes, but we know that we are not 100% successful. So please give me the report, and I promise you we will work on that basis and to find new ways to do that. On the Russian resources, we have to do this in a way that is legally sound. And I'm so happy that the Commission services are looking at ways and are finding ways to do that, as you just explained. On own resources, I have never been too keen on that, because it creates ultimately a Hamilton moment where the sovereignty will move from the member states to the EU, and I would be against that. But what we can do as member states together, collectively as a EU, is to make sure that the money is available. Because either you raise it at a national level, or you raise it through own resources, which has certain political and also structural disadvantages. But in the end, it is money coming from the people through taxation, and I would say let's do that at a national level. And people, in my case, in my country, are understanding that this is necessary, are willing to do that. At this moment we do it through the budget, not through extra taxation, because we still have that fiscal space.
Thank you, and Prime Minister, no comment here. Okay, so two more questions, and I already saw the Liva here from the Member of Parliament from Lithuania, and there was a here from Alexander, he was first. So the two questions, very shortly, please, because we have really 7 minutes then to respond.
Okay, so I'm Dovilė Šakalienė, Member of National Security and Defense Committee from Lithuanian Parliament. And since we all agree that helping Ukraine to win this war is our best security guarantee for this Russian aggression not to expand the territorial scope, then helping Ukraine and finding money to help Ukraine is one of our main issues now. So 300 billion of Russian assets. Russia is continuing aggression. Nobody has probably any doubts that it's committing war crimes, the crime of aggression, etc., etc. What is your idea about how long are we going to play the overly naive democratic game in thinking that we cannot touch the huge money of aggressor? We'd rather take it from our citizens to support Ukraine, which is still being destroyed.
Thank you, and very quickly, Alexander, if you could.
Exactly the same.
Oleksiy Goncharenko, Member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Two very short questions.
One question, Alex. One.
To Prime Ministers, will you personally support invitation of Ukraine to NATO and Washington summit?
Thank you.
I understand it's not your decision, but your personal position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So again, we're coming back to frozen assets. Are we ready to give them to Ukraine for rebuilding, but also maybe for weapons production? And second, of course, NATO membership, Washington, D.C. The President would like to start maybe with the frozen assets.
I think I have been very clear in the former answer because I've spoken about the Russian asset and the windfall profits and the proceeds that we are using to support Ukraine, either in production of weapons, so military supply, or be it reconstruction and recovery. But this is on a good way, and we have constructed the legal framework that is necessary, and I'm very positive that we're going to work with these proceeds and windfall profits.
Thank you very much.
NATO, the bad news is that as long as the war is raging, Ukraine cannot become a member of NATO. That's the bad news. The good news is that we can learn from the European Union. Yeah, I know, but I'm coming to that. In the EU, we have steps. In NATO, we do have only a few steps from nothing to full membership. In the EU, you have all these intermediate steps so that countries can make progress on the way to accession. So what we have to do in the run-up to Washington is to work carefully with President Zelensky's team to see what next step is possible. But we cannot overpromise. Because at the end it is crucial that we stay united, all 31 plus Ukraine. And I know that last time it was a bit of a dissatisfaction that not everything Ukraine wanted was possible. But at the end we were able in Vilnius to come to a unanimous decision. And as this is a sensitive process, we really have to work diligently with Zelensky's team on this.
Well, Ukraine is on its path to membership. And we have to address a path which is reliable and trustworthy. I hope we will be able to look for a package that can bring us closer and in good time ahead of Washington. So it's not happening in the last hours, creating that summit more chaotic than it should be. So I hope that, when we come, April, May, that we can see the contours of how this can be done. And I see that among allies now, there's a very active discussion on that, and also with the Secretary General to see how we can follow up from Vilnius and make success in Washington.
Thank you very much. And at the very end, I'll just ask one question to the President, which has been asked here in the room many times today and yesterday. Do you think the European Commission will have a Commissioner for Defense?
Oh, yes, because...
and should it be from Central Europe?
If I would be the next Commission President, I would install a Commissioner for Defense. I think it's reasonable. Where he or she is coming from, this is open, but of course, I think it's very important for the Central and Eastern European countries to have good portfolios, and this is a good portfolio.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Prime Minister, for being with us. A big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Christoph Heusgen.
Well, I think I didn't need this announcement. You know me by now. But anyway, it's wonderful to see you all here, and it's my pleasure and honor to welcome His Excellency, Director Wang Yi. Director Wang Yi is the Director of the Central Foreign Affairs Commission and Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. The Minister has been a guest of the Munich Security Conference for many years. We are extremely happy that he is coming. I just told him how important China is also on the many issues that we have to resolve, and to have him here on our motto, Peace Through Dialogue, is wonderful. So thank you very much, Director Wang. Yours is the floor.
尊敬的霍伊斯根主席，各位朋友、各位同事，大家好。Simultaneous translation。回顾2023年，世界充满动荡不安，人类面临多重挑战：保护主义、泛安全化冲击世界经济，单边主义、集团政治重创国际体系。乌克兰危机延宕加剧，中东冲突硝烟再起，人工智能、气候变化、太空极地等新的挑战接踵而来。今天我在这里要向大家传递的最重要的信息是，不论国际风云如何变幻，中国作为负责任的大国，我们将始终保持大政方针的连续性和稳定性，坚定所动荡世界中的稳定力量。第一，中国愿做推动大国合作的稳定力量。大国对全球战略稳定负有关键责任。习近平主席明确指出，大国竞争不是这个时代的底色。国际形势越动荡，大国越要加强协调；风险挑战越突出，大国越要增进合作。今年是中美建交45周年，历史经验的教训表明，中美合作可以办成有利两国和世界的大事。中美对抗，两国和世界都会遭殃。两国元首去年底举行重要的会晤，开辟了面向未来的旧金山愿景。中方将坚定维护正当合法权益，反对无理遏制打压。本着对历史、对人民、对世界负责的态度，与美方共同落实好两国元首的共识，推动中美关系沿着相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢的正轨前行。俄罗斯是中国的最大邻国。中俄关系在不结盟、不对抗、不针对第三方的基础上稳定发展，符合双方的共同利益，也有利于亚太和全球的战略稳定，为新兴大国关系做出了有益的探索。中国和欧洲，我们作为世界上两大力量、两大文明、两大市场，我们应该意识到双方承担的国际责任。一个更加稳定、紧密的中欧关系，不仅能够成就彼此，还将照亮世界。我们应排除地缘政治和意识形态的干扰，坚持伙伴而非对手的定位，共同为应对乱局注入正能量，为共克时艰提供新方向。第二，中国愿意做应对热点问题的稳定力量。
a force for stability in addressing hotspot issues. We have worked to explore a Chinese way of addressing hotspot issues, one that advocates for non-interference in internal affairs and opposes imposing one's will on others, upholds impartiality and justice and opposes pursuing selfish interests, seeks political settlement and opposes using force, aims to address both symptoms and root causes, and opposes myopia and one-sidedness. With China's active mediation, a historic reconciliation was reached between Saudi Arabia and Iran, setting off a wave of reconciliation across the Middle East. This is a living example of implementing the global security initiative put forth by President Xi Jinping. The recent escalation and spillover of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict and ongoing tension in the Red Sea once again demonstrate that the question of Palestine is at the heart of the Middle East issue. Generations of the Palestinian people have been displaced, unable to return to their home to this day. This is the longest-lasting injustice in our world. China has stood firm on the side of fairness and justice all along, vigorously working for an end to the conflict and for the protection of civilians. China pushed the UN Security Council to adopt the first resolution since the latest conflict broke out, and issued a position paper on the political settlement of the conflict. China calls for accelerated efforts in establishing an independent state of Palestine and the convening of a more broad-based and effective international peace conference to truly realize the peaceful coexistence between Palestine and Israel. On the Ukraine crisis, China has never given up on promoting peace or slackened its efforts to facilitate talks. President Xi Jinping had in-depth exchanges with world leaders, including Russian and Ukrainian leaders, playing a constructive role in addressing the crisis. China also published its position paper on this matter, and its special envoy traveled intensively to mediate among different parties. Behind all this, there's only one goal that China holds to achieve, that is to build consensus for ending the conflict and pave the way for peace talks. China has made tireless efforts for the political resolution of the Korean Peninsula issue. Now the most pressing task is to prevent a vicious cycle, address relevant parties' reasonable security concerns, and de-escalate and stabilize the situation. In Myanmar, with China's efforts, various parties of the country signed a ceasefire agreement in the Chinese city of Kunming, firmly safeguarding peace and stability in northern Myanmar. China encouraged ASEAN to facilitate the proper settlement of the Myanmar issue without interfering in the country's internal affairs. China also actively supported Afghanistan in building an inclusive political framework and adopting moderate policies to forestall the resurgence and spread of terrorism. With a vast territory and over a dozen neighboring countries, China faces complex disputes left from history. On that, China has stayed committed to managing differences through consultation and resolving disputes through dialogue. China stands ready to work with ASEAN to accelerate consultations on a code of conduct in the South China Sea, advance maritime cooperation and joint development, and build the China-South China Sea into a sea of peace, cooperation and friendship. Third, China will be a force for stability in enhancing global governance. The international system today is under serious strain from unilateralism and power politics. It has thus become a common call of the international community to revitalize multilateralism and work in solidarity to pulse through. In China's view, the authority and central role of the United Nations can only be further strengthened, not weakened. And the purposes and principles of the UN Charter are all the more important, not outdated. China has dispatched the most peacekeepers among the permanent members of the UN Security Council and is the second largest contributor to the UN regular budget and peacekeeping assistance. China supports the Security Council in playing a primary role on peace and security. We support the UN in holding the summit of the future to explore more solutions to the challenges. In the face of the climate threat, China has contributed to the UAE consensus at the COP28 UN Climate Change Conference. China will cut carbon emissions by the biggest margin in the world in the shortest time frame in history, and will, without doubt, deliver on this commitment.
中国支持在联合国框架下成立国际人工智能治理机构，共同维护人类的福祉。我们积极加强全球南方的团结合作，推动金砖实现历史性扩员，支持非盟加入20国集团，致力于提升发展中国家在全球事务中的代表性和发言权，注意全球治理的架构更加均衡、更有实效。作为世界上最大的发展中国家，我们坚持在自身能力范围内为世界提供更多的公共产品，从共建“一带一路”倡议到全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议，我们坚持以合作为导向，以开放为原则，以平等为基础，为应对全球挑战继续做出中国的贡献。全球治理必须坚持尊重各国的主权和领土完整。台湾是中国领土不可分割的一部分，台湾的事务是中国的内政。遵守基本国际准则，就应当坚持一个中国的原则。维护台海的和平稳定，就必须坚决地反对台独。第四，中国愿意做促进全球增长的稳定力量。各位非常关注中国的经济，我要强调的是，中国经济始终充满活力和韧性，长期向好的势头更趋明显。去年以5.2%的增速，贡献了全球1/3的增长。随着世界上最大规模市场的快速成长，中国将向世界释放更大的利好。全球工商界普遍认为，下一个中国还是中国。集中精力实现中国式现代化，是中国人民当前最大的政治共识。加快推进高质量发展，是中国在新时代的硬道理。正如习近平主席所强调的，中国开放的大门只会越开越大。我们将继续扩大制度性的开放，缩减外资准入的负面清单，为包括欧洲在内的各国的企业提供更为市场化、法治化、国际化的营商环境。当前，我们已经从23个国家互免签证，并对欧洲等多个国家实行了单方面的免签。下一步，我们还将为各国人民到中国来投资兴业、旅游学习提供更多的便利。反对脱钩断链现在已经成为国际共识。越来越多的有识之士认识到，不合作才是最大的风险。谁试图以去风险之名搞去中国化，谁就将犯下历史性的错误。世界经济的大海不可能再退回到一个个孤立的小湖泊。经济全球化的大势不可能逆转。我们应一起努力推动全球化朝着更加普惠、包容的方向发展，让更多国家、更多的人民来从中获益。各位朋友，德国有句寓言，一个人的努力是加法，一个团队的努力是乘法。这对国与国关系而言同样如此。我们希望各国寻求共赢，避免多输，团结合作，同舟共济，为世界注入更多的确定性，为人类创造更美好的未来。以上就是我的开场的发言，谢谢各位的倾听。
Thank you Thank you very much, Excellency, for your remarks, and thank you in your last remark to picking up the motto of this conference, which is lose-lose, but with a question mark, because we want to look at a silver lining. And thank you for participating in a discussion. This conference, again, as in the last 2 years, was very much focused on Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We had yesterday the testimony of Yulia Navalny here. We had President Zelensky here. We have in the neighboring hotel, the Rosewood Hotel, we have an exhibition on the horror that the war brought to Ukraine. And I want to come back on this. And in 1994, the so-called Budapest Memorandum was agreed. The Budapest Memorandum asked from Ukraine to get rid of all its nuclear weapons, and in return, Russia and others guaranteed its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Now, China at the time, member of Security Council, endorsed it, and your colleague, Sergei Lavrov, was the ambassador to the UN and made it to a document of the Security Council. This is where we stand, and this is where we stood when 2 years ago the aggression took place, where this document of Security Council was not honored. You mentioned that you have been active in trying to resolve the crisis, which we appreciate. But at the same time, when you look at the economy, we saw that in 2022, the trade between Russia and China increased by 30%. Last year it increased by 25%. We are at $240 billion trade. And my question to you, if I may, shouldn't you put some more pressure on Russia and also some economic pressure to make sure that what you said in your speech, the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, is preserved, and that we strengthen the UN? Because after all, this is a document of the Security Council which was violated by Russia.
The
Budapest Memorandum was signed by the US, UK, and Russia. China is not a party to the memorandum, but through a national statement, we recognize this memorandum. We can't decide what other countries do, but on China's part, we have honored our commitment faithfully. We articulated clearly to the world that China will not use nuclear weapon against non-nuclear weapon states, and will not first use nuclear weapon against any country, including Ukraine. President Xi has stated that a nuclear war cannot be fought and a nuclear weapon cannot be used. This is something that all sides must be observed, and the security of the nuclear facility must be protected. And China has fulfilled its international obligation. China did not start the Ukraine crisis or participate in it, but we did not sit idly by and watch it from a distance. We did not exploit the situation, but instead we've been facilitating peace talks. President Xi has stated clearly China's position, that is, first, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries must be respected. And second, the purposes and principles of the UN Charter must be fully observed. And third, the legitimate security concerns of all countries must be taken seriously. And fourth, all efforts that are conducive to peace must be supported. So, acting on those basic principles, China has been working relentlessly to promote peace, to promote peace talks. Now there are not right conditions in place for parties to go back to the negotiating table, but as long as there
那
is
么
hope.
谈判
We will
早一
not
天
give up our efforts.
得以
The
重启，
earlier
各方
the
的损
peace
失
talks,
就会
then the
减少一
loss
分。
of all parties
至于
will be
中国同俄
reduced.
罗斯的关系，刚
As
才
for
我在
China's
演
relations
讲当
with
中已经表明
Russia,
了，
in my
中俄
opening
关
remarks,
系
I said
不结盟、不对抗、
that
不针对第
the
三方，
no alliance,
这是
no
两个
confrontation, and not targeting
两
any
大
third
邻国之
party.
间的
That
正
is
常的
the principle.
关
It's
系。
a normal
我
relationship
们
between two major
反
countries.
对把乌克兰危机的责任推给中方，
We are
向东
opposed
方
to any
中方来
attempt to
甩锅推责。
blame China or to shift the
中方已经
responsibility of resolving the
做了
Ukraine
很
crisis
多
to
具有
China.
建设性的
Well,
工作。
China has done a lot of
那么我们会
constructive
继续
work,
为此
and we will
发挥
continue
我们的
to
积极的作用。
play our
谢谢。
positive role on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this response. Let me stay with business questions. In the last 2 months, 2 German companies, Volkswagen and BASF, came into trouble because over business dealing with Xinjiang. There is Germany and EU have passed new regulations for human rights standards in supply chains. And human rights situation for the Uyghurs in Xinjiang is going to stay a political and economic issue. You remember a couple of years ago there was a report of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. What can you do to resolve this issue, and are you planning to do something so accusations about forced labors are no longer coming from your country?
关于中国新疆的事务啊，有些国际势力
About
散布的
Xinjiang,
太多的谣言，
we
制造
have
了太
seen
多的虚
so
假的
many
信息。
fabricated information
实际
from
情况怎么样？我只介绍
different
几个最
parties.
基本的数字。新疆自
I
治
will
区
give
成
you
立
some
以
basic
来，
numbers.
维吾尔族的
Since the
人口
establishment
从
of the
不到
autonomous
200万，
region,
现在已
the
经增
Uyghur
长到了
population
1200
has grown from less
哪
than
里来什
2
么种族
million
灭绝？
to 12 million
这
now.
不是一个弥天大谎。
So the so-called genocide is
新疆
sheer
少数民族
fabrication
的
and a
平均寿
lie.
命从当
The
年的
average
30岁，现在已经
lifespan
提
of
高到
Uyghur
了
population has
75.6
risen
岁。
from only
这
30
不是一个
to
维护人权的
75.6 years.
最好的一个例
Isn't
证吗
that a best example of how we are
那么
safeguarding human
新
rights
疆的
there?
宗教自由也得到很好
The
的保障
religious。
我告诉大
freedom
家
in
一个数
Xinjiang
字
is：
平均
effectively
每
guaranteed.
530位穆斯林的民众
For
就有一座
every
清真寺，而且是政府
530
帮助
Muslims,
修缮、
there
帮
is
助
a mosque
提供的支持。
supported by the
新疆
government,
少数
funded by
民
the
族的
government.
文化、文字
The ethnic
它不仅仅是维吾尔
culture
族，还有
and
别的民
language.
族都得到了很好的保障。我
Uyghur
们的
or
政
of
府
other
文件
ethnic groups
我
are
们的这
all
个
well
商店的
protected.
招牌，都是
Government
两种文字
documents，
一种文字是那么这个我们的标准
The
的
brand
国语
names of
一种文字就
those
是当地的少数民族。
merchandisers,
所以
they
中
use
国
different
在少数民
languages.
族
They
问题
use
上的
both
政策是世
the
界上
standard
最先进的。
language in China and also their ethnic
至
language.
于所谓的强迫劳
We have the
动
most，
这更
advanced
是
system for
那
that
么
in the world.
欲
The
加之
so-called
罪，何患无辞？
forced labor
新疆的老百姓，包
is
括
only
维
a
吾尔族
groundless
的民
accusation.
众，他们没有
People
劳
in
动的权
Xinjiang,
利吗？
including the Uyghur
他们没
population,
有
don't they enjoy the
寻
right
求职业的
to
自由吗？
employment? Don't they enjoy the
以强
freedom
迫劳动这样的借口
to，
那么
choose
让
their
他们
jobs?
失业，让他们无法
if
工
we
作，
use
让
forced
他们
labor
生产
as
出
an
的产
excuse
品卖
to
不出
deprive
去，
them of
这是人道主义
their
吗？
right to employment,
这是维护
so
人
that
权吗？
their products cannot be sold? Is that a safeguard for human rights?
那么
Is that
我讲的这些事情
in
到
line
底是
with
真
the
的
humanitarian
还是
spirit?
不是真的？我建议大家呀，
I
就到
really
新疆去
suggest
看一
that
看。
all of you
新疆
can
敞开大门的
visit
欢迎各国
Xinjiang.
的朋友们。
Xinjiang is
这
open
2年，
to all
疫情有些影响，
that are
但是呢，
interested
仍然没有
to visit.
妨碍有兴趣的各位
Although
朋友
there
们到新疆去
were
参
some
观
difficulties
访问。
due to COVID-19,
那么，不管
but
是
we
哪个国
still
家，
have
不管
many
它是什么
visitors
样
from
的政治
different
背
parts of
景，
the
不管
world
它是什么
to
民族、什么
Xinjiang.
宗教，
No matter what
到过
kind
新疆地区去过的
of
人，
political
他们都有一个
stance
共同的
they
认识
have,
就是他们看到
what are
的
their
跟他们在
backgrounds,
西方媒体上听到的是
There is
完全
one
不一样。
consensus that among them that what they see in Xinjiang is
所
totally
以啊，
different from what they see in the
叫做
Western
百闻不
media.
如一见。那么为什么会要造这么多谣
To see is to believe.
编织虚假信息呢？无非就
What
是
is the
要
reason behind
搞乱新疆，
effort to
然后
fabricate
进一
so
步
many
阻
lies
止
about
中国的发展。
Xinjiang.
因为
They
中
are
国的
trying
发
to
展
stop the
好像引起了
development
有
of
些国家的
China.
不安、焦虑，
China's development is
其实这大可不必
a。source of disturbance
中国人民也有
for
发展的
some
权利，
countries.
也有过
Chinese
上美好
people
生活的权
have
利。
the right
14亿
to
人
development
走
to
向
a
现代
better
化
life.
这不是人类
1.4
文明的
billion
巨
people
大的进步？
heading towards modernization.
而且
Isn't that
14
a
亿人的
major
市场如
progress
果
of
形成的话
humanity?，
那
If
么
we have
各国的
such
商
a
品都
huge
可以
sized market
进入中国
here in
的市
China,
场，我们不是可以实
products
现
from
共同
different
发展、
countries
共同繁荣
can
吗？
enter this market, so we
所以
can
习主
realize
席说
common prosperity.
说
That is why
我
President Xi
们
Jinping
都
pointed
是
out
在
that
一个地球村里，都
we
坐在一
live
条
together
船上
in this，
我们
global
应该
village.
超
We're
越我们之
passengers
间
on the
存在
same
的
boat.
分
We
歧
need to，
我们应该
transcend
共
the
同
differences
呵护
we
好
have.
这个人类唯一可以
We
居
need
住的星球，
to cherish
那就是建立人类命运的
our
共同体。
shared
这就是我们中国人
planet
的胸怀，
to build a
也是我
community
们
with a
中国
shared
人的
future
目标。
for mankind.
我希望能
This
够
is
得到
what
朋友们
China's
的
intention
更多的
is,
理解
and
和
we
支持。
hope to
谢
get
谢。
your support and understanding on that.
Thank you very much. I think there is a worldwide recognition what China has done over decades to bring so many people out of poverty into into the possibility to have a decent life. But I take up and thank you very much for the offer also for visits in Xinjiang so that people can see with their own eyes. You mentioned trade, which is very important. We are seeing right now how the freedom of navigation is threatened in the Red Sea. We see also that there are more and more risky encounters at sea in the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea, which is due to a Chinese show of force. How can we avoid these incidents in the future? And is there a chance that China agrees to a code of conduct for the South China Sea?
首先我要讲是不能把台湾问题跟南海
Well,
跟
first, I
红
want
海
to
混为一谈，
say
因为
that
它是
the
完全性
Taiwan
质不同的问
question
题。
cannot be
台湾
compared with
这
what's
是中
happening
国的
in
内
the
政，因为
Red
台
Sea.
湾
The
是中国领
Taiwan
土的一
question
部分
is。China's
台湾从来
internal
不是一个国
affairs.
家呀。
Taiwan is a
在
part
座
of
很多
China.
有年
It
纪
has
比较
never
大
been
的
a
这个
country.
朋友们了。1943年，
Well, in
中英
1943,
美三个国家发表了开罗宣
China,
言。
the
今天
United
安吉
States
拜
and the
长在这
United
个地方。
Kingdom issued the
开罗宣言
Cairo
里明确规
Declaration,
定
and I
要
see
把
in the
日
audience
本
the foreign
窃
minister
取的
of
台湾归还给
Egypt.
中国。
It stated
1945
clearly
年
that all the
各
territories
国又
Japan
发
has
表了
stolen
波斯坦
from
公告
the，
结
Chinese,
束了二
such
战。
as
波斯坦公告
Taiwan,
第9
shall
条
be
明确
restored
载
to
明，
China.
开罗宣言
And
的条款必
in
将实施。
1945,
所以，
the
台
Potsdam
湾是中国一部
Declaration
分，
was
台湾
signed,
回归
which
到中国的
reiterated
怀
that
抱，
the terms
这
of
是
the
一
Cairo
个基本
Declaration
的历
shall
史
be
事
carried
实，
out.
也是个
So
国际共识。
for Taiwan to
当然，由于
return to
内
China
战
is
遗留下来的
a
问题，目前
basic
两岸还没有完全实现统一
requirement, and
但
due to the Chinese
统
civil
一
war,
是必
the
将实现。
two sides
这是
across the
14亿
strait
中国人
have
民
yet
非
to
常
be
坚定的意
reunified,
志，
but
也
it
是
will
历
be
史的必然
realized.
的
This is the strong will of
趋
the
势。
1.4 billion Chinese
那么
people and the
反
trend
对
of history.
这个两岸统一的，要搞独立的是谁？
Who
不是
is
我们，
opposing
而是目
reunification
前在
and
岛
who
内
is
执政的
supporting independence?
这个党啊，
It
就是民
is
进党。
the
所以
DPP
要
that,
坚持
that's
一
governing
个中国
the
的
Taiwan
原则，
island.
就应该支
So
持中国
to
的和平统
uphold
一。
the One
要
China
维护
principle, one
要
needs
想
to
维护台
support
海的和
the
平稳
peaceful
定，就必须要
reunification of
坚决
China
的反对
and
台
to
独。
safeguard
因为台独
peace across the
和台海
strait.
的稳
It
定
is
是水火
essential to oppose Taiwan
那么
independence
谈到了
because
这
Taiwan
个南
independence
海的问
is
题，
irreconcilable with peace
我简单说几句啊。
across the Taiwan Strait.
南海诸岛历来
When
就
it
是
comes
中
to
国的
the
领
South
土。
China Sea,
中
the
国
South
在
China
管理
Sea
南海
islands
岛屿的
have
时
all
候，
along been Chinese
坦率跟大家
territory.
讲啊，周边的国家还都没有承认
And。when China exercised administration over those
但
islands,
是
the
到了上个
countries
世纪60、
surrounding
70年
those
代，由于中国
neighboring countries were not even established. But in the 1960s and 70s, when China was going through the Cultural Revolution, China's neighbors occupied some of the island reefs of the Nansha Islands, which caused disputes as we see them today. But China has exercised restraint, and we've been pursuing dialogue and negotiation to resolve those issues, not like some major country which resorts to force easily. But China's approach is dialogue. So in 2002, China signed with the 10 ASEAN countries the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, the DOC, which helped to safeguard freedom of navigation and overflight in the South China Sea. And in recent years, China suggested that we upgrade that and negotiate a code of conduct in the South China Sea. And we agreed with ASEAN countries that the COC should be more binding, more substantive, and be in keeping with international law, including UNCLOS. Now the text of the COC, we have finished the 3 rounds of reading. We believe that as long as we work in solidarity with ASEAN and stay clear of distractions, we will be able to conclude a COC in the South China Sea. Between China and ASEAN countries, we have the wisdom and ability to safeguard peace and stability in the South China Sea and safeguard the freedom of navigation and overflight there, and also safeguard the legitimate rights of other countries in this region. As for the Red Sea, it is a typical spillover from the fighting in Gaza. China has been calling publicly for parties not to harass the commercial ships in that area, to safeguard the security of the waterway. But actions must be taken in accordance with international law and with mandate from the Security Council. To address the Red Sea issue, the root cause must be resolved. And the root cause is the ongoing fighting in Gaza. China's position is clear on that. First, an immediate ceasefire must be realized. No more fighting. And second, to make sure the humanitarian corridors are unimpeded. And third, hold an international peace conference as soon as possible to revive the two-state solution. We cannot allow this humanitarian disaster to continue anymore. Nearly 30,000 civilians have lost their lives in the fighting. And there are also many lives who are lost, who were unaccounted for. We cannot allow the situation to continue in the 21st century. Generations of the Palestinian people have been displaced, unable to establish an independent state. We simply cannot allow the situation to continue. So there should be a more concerted voice. There should be a more unified position. We should call for a proper settlement of the question of Palestine, which has been lingering on for more than 70 years. Efforts should be made toward a two-state solution. Only when that is realized can the state of Palestine and the state of Israel live in peace, and with assurance from the international community can enduring security be enjoyed by Israel. A country cannot establish its security on the insecurity of others. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Excellency, for your readiness to take these questions, for your contributions, for the discussion. We really appreciate it, and you ended up where we started, with the Secretary General of the United Nations making a plea for the rules-based international order, for the respect of the UN, for the respect of UN resolutions, and we hope that this remains the common basis in the coming year. And can I already extend an invitation to you to come back next year?
明年中国肯定要派团来的。
The next year, China will continue to send a delegation. On this arena, we stand ready to share our views with all parties to make China's contribution to global peace and stability. China is the country with the best
大家可以比
record
较一
in
下
terms of
我们
peace
从来没有
and
发动过战
security.
争
We
从来
have
没有
never
参与过
started a
战争
single war,
从来
and
没
we
有
have never
去
participated
想颠覆
in a
别的
single
国家的
war,
政权
and we have never
中国的
tried
发
to
展是和平力量
subvert
的
other
增长
countries'
是稳定因素的增强
China's
是
development
世界市场的扩大
represents a growth
所以我
of
们希望
force
各国啊
for
都能够
stability
理性、客
for
观、友
peace.
善地
We
看
hope
待中
that
国的发展，
countries will
那么
view China's
和中国一
development
起
in an
实
objective
现我们
and
的共同繁荣、共
perspective
同发
and
展，
out of
避
goodwill
免
so that we can realize common
这个
prosperity
这
and
次
common
论坛的
development
主
together
题
to
是不是
avoid
会
the
最后形成
situation that
多
is
数？
mentioned
我们应
in
该
the
寻求
theme of this
共赢，
conference,
不
a
是多
lose-lose
数。
situation. We need
谢
to
谢。
seek win-win. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will continue momentarily, so please, everybody remain seated. We'll continue in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'll continue in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the main program in just a second. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats. We'll continue with the program in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome editor of the Financial Times, Rula Khalav.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. The Chinese minister's comments. We are in an era of big power tensions, big power rivalry, weakening of the multilateral order. The Security Council is paralyzed. So this is a time when we need the multilateral order more than ever, and we need collective action. So what are we going to do about it? And to answer some of these questions, Annalena Baerbock, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany. Welcome. Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, the U.S. Subramanian Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, Republic of India. Minister. I hope that based on the topic of the session, that you will not all agree with each other and we can have some sparks. We have about 43 minutes and I will prepare your questions because I'll ask a few questions and then I'll turn to the audience. Minister Baerbock, I'm going to start with you. Germany's national security strategy calls for expanding global partnerships and is quite open about the multipolarity of the world today. How do you go about it at a time when there are so many divisions, and particularly when increasingly we feel the global south and the Western world are not on the same page?
Well, first of all, good afternoon. Very good to have this important session with my dear colleagues. In a nutshell, it's more important than ever because we are not naive. Obviously, there are ruthless actors who don't want to grab up the title of our panel, negotiate the slice of the pie, but they want to rob the whole bakery. And having that in mind, I believe it's even more important than ever that those who are at the table negotiating about the slices of the pie stay there, first of all, resolute, respectfully, and also reflective. And this is the core also of our national security strategy, which we have drafted as the German government, making very clear in the light of this ruthless war of aggression against Ukraine that we are resolute in defending international law. It's the best protection for everybody around the world. So there is no question about negotiating whether Ukraine has right of self-defense or not. We all agreed, and not only, I don't like that word, but Western actors, we all agreed in our Charter of the United Nations there is the right of self-defense, and we all agreed on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Having said that, obviously, we have to be respectful that especially within Ukraine, and I think this is the lesson we have learned, and it was very important to speak to partners like India and so many around the world, Brazil, South Africa, we have to be respectful that obviously in this moment when we said we need the whole international security, others asked some questions like, where have you been when we needed you? Or asked some question, so actually what does it mean for the future? Do you also stand with us? And this is, I would say, maybe something new in the attitude, at least from our foreign politics from Europe, to say, okay, we cannot take for granted that everybody just agrees with our European or transatlantic vision. And the third part, I think it's the most easy, but it's the strongest asset for democracies. The strength of democracy, in my point of view, is that we can be self-reflective and self-critical. So asking in a moment when others, for example, war of aggression, we're not saying automatically, okay, we support you, not saying, why don't you get it, but asking ourselves why they cannot support us. And I think this is the critical part, but the most powerful part. And at least, again, in our national security strategy, we try to do it, talking about, for example, our colonialism past. Understanding why South Africa was mentioning the whole time their ties with Russia in the apartheid regime. And being self-critical and saying, oh yeah, not all democracies have stood back in time at their time. And taking that as something where we said, yes, we might have made mistakes in the past, but we cannot change the past, we can only change the future together. I think this is the strength of multilateralism, and we see around the world the majority believes in it.
Do you find that increasingly people are questioning more when it comes to, let's stick to Ukraine and we'll get to Gaza in a minute, but on Ukraine, are people coming round to your point of view, or are they distancing themselves more?
Well, to see it over the last 2 years, I mean, we've seen the 142 voting in the General assembly, so it is the majority of states, because most of the countries in the world, like mine, we're not the biggest country in the world. We don't have the biggest military means. And this is for most of the countries. They know that the Charter of the United Nations, the rule of law, is their life insurance. So we see this big majority there. We see also the support. Many have traveled, and I think this is really important to give always the question of war of aggression a human face. It was not that we convinced some other actors in the world by saying, now you have to stand with us. But when delegation traveled to Kiev, and not only Kiev, to Bucha, to Irpin, when they spoke, like we did, to the parents of those where their child had been kidnapped by Russia, then we give this situation a human face, and that's all about. And this is why it's so important to not only talk about state, but we talk about the people, talk about also the question of the rule of law in front of the International Criminal Court, for example, bringing crimes against humanity in front of the court. And there we see again the majority of the states is pushing for that one.
Secretary Blinken, there's a feeling that it's more than
Secretary
a feeling, it's what we see happening on the ground, that the US-China tensions are leading to greater fragmentation, and that you're almost competing for, alliances, who's our ally, and we see this within the UN and various UN institutions, but we just see it all around the globe. To what extent do you feel that you are challenged in your travels around the world on the fundamental questions?
Well, first, it's wonderful to be with my friends, wonderful to be back in Munich at the Security Conference, known among all of us as speed dating for diplomats. But we've done a couple of things, and I'll come quickly to your question. From the start of this administration, we've made an investment, a reinvestment, in our alliances, in our partnerships, and in the multilateral system. We've reinvested it, we've re-engaged, we've tried to rejuvenate, we've even reimagined. And the reason for that is simple. It's because it's in our interest to do it. Not a single one of the challenges that we have to face and that are so important to the interests of the American people can we effectively deal with alone, as powerful and as resourceful as we are. And so across the board, we've seen our comparative advantage as having a strong network of voluntary alliances, voluntary partnerships, and if you're not at the table in the international system, you're going to be on the menu. So it was very important for us to re-engage multilaterally, and we've done that. When it comes to strategic competition, and there's no doubt that we have one with China, there are a few things to be said. First, we have an obligation to manage that relationship responsibly. And I think that's something that we hear from countries around the world, and it's clearly in our interest to do so. And that's exactly what President Biden is doing. And when it comes to other countries, the point is not to say to country X, Y, or Z, you have to choose. The point is to offer a good choice. And if we can do that, and I believe we can and we have and will continue, then I think the choice becomes fairly self-evident. Over the last 6 or 7 months, we have engaged in a sustainable way with China. I just met my counterpart Wang Yi here in Munich, but that follows a series of meetings, notably, most importantly, President Biden and President Xi. And I think we brought greater stability to the relationship, not moving away from or ignoring the fact that, yes, we have a competition. There are areas where we are contesting each other, but there are also areas where we can and should cooperate because it's in our interest to do that. One of the best examples of that is the agreement we reached with China on fentanyl. The single largest, the number one killer of Americans aged 18 to 49 is a synthetic opioid, fentanyl. Now we have meaningful cooperation from and with China on fentanyl. That's going to make a difference in the lives of Americans.
And you think it is sustainable to have cooperation in some areas, climate being one of them, but to have a strategic competition, the strategic competition that defines geopolitics today and that will go on for a very long time, do you think that is sustainable, that both sides sort of can find rules of engagement? This is where we compete and this is where we cooperate?
Some fundamentals haven't changed. countries will act in their self-interest. Where we have to compete, we will. Where we have to contest, we will. Where it makes sense to cooperate, we will. And I think you can do all of the above at the same time. But there's something else that's, I think, changed, and it goes back to the first part of the question. The very fact that we've re-engaged and rejuvenated, as well as reimagined some of our alliances and partnerships, along with the investments that we've made at home in the United States, the investments we've made in our infrastructure, the investments we've made in science and technology and chips, the building blocks of the 21st century economy, the investments we've made in climate technology. You put those two things together, investments at home, much greater alignment with partners and allies across the board in Europe, in the Indo-Pacific, in Asia, on how to approach a question as complicated as relations with China. That puts us in a position of much greater strength in dealing with all of the challenges that we have to deal with.
Minister Jaishankar, India has more of a multiple choice mindset. Would that be right? From non-alignment to, I think you may have called it, or somebody else called it, all alignment. So you can pick and choose alliances, but you can also pick and choose topics. On Russia, for example, you still buy Russian oil. Is that okay with your counterpart from the US? Everything is, your relationship is fine, you can do whatever you want whenever you want?
Okay. First of all...
I mean, you're sitting next to each other.
No. So. First of all, delighted to be here. And I couldn't find a better set of people to be with on the stage. So thank you for whoever put us all together. Your question, do we have multiple options? Answer is yes. Is that a problem? Why should it be a problem? If I'm smart enough to have multiple options, you should be admiring me. You shouldn't be criticizing. Now, is that a problem for other people? I don't think so. I don't think so, certainly in this case and in that case, because, look, we try to explain what are the different pulls and pressures which countries have. And it's very hard to have a unidimensional relationship. Now, again, different countries and different relationships have different histories. If I were to look, say, between the US and Germany, it is rooted, there's an alliance nature to it. There's a certain history on which that relationship is grounded. In our case, it's very different. So I don't want you to even inadvertently give the impression that we are purely and unsentimentally transactional. We are not. We get along with people, we believe in things, we share things, we agree on some things, but there are times when when you're located in different places, have different levels of development, different experiences. All of that gets into it. So life is complicated, life is differentiated, and I think it's very important today not to reduce the entire complexity of our world into very sweeping propositions. Yeah. I think that era is today behind us. Yeah. So I agree very much with what Tony said, which is good partners provide choices. Smart partners take some of those choices. But sometimes there will be choices on which you say, well, I think I'll pass up on that one.
It's a very good point, which brings me to the BRICS and the rise of middle powers, because that is one of the shifts that we see today. To what extent do you think that is a challenge to the West, or maybe that can be sort of the bridge, especially in a world where we will see continued competition between the US and China? And I'm going to ask Minister Jaishankar first, but I'd love for both of you to come as well.
I thought maybe the BRICS one, you wanted the US.
After you, Jack, please.
Look, again, I think it's important to go back to how it began. The BRICS started in an era where Western dominance was very strong. The premier gathering of the world was the G7. And you had a number of significant powers in the world. who felt that, well, they were not part of the G7, but maybe they also brought value to the table by sitting and discussing with others. So in a sense, you had a collection of these countries. It was originally 4. South Africa joined later. If you look at it, it's a very interesting group because it's geographically as disparate as it can be. Yet it is bound by the fact that these discussions we've had over a decade and a half have been very useful for all of us. Now, like any product, you test it in the market at some point. We tested it last year and asked people, so how many of you want to join BRICS? And we got almost 30 countries who were willing to join BRICS. So clearly, if 30 countries saw value in it, there must be something good we've done. So I think it's important today to make a distinction between being non-West and anti-West. Mm-hmm. I would certainly characterize India as a country which is non-West, but which has an extremely strong relationship with Western countries, getting better by the day. Not everybody else necessarily in that grouping might qualify for that description, but the contribution the BRICS has made, if one looks at the G7 and how it evolved into the G20, I think in a way those additional 13 members who came into its bigger grouping, 5 of them are BRICS members. The fact that there was another group which was meeting regularly and discussing and debating, I think certainly was an input into the expansion of the G7 into the G20. So I think we did a service to the world.
Yeah. Secretary Blinken?
I'm tempted to say what my friend said and leave it at that. Look, what we don't need to do and what we're not doing is trying to somehow design the world into rigid blocks. Each and every one of the issues that we have to deal with and deal with in the interest of the American people may have different collections and coalitions of countries that are focused on it, that bring certain experiences, certain capacities. And I think about it as variable geometry. We're putting together a puzzle with collections of countries and not just countries, organizations of different sizes and different shapes to deal with a given problem. As Jai said, we have, and of course the fact that the relationship between our countries, I would argue, is the strongest it's ever been. It makes no difference that India happens to be a leading member of BRICS. We're a leading member of the G7. We have the G20, and we have a multiplicity of things that we're doing together every single day in different ways of organizing ourselves. India and the United States working together in AUKUS, working together, in the Quad, working together in a variety of other fora. All of this goes to the point that the complexity and the multiplicity of the challenges we have demands that we find different ways to work together, and they shouldn't be done on an exclusive basis. Look, our default, of course, is to work in the first instance with fellow democracies. That's only normal and natural, but we are not only willing, we are actively working with any country that wants to solve a particular problem and wants to do so within the context of a rules-based order. That's the way we approach things.
Speaking of a rule-based order, major powers today are criticized for sort of upholding the rule-based order and upholding values in certain areas, but not in others. And a lot of people around the world, and particularly in the global south, but I would say not only in the global south, even within our Western democracies, are confused. They look at what's happening in Gaza and at the intensity of the killing, and they ask, where are human rights? Where are these Western values? I'm sure you're having here today and yesterday a lot of similar discussions, Minister Baerbock.
Yes, and they are so productive because many of them are not only speed dating, but behind closed doors, very trustfully. And I think the most important job for those who believe in a rules-based international order be it politicians, be it journalists, be it citizens, is to not be pushed into this speed dating, into this black and white world in all our bubbles. Because easily, and this is a double standard question, yeah? If you only look, and you mentioned the situation in Gaza, if I only see the whole time on YouTube what's happening in Gaza, and I do that every second day, every day I cannot stand it because otherwise I couldn't get out of my bed anymore. Yeah, your reality is obviously the only thing what we can and have to do right now is to go in a total ceasefire to rescue these innocent children dying there every day. Yeah? So, and you're 100% right by that. But the question is to really come to this reality is to force myself, not myself, but all these persons are saying this is the moral right thing to do, to then also ask, so how do we come to that? And this is then when some might ask, so why you, German Foreign Minister, didn't call for immediate ceasefire the last months ago? Because I also looked at the other side, at the other YouTube videos, at the other bubbles, yeah, where I saw 4 days after the 7th of October, I didn't even see it, I spoke to the father whose wife and 2 little girls had been kidnapped by terrorists from Hamas. I saw the video where women have been not only raped, but murdered afterwards. And in that moment, for me, it was clear, again, that we can also not only relate to the past, saying, okay, we know how negotiations with terrorists are working, because if you saw that video and if you were ready to see these women suffering there, you understand that this is not only a military logic, because those people who are doing this, raping a woman and killing her afterwards, they don't want to exchange soldiers or political prisoners. They enjoy slaughtering women. I'm saying that because I think this is really important, bringing it down to the people, because then you understand in this kind of situation, how do we come now to a ceasefire? That the release of hostages, the release of these women is crucial, because otherwise we can never save the children in Gaza. So this comes all back to what my dear colleague Zhishenko has said. If we're not capable of stepping out of right or wrong, yes or no, black or white, we will, in this world of dilemmas, never do what our job, I would say, the 3 of us here, is to do all the best to rescue people. And this is why we have been working so intensively with those partners, Arab partners, in the last 3 months, to see how we can come together for the most important point right now, freeing the hostages, having a humanitarian pause to bring in humanitarian support into Gaza, and not stopping. Even though the headlines are there every day, you cannot fix it anyhow. I think the biggest favor for those who do not care for human rights and the international order is that we are giving up, and that we are not being ready to look at these different topics from our different side. And this is why, at least for me, I would say for all the 3 of us, use our competences, use our channels we are having. And there's, again, diversity is beneficial. If we are not all the same, but if we are trying to solve this horrible war in the Middle East from our different perspectives, then we can also bring security both for the people in Israel and the people in Gaza.
I have to say, I fully subscribe to everything that Annalena said. And I think as people in positions for a brief period of time of responsibility, but also, and maybe foremost, as human beings, as mothers, fathers, children, brothers and sisters, we're intensely driven to try to prevent or stop human suffering, including the suffering of men, women, and children in Gaza. The question is how to do it most effectively, and how to take account of the incredible complexity that Annalena just outlined so well. But there's another element to this that we have a responsibility to do something about. The greatest poison in our common well is dehumanization. And we see that in all directions. And if you lose sight of the humanity of someone else, then your heart is hardened to a point where anything is acceptable and anything is possible. Part of our responsibility is to do what we can, to push back, to avoid, to call out dehumanization wherever it's coming from, in whatever direction. Because if we can't get at that, it's very hard, if not impossible, to do other things.
One of the criticism that I think, I'm sure you hear a lot is U.S. policy has, of course, shifted in the last couple of months, but yet you want the fighting to stop, but there is no sign whatsoever that you're not willing to send weapons to Israel, for example. So that also confuses people. You know, when they look at the rhetoric versus the action, what would you say to that?
Well, first, we're committed to Israel's security. That's been clear from day one. It remains clear. And we understand and support the proposition that Israel has to find ways to make sure that what happened on October 7th never happens again. So we start there. But we've also said, and not only said, we've acted on the proposition that, of course, the way Israel does that matters profoundly. The way it does it in terms of trying to ensure greater protection for civilians who are caught in a crossfire of Hamas's making. That's absolutely essential. Making sure that people in need get the assistance they need. We are working on this every single day. And as we've seen this evolve over the last 4 months, things have happened as a result of our engagement, our intervention, that I would say probably would not have happened, almost certainly wouldn't have happened without it. But it's not enough. It's insufficient. And that's why we're at it almost literally 24 hours a day.
May I add something on that?
Yes, sure.
Because for the full picture, and this is what we are discussing, and this is a good thing, in these horrible times I'm always trying to see the glimpse of hope at the horizon. The good thing is that over the last 3 months, all these discussions were helpful in a way. First, we didn't have any humanitarian support. Now we have at least a few trucks, not enough trucks, but also from the other understanding, and this is why I totally agree with the security guarantees for Israel. You cannot just say we need a ceasefire and the Israeli government, the IDF, has to stop, and then we just wait and see what happens to the regrouping of Hamas. No, we have to give an answer to both legitimate security concerns. So our part of discussion is, for example, in the north. If people go back to the north, how do we, as an international community, secure that Hamas is not regrouping there, misusing against civilians as human protection shield? And this is also part of our common international security response.
Minister what is the view from India? What would you, if you had some advice for your colleagues, what would you tell them?
Well, I don't have advice for my colleagues, though I think all of us follow the enormous efforts which Tony is putting in right now. Look, the way we look at it, there are different dimensions, different elements to this. Number one, we must be clear that what happened on October 7th was terrorism. No caveats, no justification, no explanation. It was terrorism. Number two, as Israel responds, it is important that Israel should have been very mindful of civilian casualties, that it has an obligation to observe international humanitarian law. Number three, the return of hostages is today imperative. Number four, there is a need for a humanitarian corridor, a sustainable humanitarian corridor to provide relief. And eventually, there has to be a permanent fix, a long-term fix. Otherwise, we're going to see a recurrence. And I think today, certainly India has long believed in a two-state solution. We have maintained that position for many decades. And I think today many more countries in the world today feel not just that the two-state solution is necessary, but it is more urgent than it was before.
Let me take a couple of questions. I think there's a gentleman there, and then there, and there. Okay. Let's take all three questions. Actually, we'll take 4 questions very quickly. Yes, 4 is there.
Natalie Tocci, Rome. A question, in fact, both to Secretary Blinken and to Foreign Minister Baerbock. I mean, the logic of the argument of being somewhat reticent on pushing for a ceasefire, as far as I understand, is basically that of saying, well, one needs to make sure that what happened on the 7th of October does not happen again. And so the question that I ask you is, do you think that what is happening now, what has happened over the last 4 months, will actually reduce the chances of what happened on the 7th of October happening again? Will it actually make Israel more secure or not?
Okay, so there's... Okay, so I thought that question was that side, but okay.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Secretary Blinken, you said those who are not at the table are in the menu. Ukraine was at the table in Budapest when we voluntarily gave up our nuclear weaponry. Now we are in the menu. So the question is, what is the way for us? We are confronted with a nuclear power. Either we will become member of NATO, alliance with a nuclear power, or we should restore our nuclear status. I don't see any other option. What option do you prefer, and what you will answer on this? Thank you very much.
Okay. There's a question here, a question there, and then we'll do one round. Would that be okay? Yes, I mean, I have time. Yeah, here we go.
Thank you. My name is Shafiq Abram from Egypt. My question is to Secretary Blinken. You've invested an incredible amount of time trying to bring a settlement in the issue of Gaza. And at the very same time, we all feel in the region that things can spill over in a very dramatic way. Especially, there are many excuses of why not to have a solution, but to do things step by step. That is not going to work. So my question to you is, sir, why, with all the countries, including the United States, including the UK, just what Cameron has just said, proclaiming a two-state solution is not something the United States puts on the floor now and be able to achieve that?
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, there's a question there, and then I'm afraid.
I have a loud voice. I don't need a microphone. Hello, my name is Masih Alinejad. I'm an Iranian troublemaker for mullahs, and I have a simple question. We cannot talk about global security by forgetting about Iran, by burying the human rights abuse under the carpet. I'm here today with a woman who was in the front line of last year's uprising. She was shot in her eyes. She lost her eyes because of the Revolutionary Guards. So my question is very clear. How we can reach to peace and security in the world without designating the Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist organization, which the United States of America did that, thanks. But why the allies are not following the United States? Okay. The democratic countries are not as united as autocracy, because Islamic Republic is helping Putin, is helping Hamas, all the proxies in Yemen. So as we see, unfortunately, dictators are more united than democratic countries. Do you have any common strategy to isolate Islamic Republic and address Khamenei and his gang of killers the way that you address Putin? Thank you so much.
To all three of you, you can pick the question you want to answer. I know one was directed, a couple were directed at Secretary Blinken. So maybe you start.
Good.
Yeah.
So to the question, is Israel more secure now, after 4 months after October 7th? I think the answer is, in the near term, in the immediate, yes, it is, in terms of dealing with the immediate threat. The horrific terrorist group that attacked it in the most unimaginable ways on October 7th. Is it more secure for the long term? That's a different question. because the fundamental question we have to ask ourselves is, and Jai mentioned this, how do we make sure that this cycle, one way or another, doesn't repeat itself, whether it's a year from now, 5 years from now, or 10 years from now? I think there's an extraordinary opportunity before Israel in the months ahead to actually, once and for all, end that cycle. And it's because there's some new facts that didn't exist before when there were efforts to make peace between Israelis and Palestinians, starting with the fact that virtually every Arab country now genuinely wants to integrate Israel into the region, to normalize relations if they haven't already done so, to provide security assurances and commitments so that Israel can feel more safe and more secure. At the same time, there are genuine efforts underway, led by Arab countries, to reform, revitalize, revamp the Palestinian Authority so that it can be more effective in representing the interests of the Palestinian people and could be a better partner for Israel in that future. And there's also, I think, the imperative that Jai mentioned, that's more urgent than ever, to proceed to a Palestinian state, one that also ensures the security of Israel and makes the necessary commitments to do so. If you put all of that together, you have an integrated region where people are actually working together for the common good, a region in which Israel is secure in ways that it's never been before, and where the number one threat to its security, as well as the security of many of us, just alluded to in the last question, Iran, is isolated, along with all of its proxies. That future, that path is there, it's clear, it's hard, it's complicated, but it's real. The alternative is an endless repetition of the cycle that we've seen, year after year, decade after decade, generation after generation. It's incumbent upon all of us who have relationships with and responsibility for different countries in the region, things that we bring to the table ourselves, to make the hard decisions, do the difficult things, to actually make that path clear, real, and one whose attraction is overwhelmingly powerful. I think the more we're able to do that, and the more we distinguish between that path and the alternative, the greater the chance we'll actually see movement in that direction. I'll say just very quickly on Ukraine. I think you've heard throughout this conference, including by the fact that we have an extraordinary delegation from the United States Congress here, Republicans, Democrats, Senate, House, that there is enduring support for Ukraine, and that's not just from the United States, it's from country after country in Europe and well beyond, for a whole variety of reasons, starting, of course, with the aggression that the Ukrainians have suffered, but also because that aggression has gone to the very principles at the heart of the international system that each of us has a stake in preserving, and that's not going away. So there's a tremendous determination on the part of dozens of countries to do two things. First, to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to deal in the immediate with the ongoing Russian aggression, but second, to put Ukraine on a path where increasingly, in the months and years to come, it's able to stand strongly on its own 2 feet, militarily, economically, and democratically. That is the strongest possible rebuke to Putin. It's the strongest possible rebuke to all those who would seek to undermine Ukraine. And I'll just conclude with this. The real lesson to be drawn from what we've seen, including, as you rightly said, Russia tearing up and then spitting on the Budapest Memorandum, among many, many other agreements, is that this aggression against Ukraine has been an absolute strategic debacle for Vladimir Putin and for Russia. Russia is weaker militarily, it's weaker economically, it's weaker diplomatically. Europe has ended its energy dependence on Russia in the space of 2 years. Ukrainians are more united than they've ever been including against Russia, which was not the case, certainly in 2014. Not desirable, but it's a result of Russia's actions, and certainly since 2022. We have the NATO alliance, a defensive alliance, with no intent of ever attacking Russia, only there to defend its members, that is now stronger and larger. All of this a result of actions that Russia has taken, precipitating the very things it said it wanted to prevent. So I think as those lessons are digested, not to mention the horrific losses that Russia has suffered as a result of Vladimir Putin throwing its young men into a meat grinder of his own making, I think the more those lessons are digested, the more you're going to see that this is not repeated. But that requires all of us to maintain the solidarity that we've demonstrated with Ukraine, a solidarity that is important not just for Ukraine, but for all of us. The stakes couldn't be higher. So my belief, again, listening to everyone here over the last couple of days, talking to our members of Congress who are with us, is that not only is that support there, it will be sustained, and Ukraine will succeed.
Thank you, Secretary. Minister Baerbock.
Well, I guess the question from Iran was for us. So the question was, why do you not follow the example and list them as terrorist in a terrorist sanction regime? The Revolutionary Guard. We have discussed it quite often, but the quick answer is because I'm defending rule of law, trying without any double standards. And our legal situation in the European Union, and you can like it or not, but this is in which context we are working in our European legal system. We have a sanction system for listing under terrorism if terrorism occurs in another country, especially in the European Union. It was after the attacks on the US on the 9th of September. So we need a legal ground to list them. So far, we do not have the evidence and proof that there have been these terrorist attacks in the European Union. There were different cases. It's a different legal system in the US. But, and this is important for me because I hear this argument again and again, this is not because we shy away with regard to the Revolutionary Guard or the crimes against the women, youth, civil society, its own population. No, we use the instruments we are having as a European Union to defend human rights. And we set up, for the first time in history of the European Union, a sanction systems because of human rights violation. And for me, this is even stronger. In the past, it was the same with Daesh and the crimes against Yazidi women. Yeah? They have been brought to court, not slaughtering women, not saying these are the worst sexual violence crimes you commit, but under terrorism. I think this is wrong. We have to name the crimes, and the crime is targeted directly to women, directly to human rights. We say we sanction you because of what you have done to you, shooting in your eyes, killing your friends, killing your sisters. And it's the same effects. And this, it comes all down to me. For me, politics, it's not about symbolic action. It's about what matters for the people. And under this sanction risk system, human rights sanctions from the EU, revolutionary guards, we named them, cannot enter the European Union. We have frozen their asset. So the result is exactly the same what the US has done under the terrorist sanction system. So if you ask me, do we act as a result in the same way? Yes, we do, but we call it human rights sanction system because these are the worst human rights violations you can see. And this comes also back to the other question about symbolic politics or what matters in reality. We would have been at a total different state if after the 7th of October, this was a question from Italy, after the 7th of October, we could have had a common resolution. We were in Cairo at the so-called Peace Summit, together with different countries, many Arab partners, and also from the European Union. We tried to fix a text where we would say, okay, after these horrible crimes of the 7th of October, there could be the momentum now for whatever generations have dreamt of, a two-state solution pathway. But in order to do that, we have to guarantee that the 7th of October never happens again to Israel, and we have to guarantee that Palestinians have the security to live in peace and security for them. Unfortunately, those meeting there together, not everybody was ready to name the 7th of October what it was, a terrorist attack from Hamas on Israeli people. And this is why we passed this momentum. I regret it, but this is how life is. So now again, we have to work again. If we now, after 4 months, where we see that the current situation only brings misery for everybody, if we can regroup again, and this is why what we have described before, for us it's so important to work together as European Union, as the US, with Arab partners to find what we need, guarantees that Israelis can live forever in security, that the 7th of October can never happen again. And the same counts for Palestinian people. It has to be a irreversible path towards a two-state solution. And this is our job, which we have to do right now, and we can only do it together with the different partners. Neither the US, definitely not Germany, but also not one Arab country alone can go this path. We have to group and unite together for the peace in the Middle East.
Inshallah, as they would say in the Middle East.
So I'll just take a minute.
1 minute, yes.
I think a very large number of countries, especially of the global south, believe that terrorism shouldn't be countenanced or justified. But they equally strongly believe that a two-state solution should not be delayed. These are not choices. These are both musts. And unless we are able to address both these issues, we are not going to really solve the problem.
Well, thank you all. I know that we've gone over time, so apologies for that. And thank you to the audience.
And you've got, I think, a couple of hundred Scalp Storm Shadow missiles. Are you going to be giving any of those to Ukraine?
Italy is strongly engaged in the defense of Ukraine. The package, the military package number 8, is going to Ukraine. The Italian parliament voted in favor of this decision. But the aid is not only military aid. Today, I signed an agreement for 200 million euro for Ukraine on energy, because to back Ukraine is not only to send weapons, it's also to work for the reconstruction. Italy is strongly engaged, for example, for the reconstruction of the Cathedral of Odessa. And last year, Italy worked for the reconstruction on the electricity network. For this is not only the problem, is not only weapons. We want to back Ukraine at economic level, at military level, the reconstruction. For this, we need to look at the package, not only at the package, part of the package. For this, I think our engagement is very, very strong. Talking with Kuleba, he told me, thank you very much for the Italian engagement on Ukraine. We have spent a lot of money, and we need to add also a lot of Italian soldiers engaged close to the border with Ukraine. This is also to spend money for the protection of the NATO border, but also a clear message in favor of Ukraine. We need also to add this, because there is Italian Air Force, there are a lot of Italian soldiers close to the border in Romania and many European countries. For the protection of the NATO border is an engagement in defense of Ukraine, in defense of our freedom. We need to add also a lot of Italian soldiers engaged in Lebanon. There are 2 missions in Lebanon, in defense also peace and stability, for the training of Lebanese army is crucial for the stability, for also stopping the power of Hezbollah. There are also 1,200 Italian soldiers close to the border between Lebanon and Israel. There are Italian soldiers in Iraq. There are Italian soldiers in many Western Balkans countries, Kosovo, Albania, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And then there are also a lot of Italian soldiers working for the peace and the stability in Horn of Africa, Chad, and also there is Italian Navy engaged in the Red Sea for the security of the maritime traffic. The military engagement of Italy is very important in this area for working for the stability. And also the Italian Army, the Italian Air Force worked hard for helping the civil population in Palestine. For this, I think the Italian Army is, I am proud of the Italian Army. In the past, I was in Italian Air Force. I am proud of Italian Air Force, but also of our Army and our Navy. Thank you very much.
Rai News.
Sì, volevo chiedere a livello di difesa e di sicurezza qual è il pericolo maggiore che corre l'Europa in questo momento?
Abbiamo 3 guerre ai nostri confini. Noi non siamo chiusi all'interno dei confini nazionali, siamo parte dell'Unione Europea, siamo parte della NATO, quindi i pericoli sono molti. Guardiamo il Mar Rosso, ci sono pericoli per il traffico marittimo. Ogni nave italiana che passa nel Suez e il Mar Rosso è un pezzo di territorio italiano che passa a Suez e il Mar Rosso. Noi abbiamo il 40% del nostro prodotto interno lordo che è frutto di esportazioni e il 40% del traffico merci italiano che per le esportazioni marittimo passa attraverso il canale di Suez. Quindi immaginate quanto è importante per noi proteggere militarmente da ogni attacco. Non ci faremo intimorire dagli Houthi, saremo lì a proteggere le nostre navi augurandoci che possa esserci una de-escalation, ma i pericoli sono molti, non escluso quello del terrorismo. Ecco perché abbiamo chiesto di sospendere la frontiera Schengen con la Slovenia, perché con la situazione che c'è il rischio che che ci siano lungo la rotta balcanica anche presenze di terroristi. Dobbiamo assolutamente filtrare tutti coloro che arrivano attraverso la frontiera con la Slovenia, certo una scelta temporanea, ma che abbiamo rinnovato proprio per garantire la sicurezza. C'è stato un momento di maggior preoccupazione tra Natale e la fine dell'anno, ora le cose sembrano essere meno preoccupanti, però bisogna sempre vigilare per eventuali rischi di terrorismo. Con la situazione che abbiamo in aree molto vicine alla nostra, con tante comunità ebraiche. Noi abbiamo un'importante comunità ebraica, sono cittadini italiani che abbiamo il dovere di proteggere, quindi tutta la nostra comunità ebraica è assolutamente protetta dalle forze dell'ordine e dalle forze armate.
La stampa.
Presidente, buongiorno. Nell'eventualità di un secondo mandato Trump, quale scenario prevede per la NATO in Europa? E è pensabile un potenziamento dei rapporti bilaterali tra i paesi europei sulla difesa in una cornice NATO, cioè una NATO europea, o è meglio una cornice coordinata dalla Commissione europea?
Ma sono due cose secondo me non in contrasto fra di loro. Avere una difesa europea, cioè avere un esercito europeo, detto tradotto in termini un po' più semplici, significa avere una forza politica che ci permette anche all'interno dell'Alleanza Atlantica di contare di più, cioè di essere un interlocutore paritario con gli Stati Uniti, anche dal punto di vista dei numeri, dal punto di vista degli investimenti, dal punto di vista della efficienza, perché avere 27 forze armate differenti, sia pur in collaborazione fra di loro, significa avere degli intralci che, ahimè, sono emersi per esempio durante la guerra che c'era in Bosnia. C'erano carri armati Leopard, italiani e tedeschi, che erano praticamente identici, guardandoli al di fuori, però la catena di comando era, dal punto di vista tecnologico, era diversa e quindi non potevano interagire fra di loro. Quindi anche dal punto di vista della produzione industriale deve esserci una armonizzazione perché poi lo strumento militare possa essere più efficiente. E poi bisogna anche andare sui numeri. Se noi vogliamo avere un'Europa politicamente forte, abbiamo bisogno di una politica estera vera e di un sistema di difesa vero. La Commissione europea è bene che decida di dar vita ad un commissario per la difesa, quindi è una scelta di tipo politico. Poi naturalmente si lavorerà a livello NATO per rinforzare la nostra presenza, quindi le due cose non è che sono in contrasto. Io ritengo che un esercito europeo possa rinforzare la presenza e il ruolo dell'Europa all'interno della NATO. Le stelle polari della nostra politica estera sono l'Europa e le relazioni transatlantiche, indipendentemente da chi è il Presidente della Repubblica. Noi siamo alleati degli Stati Uniti, non dobbiamo intervenire nella campagna elettorale americana. Per noi Biden, Trump o chiunque sia il Presidente degli Stati Uniti è il Presidente degli Stati Uniti. Noi non facciamo una scelta di tipo personale, facciamo una scelta strategica. Le relazioni con gli Stati Uniti sono le relazioni con gli Stati Uniti. Io quando ero Presidente del Parlamento Europeo ho avuto Trump come Presidente, ho lavorato quando ero commissario con Biden che era vicepresidente degli Stati Uniti. Per me le cose non sono cambiate. La mia posizione politica è per un legame forte Italia, Europa, Stati Uniti. Abbiamo valori comuni, democrazia, libertà, diritti della persona, diritti civili, e quindi credo che queste relazioni siano fondamentali, qualunque sia il Presidente degli Stati Uniti.
Reuters.
Hi, John Irish from Reuters. I just want to follow up on my colleague from Politico. 3 of your G7 allies have now signed security assurances deals with Ukraine. At what stage, and they have substantial military packages in these deals and commitments, at what stage are your discussions with Ukraine? Are there any specific difficulties in concluding this deal? And can you just be a bit more specific on what Italy is willing to do to ramp up its military support for Ukraine? Thank you.
It's a long word, 2 years. this is not easy also for Ukraine. It's our job to back Ukraine at political level, as I said, because this is the political message is the most important. It's important for Ukraine, it's important also for Russia. Europe, the G7, is supporting Ukraine. We want peace, of course, and justice in the same time. Justice is the freedom of Ukraine. The second point is to back Ukraine, as I said, at financial level, for the reconstruction. For us, it's very important to work on energy, because energy is crucial for every sector, also for the military sector. For this, I am very happy for the signature of the today agreement for Italian investments in favor of a very important project on energy in Ukraine. I signed it with Minister Kuleba. This is a second clear message, because to fight is not only to have weapons. It is important the engagement of the soldiers, is important the network behind the front line. Energy for this is crucial. The third point, weapons. We are doing what is possible to do. As I said, the Italian Parliament approved the package, military package number 8 in 24 months, 8 packages. And I think this package is, I think, in Ukraine in these days for this. We will do what we need to do as Italy for supporting Ukraine in this different sector, because the war is not only a battle between soldiers, is first of all is a political choice to back, to protect, to defend the independence of Ukraine, is to protect our borders, to defend our values. The defeat of Ukraine is our defeat. The freedom of Ukraine is our freedom. And never forget, Ukraine is a country candidate as member of the European Union. For this, they are friends, and we want to protect this country in every sector.
Nuccia Bianchini, Agi, e poi avremo tempo solo per altre 2 domande.
Sì, buongiorno Ministro. Parlate di soluzione a 2 stati per arrivare a un contenimento della crisi tra Israele e Hamas, ma una soluzione del genere passa attraverso il riconoscimento dello Stato palestinese. Allora c'è stato un progressivo avvicinamento delle posizioni occidentali, la Spagna con Sanchez si è detta pronta a riconoscerlo. Mi chiedo come l'Italia si pone, il governo italiano si pone nei confronti di questo tema.
Ma noi lavoriamo insieme all'Unione Europea, lavoriamo insieme al G7. È ovvio che la strategia 2 popoli, 2 stati deve portare al mutuo riconoscimento dell'indipendenza dei 2 paesi, perché soltanto così si risolve la questione mediorientale. Non è soltanto una questione per risolvere il conflitto attuale tra Hamas e Israele dopo l'attacco orribile del 7 di ottobre. Si tratta di pianificare una strategia per il futuro. L'unica soluzione possibile è quella di due popoli e due stati, lo diciamo in maniera molto chiara a tutti. È ovvio che c'è chi non vuole che questo obiettivo si raggiunga, ma noi che vogliamo la pace, che vogliamo che finisca questa carneficina che ha portato alla morte di migliaia di persone, di civili israeliani e palestinesi, ecco, questa carneficina deve finire. Devono finire gli orrori che abbiamo visto durante l'attacco, che non è stato un attacco militare, lo ripeto, di Hamas, è stata una vera caccia all'ebreo, con un comportamento che ricorda quello dei tempi dell'Olocausto, forse anche peggiore. Io ho visto delle scene irraccontabili, ho detto quella della mamma che ha visto il figlio neonato chiuso in un forno mentre veniva violentata da 20 persone. Poi è stata uccisa e hanno giocato con i suoi seni a pallone per la strada. Quindi queste sono scene che hanno profondamente ferito il mondo, a dimostrazione che Hamas è un'organizzazione terroristica criminale che ha la responsabilità di ciò che è accaduto, che è responsabile della morte anche di decine di migliaia di palestinesi. Detto questo, noi diciamo che è giunto il momento di sospendere gli scontri, lo diciamo sempre a Israele, fin dal primo minuto abbiamo chiesto a Israele di avere una reazione proporzionata. E quando la reazione non è proporzionata non è condivisibile. Ci sono troppi morti tra i civili palestinesi. Ripeto, noi quando diciamo anche nel documento che ci preoccupiamo delle condizioni degli ostaggi, che sono quasi tutti civili, è vero c'è qualche militare, sulla violenza sessuale anche che subiscono gli ostaggi, ci preoccupiamo della popolazione civile, così come noi ci siamo preoccupati anche fattivamente della popolazione civile palestinese. Abbiamo accompagnato, curato tanti bambini e siamo pronti a fare ancora di più per aiutare vittime innocenti che nulla hanno a che vedere con Hamas e con la guerra.
Silvia Amaro, CNBC.
Hello, thank you. I have two questions. One on the G7 plan to use the Russian frozen assets to issue new debt for Ukraine. How are you going to make this work when you have Europe clear saying that this poses financial stability risks to Europe? And then briefly, a reaction on President Zelensky's comment on the main stage earlier today, saying that European countries are not ready to fight Russia, I should say. Is Italy ready to fight Russia if Russia were to attack a NATO country? Thank you.
Ma io vorrei che gli scenari di guerra fossero il più lontano possibile dai nostri confini. Noi non siamo in guerra con la Russia. Noi difendiamo l'indipendenza dell'Ucraina, che è cosa ben diversa. Noi non siamo in guerra con il popolo russo, condanniamo tutto ciò che ha fatto il Cremlino, tutto ciò che ha fatto Putin, compresa la vicenda Navalny, compresa la vergognosa detenzione di questo oppositore come di tanti altri oppositori. Noi vogliamo lavorare per la pace, una pace giusta, ma non vogliamo fare la guerra con nessuno. Noi difendiamo il diritto internazionale, condanniamo, abbiamo inflitto delle sanzioni, dobbiamo valutare cosa accadrà anche dei beni anche finanziari sequestrati ai russi, cosa si può fare dal punto di vista giuridico. Noi siamo amici dell'Ucraina, ma vogliamo sempre lavorare per la pace e stiamo facendo tutto ciò che è possibile. Cioè, lavorare in sostegno dell'Ucraina significa lavorare per la pace, perché se l'Ucraina dovesse essere invasa sarebbe una resa e non una pace. Ecco, per questo noi siamo, però sempre lo facciamo, l'Italia lo fa sempre con grande determinazione, però sempre avendo come obiettivo principale in Ucraina nel Mar Rosso, in Medio Oriente, la pace. Questo è il nostro obiettivo finale. Anche le nostre forze armate sono impegnate per la pace, per garantire la pace. Chi conosce un po' il mondo militare sa bene che i militari sono i meno guerrafondai di tutti proprio perché conoscono i rischi della guerra, perché poi sono loro che muoiono. Quindi è ovvio che anche tutte le nostre forze armate impiegate, ho elencato in maniera minuziosa quelli che sono gli impegni militari in questa fase del nostro paese, ecco, sono tutti donne e uomini portatori di pace, sono apprezzati in Kosovo, sono apprezzati in Libano, in Kosovo, in Serbia, sono apprezzati in Libano, sono apprezzati anche in Chad, quindi noi vogliamo essere portatori di pace, pronti sempre però a difendere la libertà e la democrazia.
Ultima domanda, Rino Pellino, Rai.
Ho due domande, signor Ministro. Israele ha abbandonato la trattativa oggi con Hamas. Continuano le pressioni a livello internazionale per cercare di arrivare ad un cessate il fuoco, ma questo cessate il fuoco non arriva. Che cosa si può fare? Aumentare ancora queste pressioni? Oggi, per esempio, per la prima volta lei, ma anche non per la prima volta in assoluto, ma oggi in questa situazione tanto lei quanto il cancelliere Scholz avete condannato le violenze dei coloni contro i palestinesi nella West Bank, che è un problema vecchio. Che cosa si può fare, cosa possono fare gli Stati Uniti da questo punto di vista? Una domanda sulla missione Aspides. È una missione di difesa, ha detto lei, quindi diversa da quella che stanno portando avanti gli Stati Uniti e l'Inghilterra. Non ci saranno attacchi alle basi Houthi o alle postazioni missilistiche, oppure sarà necessario ricorrere anche a questo?
Allora, la missione Aspides è una missione che punta a difendere militarmente il traffico marittimo civile. Quindi le navi italiane saranno protette, come le altre navi che passeranno attraverso Suez nel Mar Rosso, saranno protette militarmente, vale a dire se c'è un attacco di un missile o di un drone, quel missile e quel drone vengono abbattuti. Quindi sarà una risposta militare, non sarà un semplice accompagnamento, ma non sarà una missione che punta a bombardare basi degli Houthi nello Yemen. Quindi uso della forza, ma soltanto per proteggere da eventuali attacchi. Quindi non è un semplice accompagnamento, è una vera azione di protezione e difesa militare del traffico mercantile. Per quanto riguarda l'impegno, lo vedrete nel documento approvato oggi, che è la mia dichiarazione, ma è frutto di un accordo complessivo di tutti i ministri degli esteri del G7, parla della volontà di arrivare all'obiettivo di due popoli, due stati, passando attraverso adesso un'interruzione dei combattimenti che permetta la liberazione incondizionata degli ostaggi israeliani, che permetta di aiutare la popolazione civile palestinese che ha bisogno di aiuti umanitari, per poi avviare una trattativa che mi auguro possa portare alla pace. E naturalmente noi condanniamo Hamas deve essere fuori dalla striscia di Gaza, perché è un'organizzazione terroristica. Come ho detto, noi sosteniamo l'autorità nazionale palestinese che si deve rinnovare, ma il messaggio è molto chiaro, come è chiara la critica molto dura nei confronti dei coloni israeliani che nella West Bank stanno compiendo atti illegali e illegittimi. Questo bisogna dirlo, ma nel documento è scritto in maniera molto chiara.
Grazie a tutti, si chiude così la conferenza stampa. Mi dispiace se alcuni di voi non sono riusciti a fare le domande, ma il tempo è tiranno in queste circostanze. Buon lavoro.
Grazie.
I want to thank you for all that you have done and all that you are as a leader. You and I have had many conversations, and it is my honor to say, as part of a public conversation, that you have been an extraordinarily courageous leader and have shown your commitment to the Ukrainian people and to democratic principles, including the most important, one of the most important, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. So it is good to see you again. I was in Munich and have been here to talk about where we stand currently in terms of our relationship to the Ukrainian people and our unyielding commitment on behalf of the United States to the Ukrainian people and to their sovereignty, to their freedom. 2 years ago when I was here, it was to foreshadow the Russian playbook for the world and to outline the steps the United States, along with our allies and partners, would take in response to their aggression. And I shared with the President then, President Zelensky, that the United States stands with Ukraine. And we've been proud to stand with Ukraine over the last 2 years. And President Joe Biden and I will continue to stand with Ukraine, as I said yesterday, and as we say every day. Yesterday, we received reports that Alexei Navalny died in Russia. I met with his wife, Yulia, yesterday and expressed my outrage and sorrow. In this fight, and I will say that Alexei Navalny has been a brave leader who stood up against corruption and autocracy, and he stood up for the truth. The reports of his death are further proof of Putin's brutality. It reminds us why our support for Ukraine is so important, because Ukraine is fighting back heroically against Putin's continued brutality. In Munich 2 years ago, many thought Kyiv would fall in a matter of days, yet thanks to the skill and bravery of the people of Ukraine and the support of the 50-nation coalition the United States has led, Kyiv stands free and strong. President Zelensky, that is a testament, as I've said, to your extraordinary leadership and the determination of the people of Ukraine and their willingness to fight for their homes and their homeland, for their freedom and their independence. In this fight, Ukraine has achieved significant success against an adversary on an imperialistic quest to subjugate your nation. An adversary with an economy 10 times larger than Ukraine, a population 3 times larger, and a military that once ranked as the second best in the world. You have stood strong in the face of Russia's advances and countered its aerial assaults. You have regained half the territory Russia controlled at the start of this conflict. You have inflicted major damage on Russia's fleet in the Black Sea and maintained the flow of grain to world markets. You have kept heat and electricity on in the face of unconscionable attacks on civilian infrastructure. And you have made a range of reforms that will help accelerate Ukraine's integration with the West. Because of our collective strength, this war has been an utter failure for Putin. President Zelensky, the stakes of your fight remain high for your country and for the entire world. And it is in the strategic interest of the United States to continue our support. International rules and norms are on the line, including the fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. History shows us if we allow an aggressor like Putin to take land with impunity, they keep going. The other would-be aggressors then become emboldened. On this trip to Munich, I have worked with our allies and partners to ensure that we stay united and strong in support of Ukraine. Today, President Zelensky, you and I had a productive conversation about ongoing support from the United States and the international community. And we spoke of our support for Ukraine on the battlefield. As I said yesterday, you have the support of bipartisan majorities in both houses of the United States Congress. So as we move forward, the President and I, President Biden and I, will continue to work to secure the resources and weapons that you need to succeed. We will also continue to support your efforts to secure a just and lasting peace. We will work to make sure Russia pays damages to Ukraine, and ultimately, we want to see Ukraine emerge from this war as a nation that is free, democratic, and independent. President Zelensky, as President Joe Biden and I have made clear, we will be with you for as long as it takes. I thank you again, and please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Дуже дякую вам, шановна
Thank you so much,
пані
esteemed
віце-президент,
Madam Vice President,
шановні члени
esteemed members of the delegation,
присутні, шановні журналісти. Я радий
dear
нашій
journalists.
зустрічі з
I'm
пані
glad
віце-президентом
to have
Сполучених Штатів
this meeting with Madam
Камалою
Vice President
Гарріс. Дуже
of the
дякую
United
вам,
States, Kamala Harris.
Цілком природньо,
Thank you so much,
що
Kamala.
головними темами
It is
нашої
quite
розмови
natural that
були
main
саме
topics of our
безпека та
conversation
стійкість.
were security
Безпека,
and
яку ми разом
resilience, security
відновлюємо,
that we together
Україна та Сполучені
build,
Штати
restore
усіма проявами
Ukraine and the
нашої
United
співпраці.
States by
Та
all
стійкість,
signs
яку
of
ми
our
разом
cooperation and
збільшуємо.
resilience that we
Коли
together
зберігаємо
build up
єдність,
when
допомагаємо
we preserve
один одному.
unity and
Я
help
вдячний
each other.
пані віце-президенту
I am
за
grateful
увагу
to Madam Vice
і за
President
ваші
for
слова,
attention
і
and
за
for
вашу
your
повагу
words
до нашого
and for your
народу,
respect to
і
our
за
nation
ту повагу, яку
and
ви
for
сказали
the
під час
respect
нашої зустрічі до
that
наших
you
людей,
have
до
expressed
українців,
during
до
our
наших
meeting
воїнів.
to our
Дуже
people, to
дякую
our
вам.
warriors, to
І вдячний
Ukrainians.
за
Thank you so
життєво
much for
важливу
that.
підтримку і
And I'm
лідерство
thankful for the vital
Сполучених Штатів
support and
Америки,
leadership of
які
the United
допомогли
States of
об'єднати
America who
світ
helped to unite
і
the world
вистояти
and
проти
to stand off
російських ударів. Ми маємо і
against
надалі бути
Russian
разом.
strikes.
Україна
We shall be
та
together
Америка і весь
in the
світ.
future, Ukraine and the
Всі
United
наші
States and
партнери.
all
Ми маємо і
world, all
надалі
our
додавати
partners.
абсолютно потрібні безпеки, досягати
We shall continue to
спільних
build up
результатів,
our security,
збільшувати
achieve
стійкість нашого
joint
спротиву
results, to increase our
російській
resilience
агресії і
against Russian aggression,
щодня доводити
and
Путіну,
each
що
day
його
prove to Putin
ненависть
that
до
his
людей,
hatred towards
ненависть
people,
до свободи ніколи
hatred
не
towards
переможе
freedom will
нашу
never prevail
єдність.
over our
Єдність
unity,
вільного світу.
unity of the free
Звичайно,
world.
ключове для нас питання
Of
зараз
course,
це
the key issue for us
збереження
now is
принципової
the
американської
preservation of
підтримки.
principle,
Україна та
American
усі наші
support.
воїни
Ukraine and
потребують
all
та
our
дуже
warriors
очікують
need
відповідного
and await
позитивного
of the
голосування
respective
щодо
positive
пакету підтримки.
vote
Я дякую
regarding
кожному
the
і
assistance
кожній, хто
package. And I thank to
усвідомлює,
everybody
наскільки
who
багато
understands
залежить
how much
від одного
depends
живого
on this single
голосування. Ми
voting
говорили
procedure.
сьогодні
We
з пані
have today
віце-президентом
discussed with Madam
і
Vice
про те,
President
наскільки
about
вагомі
how
результати
significant
були вже досягнуті завдяки
results
нашій
were
спільній
already
роботі
achieved because of
з
our
Америкою,
joint
з
work with the
партнерами,
US, with
зокрема
partners,
щодо
in particular
протиповітряної
regarding
оборони.
air defenses.
Американські патріоти – це
American
найбільш
patriots
надійний захист
are
життя
the
людей від російського терору.
are the best life
Кожна
preservation
система
means
Patriot
of people
не
against
лише
Russian
рятує
terror.
сотні і
And
тисячі
each
життів, але й
patriot
дозволяє
not only saves
нормально
hundreds and
працювати
thousands
нашим
of
містам,
lives, but
а
also
отже,
allows our
нашій
cities to
економіці.
function normally, and therefore
українських
our
цілей
economy.
цього
One
року
of Ukrainian
економічне
goals
зростання.
this year is
Минулого
economic
року було
growth.
плюс
Last year we
5%
have
ВВП
had
в Україні,
plus
в цьому
5%
році
GDP.
потрібен
This year
співставний
we would need a
рівень
corresponding
зростання,
growth rate.
щоб додати Україні
In order
більше
to
економічної
build up
самостійності.
more of
Питання про
Ukrainians'
ППО для
economic
цього
independence.
основне.
The issue of air
Я
defense in this
проінформував
regard
пані
is the main thing.
віце-президента
I
про
have informed Madam Vice President
ситуацію
regarding
на
the current
фронті
situation on the
і про
battlefield,
наші можливості та
about
перспективи
our
за умови
capabilities and
достатньої
perspectives
підтримки.
upon the
Поінформував
conditions
також про
of
триваючу
needed support levels. I
трансформацію
have
нашої
also
держави,
briefed
зокрема,
about the ongoing
про рішення, які
transformation of
можуть
our
збільшити
state,
нашу
in particular
стійкість,
about decisions
обговорили,
that can build up
а
our
також
resilience. We have
підготовку
also
глобального
discussed
саміту
the preparation
миру
of the Global
в
Peace
Швейцарії на
Summit
рівні
in
лідерів.
Switzerland on
Ще
the
одна
level of
принципова
leaders.
тема – це
One more
справедливість.
principal topic is
Справедливість
justice.
подальшого
Justice
тиску на
of
Путіна
the
та його
further
режим
pressure
за
on
усіма
Putin and his
напрямками.
regime
Зокрема,
in
ми
all
маємо саме
directions.
цього року
In particular
забезпечити
this year,
конфіскацію
we need
та
to ensure the
використання
confiscation
російських
and usage
активів
of
на
Russian
користь
assets for the sake of protection against Russia's terror. Putin does not value lives of people. He does not understand and does not respect any rules. The only thing that is important for Putin is money and power. We need a strong decision that would confiscate frozen Russia's assets. And we would need further full-scale pressure with sanctions on Russia in order to constrain Putin's capabilities to finance this war. I'm glad to praise the proximity of our views on absolutely principal issues. Madam Vice President, I am grateful to you for our conversation. I thank to all American people. I am extremely thankful to Mr. President Biden, to both parties and both houses in Congress for the vital support. And I'm sure that together we can stop Russia. We must stop. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Okay, we'll take questions now from the press. Cleve Wootson of the Washington Post. Hello.
Questions about his age. What skepticism have you faced here about U.S. support in your meetings? And what have you said to try to allay them? And President Zelensky...
Can you turn the microphone?
Is it out?
No, it's not.
Is the interpretation happening?
Unfortunately, the interpretation is not happening as we cannot hear the speaker.
Yeah. Let's take this one. It's possible. Sorry, I don't hear.
No problem. Do I need to ask the question to you again, Madam Vice President?
No, I got it.
Okay. And to President Zelensky, let's pull up my question. The U.S. Congress so far has not approved more military aid for you. Without that aid, does your country have a path to victory? And is the lack of funding a betrayal because President Biden has promised that he would be with you until the very end?
I'll start. Yeah. As I made very clear yesterday, the issue of supporting Ukraine and where the United States stands on that issue is integral to who we are as the United States of America. We have historically and currently stand as a global leader on certain fundamental democratic principles, including the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity. We stand with our friends. Our membership in NATO has been a role that is about a commitment to our allies based on shared principles of what it means to abide by democratic principles that have historically ensured stability and security for those participating in this partnership. As I made very clear yesterday, when we talk about the role of America as it relates to our support for Ukraine, we must be unwavering and we cannot play political games. Political gamesmanship has no role to play in what is fundamentally about the significance of standing with an ally as it endures an unprovoked aggression. Politics should play no role in standing for the fact that Vladimir Putin, through his leadership of Russia, has shown himself to be fundamentally hostile to democratic principles, not to mention what we learned about in the last 24 hours in terms of the killing of Navalny. So this is about where we stand as a nation. And as it relates to the supplemental, we have been clear, the President and I, both in private conversations with members of the United States Congress and in public. We are clear and certain that for the majority in both the United States Senate and the United States House of Representatives, there is bipartisan support for this approach. There is bipartisan support for what America is and what we stand for. And we are unwavering, and that has nothing to do with an election cycle. It has to do with who we are and what kind of country we want to be. One that stands with our friends. President Zelensky.
Thank you so much. Vice President. Дякую за
Thank
це
you
питання.
for this question.
Ми дуже розраховуємо на
We are
це
counting
позитивне
on this
рішення
positive
Конгресу.
decision of the
Для нас
Congress.
цей
For us,
пакет життєво
this
важливий.
package is vital.
Ми не розглядаємо на сьогодні
We do not
альтернативи.
currently look into
Тому що
alternatives
ми розраховуємо на
because we
Сполучені
are counting on
Штати
the United
як
States
нашого партнера
as
стратегічного,
on our
що
partner,
він залишиться
strategic partner,
стратегічним
that
партнером.
this
Якщо ми
partner will
говоримо
remain
про
strategic
альтернативу,
partner.
це
If
значить,
we
що
are
це
speaking about the
не
alternative,
стратегічний
then
наш
this means
партнер.
that it
Ось
would
чому
be
я не
not our
розглядаю
strategic
таку
partner. That's
альтернативу.
why I'm not looking
І
into
це не
such
розглядаємо
alternative.
не тільки потужністю, але й політично, і
And
стратегічно.
we also do
цей
not look
пакет,
into such alternative
чи це
strategically
шлях
and
до
politically.
перемоги?
Is this
Ні,
package a
цього
way to victory?
недостатньо,
No,
тому що
this
шлях
would
до
not be enough
перемоги
because
це
our path to
люди,
victory is
моральний дух
people, the
українського
morality
воїна,
of Ukrainian
людей,
warrior,
пакети
of
підтримки,
people, the assistance
санкції партнерів,
packages,
це
sanctions
велика
of the partners.
союзницька
That
робота.
is a
Причому
big
робота не раз
allied
на
work.
квартал, а
And not
робота
quarterly
щоденна.
work,
І
but
це дуже
on a
важливо.
daily
Тому
basis.
це
And
точно
that's why it
шлях
is so
вперед.
important. But
Цей
it would
пакет – це
definitely,
точно
this
шлях
package is
вперед.
a definitely way forward.
І це факт.
And that is a
Але це
fact.
ще не перемога.
But it would
І це
be
набагато
not
важливо.
victory
Рух вперед
yet.
набагато важливіше, ніж
But moving
стагнація на
forward
полі
is
бою.
much better than
Чи
stagnation on the
вважаю я, що
battlefield.
це
Do I
зрадницька
believe that this is a
позиція?
betrayal?
Ні.
No.
Тому що я не
Because
думаю, що наш
I do
стратегічний
not think
партнер
that our strategic
може
partner
дозволити собі
can
не
allow
підтримати Україну.
itself to not support
Тобто я не
Ukraine.
бачу
This,
можливості
I
для
do not
стратегічного
see the
партнера
opportunity for
зайняти
strategic
таку
partners to
позицію.
take such
Ми
stance.
бачимо виклики.
We see challenges,
Електоральні, внутрішні,
electoral,
політичні, я не
internal,
хочу їх
political. I
коментувати.
do not
Це
want to comment on
внутрішні
those
процеси
because that
Сполучених
those are
Штатів
internal
Америки
processes in
і
the
народу
US and
Америки.
of
Але
the people
я
of the United
розраховую,
States.
що
But
все ж таки союзницька
I
позиція
count that the allied
залишиться.
stance will remain.
President Zelensky, if you want to call.
Oh, yeah, please. Так, будь ласка.
Добрий день, Ніна Коломієць, телеканал Інтер, марафон «Єдині новини». У мене питання і до пані віце-президента, і до пана президента. Ми бачимо, наскільки складно у Конгресі відбувається розгляд допомоги Україні. Скажіть, будь ласка, свою думку, чому таке життєво важливе для нас питання настільки затягнулося? І чи є в США план «Б» на випадок, якщо Палата представників не погодить допомогу Україні? І так само на фоні активного підписання Україною двосторонніх безпекових угод, спочатку із Великобританією, місяць тому, вчора ще з Францією і Німеччиною. Маємо питання, коли угода про співробітництво у сфері безпеки буде підписана між Україною і Сполученими Штатами Америки. Можливо, вже проводяться попередні домовленості на цю тему. Дякую.
There's only plan A, which is to ensure that Ukraine receives what it needs. I will emphasize that an indication of where we can and frankly must be is that there is bipartisan support in both of our houses of Congress, on the Senate side and the House of Representatives. And it is my full belief that were the supplemental package, the security package, to make it to the floor of the House of Representatives, that it would actually pass. I also believe that there is consensus across party lines in the United States Congress that recognizes the brutal nature of Moscow's aggression, and that there must be a response that includes standing by our friends and supporting those who fight against that aggression. And I do believe there is consensus within the United States Congress that the American leadership, elected leaders in the United States Congress must be unified in their opposition to Russia's aggression, as indicated over the course of the last 2+ years and the last 24 hours. And I do believe also there is consensus within the United States Congress that we must use everything that is available to us to support Ukraine in its fight to become and to maintain itself as an independent and democratic nation.
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for the question.
Що стосується гарантій
As
безпеки,
regards the security
що
guarantees,
стосується
right?
гарантій безпеки, так,
So
наші
regarding the
команди
security guarantees,
працюють,
yes, our
провели 2
teams
раунди
are
перемовин.
working. We have held already two
Я впевнений,
negotiation
що у нас
rounds,
буде дуже
and I'm
потужна
sure that we will have
дуже потужний документ
very powerful
з нашими
document
партнерами,
with our partners.
але ми домовились, що ми
However,
повинні
we
всі
have agreed
сфокусуватися
upon that. We all need to
на
focus
тому, що потрібно
on
саме
what
зараз.
is needed right now.
Тому ми фокусуємось на
That's why
роботі з
we focus
Конгресом
on the work
Сполучених
with
Штатів,
Congress of
а
the
після
United
цього
States, and
перейдемо до
afterwards
гарантій
we
безпеки.
will move on to security guarantees.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President
Дякую.
Zelensky.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome senior correspondent for CNBC, Silvia Amaro.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. My name is Silvia Amaro. I work for CNBC, and I have the pleasure of moderating the next session, looking at how to align different strategic priorities. But before we get there, I would like to invite on stage the Minister of Defense from Germany, Boris Pistorius, for some initial remarks. Minister.
Thank you very much, dear Silvia, dear colleague Tax, dear Nung, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the time for sugarcoating of today's reality. From the northern to the southern hemisphere, crises have been unfolding. Conflicts and wars are intensifying at alarming pace. Global challenges such as climate change, pandemics, and global threats, in particular international terrorism, are heating up existing local and regional conflicts. In the Middle East, many of these evils seem to reinforce each other. As we have seen in the barbaric terror attack by Hamas on Israel on 7th of October, as we see. I want to make it very clear in that point, we stand by Israel. One aggressive power is seeking to exploit local and regional conflicts for its own revisionist agenda, the cruel result of which we see in Ukraine. And as we speak, here in peaceful Munich, Putin's illegal and inhumane war is bringing unspeakable suffering to the Ukrainian people. This war, ladies and gentlemen, is about much more than two states fighting over territory. This war is about the question of whether we will allow an imperialist power to impose its will on another sovereign state. Our common answer to this question will be heard loud and clear around the world. It will influence the appetite of revisionist and expansionist powers for waging war against their neighbors in Africa, in the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific. Together, as defenders of the free world, we have a common responsibility and the willingness to get this answer right. Whatever differences there may be between the countries of the North and the South, let us overcome them. Let us draw closer together to make one thing absolutely clear. We stand for cooperation and support, not hatred and destruction. We stand for freedom and the rule-based international order, and which benefits all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, after the Cold War, we tried to build an inclusive pan-European security architecture together with Russia. Unfortunately, we failed. Today we know why. All these attempts ran counter to the Kremlin's strategy of reinstalling its dominance in Eastern and Central Europe. It is now our common responsibility to help Ukraine to restore its territorial integrity. It is our responsibility to strengthen its resilience. Ukraine's future is in NATO and it lies in the European Union. That is where I want to see the country, and more importantly, it is where Ukraine sees its own future. And that means we will support them in fighting and winning this war. Our support to Ukraine is firm and sustained. We will hold out and we will stand strong no matter how long Putin continues this illegal and senseless war against a sovereign, freedom-loving country, ladies and gentlemen. At the same time, we will have to live with dividing lines in our Europe for decades to come, unfortunately. Free and democratic Europe on one side, authoritarian and warmongering Russia on the other. Our messages must be clear, however, not only in words, but also in deeds. Effective deterrence is our life insurance. For me, deterrence has at least three dimensions. First and foremost, money. We need the resources to invest in deterrence. I am proud to say that this year we will spend over 2% of our GDP on defense in Germany. I am also realistic enough to see that this might not be enough in the years to come. Second, production. Without a strong defense industry, we will not be able to invest in equipment, arms and ammunition. In Germany, new production lines have been opened, for example, for producing Gepard ammunition or air defense equipment. On Monday, Chancellor Scholz and I paved the way for boosting the production of 155mm ammunition in northern Germany. Third and last, operational readiness. Across NATO's eastern flank, we are ramping up the presence of the Bundeswehr, most prominently by permanently deploying a robust, combat-ready brigade in Lithuania. Together with our allies, we are sending a strong message to Putin. If any Russian soldier puts their boots on allies' territory, we will defend every inch of it. As a frontline state during the Cold War, Germany benefited greatly from the Allied presence in our country. All of us in free Europe are grateful for the US security umbrella over the past 75 years. Vice President Kamala Harris said it quite clearly yesterday. Both sides of the Atlantic have always benefited from this close partnership. It remains central to our security, and we do not take it for granted. We Europeans are well aware that America's resources and attention will increasingly move towards the Indo-Pacific, regardless of who might be at the helm in the White House next January. That is why we are working hard to make the European contribution to transatlantic burden sharing more relevant, for example, by investing in collective solutions. Here are 3 examples. First, the European Sky Shield Initiative, with already 21 participating nations, will significantly enhance the European contribution to air defense in Europe. Second, joint procurement and development are the order of the day, not only in air defense, but also for submarines, frigates, tanks, or ammunition. And third, the military mobility corridor that we have set up together with our Danish and Polish friends will make it much easier to move troops and equipment from the Atlantic to the eastern flank if needed. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is also clear we Europeans must and can do more, and we need to do it faster. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe and the West are not alone and have never been. The countries of the global South are, to a considerable extent, shaping the 21st century. They are influencing our reality in Europe, the US, and elsewhere. If we want to be part of these dynamics, and I definitely think we should, we are well advised to engage with these powerhouses, much more than we have done in the past, especially as we are facing many of the same challenges. Engaging also means moving out of our comfort zone, respecting the interests, priorities, and worldviews of different nations. It means not forcing them to choose sides and, most importantly, lending support where needed. As for the Indo-Pacific, we will again send maritime units to the region this year, underlining our commitment to open and secure sea routes that are being challenged, for example, by China in the South China Sea. We will also support the enforcement of UN sanctions against North Korea, regardless of Russia's violations of these sanctions. We will participate in protecting maritime traffic in the Red Sea. Of course we will. Pending parliamentary approval, we will be deploying a frigate from next week as part of the robust European Union-led Red Sea operation. In Africa, we are committed to African ownership and to African solutions to African problems. We stand ready to assist those countries that have an interest in peace and stability, that want our support in capacity building with material and with military expertise, as a contribution to the protection of the rule-based international order. Already today, Germany military advisory groups are active in various countries of the African continent. We are ready to send more if asked. We seek a partnership of equals. I made this very clear during my last visits to Africa in December. Closer cooperation means getting off our high horse. That is what I mean by leaving our comfort zone. We want to be reliable partners to our friends abroad, including when it comes to armament cooperation. We do not want, of course, arms produced in Germany to fall into the wrong hands. That is very clear. At the same time, we cannot expect countries in the global south to defend themselves and the rules-based international order if we deny them the equipment they need. If we refuse to cooperate with certain African states because they do not fully meet our standards, our values, then Russia will step in. Usually not for the good of the country or the stability of the region. What will we have gained then? Not much, to be honest. Ladies and gentlemen, last year in Munich, I emphasized that I am a child of the Cold War. As a child of the Cold War, I remember the tremendous efforts we had to make in order to defend our freedom, our sovereignty, our peace and stability. And today, The world is much more complicated. Today's challenges are not exclusively challenges of one hemisphere or the other. Today, crises are more and more interconnected. Even if conflicts are far away, their impacts are not. And only together we will have the chance to shape the world we live in. Let us rise to the occasion. We must stand strong for what we believe in, a future in which all nations have the right to determine their own destiny, to pursue their own path, and to join the alliances of their choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I would also like to invite on stage the Ministers of Defense from Singapore and Tanzania, please.
Thank you. Very kind.
I think we're all ready. Thank you for setting the scene for us, Minister Pistorius. No doubt that the conversations that are happening here in Munich are naturally quite focused on Ukraine and on the war between Israel and Hamas. But what I would propose for the next couple of minutes is really a self-assessment. Are we paying enough attention to all the conflicts that are taking place right now? Are we looking at all the emerging threats in the same way? How are we essentially trying to work together and find how to align the different strategic priorities? So I would like to start with you, Minister Pistorius, because in some of the remarks you were just mentioning over there, you were saying that you cannot sugarcoat this. The geopolitical landscape is definitely very complex at this stage. And you also mentioned that this might not be enough when it comes to defense spending, that you might need to do more. So my question to you really is this the right moment for the NATO allies to discuss increasing their defense spending target? Is the 2% level still reasonable when you look at a world that is so complex?
Well, Silvia, when that started in Wales, the 2% pledge was the floor of what we are going to do. And now everybody of us is aware that it can only be the starting point. Of course, it needs more. I already emphasized several months ago that 2% can only be the start of it. We probably need more in the next years. By ourselves, by just considering the situation in Europe now, and the situation and the development we might have in the years to come, but even more when it comes to the development, for example, in the Indo-Pacific, when it comes to developments of destabilization in Africa. So we need more attention on the one hand side to what is going on in the world, because everybody has to engage there, US, we, NATO, European Union and others. Mm-hmm. And at the same time we have to achieve and to improve, to achieve more in Europe, because others, like for example US, might shift their attention more to the Indo-Pacific and do their more in favor not to do as much as before in Europe. So in any case, we are challenged and we have to accept that.
So is it reasonable to think perhaps that 4% is more what you should be thinking at as you think about the future?
Well, I'm a lawyer. And everybody knows that lawyers don't love numbers.
But they're important, Minister.
And therefore I would rather say it is not really a question of 2.5, 3 or 4%. It's a question of sufficient numbers of sufficient amounts of money to have. That must fit together, for example, with the development of our industry, what I mentioned too. That all has to fit together, and then we might reach 3% or maybe even 3.5. It depends what's happening in the world.
And on your economy.
And in our economy. There was something, yeah.
We'll come back to defense spending in Germany and in NATO, but I would like to ask Minister Ange about your thoughts on defense spending in the Indo-Pacific, because the latest Munich Security report actually showed huge amounts of increase in defense spending in that part of the world. But when you look at it, is this the right approach for the Indo-Pacific region? Is there an arms race?
Well, let me
put that into context, your first question, are we paying enough attention to issues? I remember in the 50th Munich Security Conference, I think Ambassador Ischinger was chairing, and it was a historic session. Henry Kissinger, A. Schmidt, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, and the former president of France, they were of course celebrating the fact that Europe had been at peace for 50 years, as they should. And President Estaing said that Europe had made the concept of war irrelevant. Here we are, 60th anniversary and Munich Security Conference. None of us would have predicted even 2 years ago or 3 years ago. 2 years ago, it was the eve of a few weeks before the invasion. None of us predicted after the Abraham Accord, the Israel-Hamas conflict. So your question, are we doing enough to prevent further conflicts? That's a difficult one. But to me, the lessons for this are very clear. We should avoid conflict in Asia at all costs. You don't need it. Nothing justifies it in my mind. The US-China rivalry notwithstanding. In that context, then we talk about defense spending. It's a symptom, not a cause. By 2030, the US will spend $1 trillion US in defense spending. China will spend about $500 billion, not in PPP terms, but nominal terms. Is there an arms race? Can you stop it? And if so, how would you do it? You can't stop countries from deciding that they're going to spend to protect their interests. You could probably have agreements, as we have in terms of against nuclear proliferation, but it will be in the diplomatic solutions. It will be in the multilateral forums that we are having now to preempt conflicts. And to me, that's the top priority for Asia. We must avoid a conflict in Asia. The world can't afford one. You can't have 3 simultaneous theaters of instability. And if indeed there is a conflict for whatever reason between US and China, I think we will have blighted our futures for the next, 10, 20, 30 years.
You're very clear that you want to avoid any sort of conflict or escalation in Indo-Pacific. What is your message to China in that context? What would you tell Chinese
You're
officials?
picking sides, only to China.
Well, I'm starting with China.
The message must be the same, avoid conflict. So I think there was reassuring that President Xi and President Biden met in San Francisco. Right noises were made, even with the election of the Taiwanese president, who is, shall we say, somewhat pro-independence, President Lai. But I thought it was very reassuring that President Biden, one of his first statements was that he does not support Taiwanese independence. And if you look at what the PLA did in response to President Lai's election, it wasn't much, and that's reassuring.
Very clear. I would like to ask your thoughts, on Minister Tax, on how do you look at all of these layers? When looking at the geopolitical landscape, there's a lot going on, and we were just touching on a few topics here. How do you prioritize? Where do you focus your attention?
Thank you. Indeed, there are a number of crises, as you have said, and some of which were mentioned in the opening remarks. It is challenging because aligning, you have these global challenges, but also you have your national priorities and you have your national challenges as well. As an African country, you know that resources are scarce, and that being the case, what the most difficult part is how do you align your national priorities, these upcoming challenges, but also with the international commitment. So as a country, first and foremost, let me put it maybe differently, because we talk about these crises, global crisis. But if you look at these crises, Africa has its own crises as well, which sometimes are not well perceived as global crises. We have interstate conflicts in Africa. But poverty and hunger is also a crisis. Natural disaster is also, it comes with a lot of challenges. Climate change effects, I'm not sure if we are affected equally globally. So now the challenge is aligning. First and foremost is make sure that the basic needs for your people are catered for. That is very important. And then now you go beyond and see how do you address these challenges. The beauty about Africa, we belong in different configuration. We have a number of regional communities, so we work together because you cannot address them individually as a nation. And then now from there, you go to the African Union, but again, you address them collectively as from a material point of view. So the alignment is not as easy and straightforward as one would think, because there are a number of factors and consideration which you take into consideration when you try to align.
How can we improve that?
Improving is to enhance first. If we are looking at a crisis, is to improve your resilience, because that is very critical. But also it is to improve, as it was said, partnership with other countries, but also with other communities. And then I was listening to the opening remarks when there was a mention that Germany is also trying to enhance their defense capabilities. It is amazing because we look and we feel that they are very advanced. For us now, that is what we are trying to do, to enhance our economic capabilities, but not leaving alone our military capabilities as well. So what to do is not, you cannot have a straightforward answer, because there are a number of things which you need to do by balancing, but also by taking these plans you have to use a step-by-step approach.
Minister Pistorius, I have to return to the question of Russia, because recently you've made the comment that Russia could attack a NATO country in 5 to 8 years. Officials in Denmark are a little bit more aggressive with their timeline, saying 3 to 5 even. And earlier today, when President Zelensky was here, he was saying that European countries are actually not ready to fight a war with Russia, simply because their populations have not been taught. They haven't been discussing this over the years. Is Germany, is Europe, European NATO that is, ready to answer an attack from Russia?
We are on the way to be able to do that, but not at the aim already, because, of course, I mean, I always take my grown-up daughters as an example. They are 35 and 34. They never experienced the war, the Cold War, the Warsaw Alliance, nor anything I grew up with over decades. So I have to tell them, like all the other parts of the generation, what that meant to us and what this means now to us again. The threat of a country in Germany which is aggressive, a dictator who has imperialistic ambitions. So what does that mean for our security? And this takes some time. That's what I meant when I talked about that comfort zone. We have been living in that comfort zone for 3 decades. We benefited of the peace dividend, as we called it. We invested in anything, but not in deterrence and defense, because there was nobody who has to be deterred or to defend it against. So this is what we are now facing, and that takes time. As much as it takes time to improve and to increase the production capacities of our defense industry, or to rebuild our army and to enable the armed forces to be ready to deterrent defense. We are doing a lot for example, as I mentioned, deploying a permanently brigade to Lithuania, which is important and very important signal, but at the same time it is very challenging for every part of society, including politics, including mindset of society, including industry, including allies.
How can
I
you
add a comment to
Go on.
the question? And the context is, how can you prepare for aggression? That's a good question. But the flip side is also one of preemption, which is deterrence and diplomacy. And I agree, Boris, that you need to build sufficient capability, defense capabilities as a deterrence. And that's, for Singapore, very small country, We've spent 3% of our GDP on our defense budget, and purely for deterrence. Nobody sees us as a threat, I hope. But on the flip side of deterrence and preemption is what we're doing now, multilateralism, as well as one important aspect, and it may not be applicable because after Russia invaded Ukraine, it's difficult, but it's trade. Single most epochal event has been globalization, which lifted many countries. Trade between China and Japan went up multifold. Trade between China and Taiwan went up multifold. You talk about the global south, Chinese investments into Africa. So my point is, if we are talking about prevention of conflict, I think it would be imbalanced, if we don't also talk about how do you increase trade, how do you produce a system that you enlarge the pie and that there are more stakeholders. Right. We are security chiefs, but trade is a very necessary component of peace and deterrence.
I want to go to Minister Tax, but you seem a little bit excited.
I could not agree more theoretically, because we did all that with Russia. We did all that with other countries, and still now we are criticized, for sure, that we did so much in trade with Russia because we were too depending on Russia. And so we had trade with Russia, a lot. But still Putin decided to go this way and to invade Ukraine. Nothing of all the things we used to do during the last decades prevented him from doing that.
So exactly, this trade is therefore a solution to prevent trade, because in the case of Germany, it didn't really work.
I wonder if Mr. Putin is the sui generis, and that we could apply all lessons and...
No, of course not. Of course not.
I would say that China is not Russia, and my assessment is that presidency is not Putin.
I agree, and we do have trade with China, and we will have trade with China. We have to de-risk a little bit and not to put all our eggs in one basket. This is quite smart to do that, but still we have trade, and we will have trade with China in the future.
Mr. Tax, what are your thoughts on this? Because I noticed recently, for instance, you announced new partnerships with India. Is that an attempt to essentially bring down some of the trade links that you might have with China? Are you looking for new partners?
No.
And does trade work?
Interesting. It's not that, for us, Tanzania, we are trying to look for opportunities everywhere. Does not mean that if we open up new avenue with a certain country, we are trying to avoid the other partner, no? Because opportunities, you can do business with China on certain areas, you can trade with Germany, you can trade with India. So it's about using the available opportunities. So, and it is interesting because it's not, he spoke about trade, but I think this is my interpretation, that it's about benefiting equally from partners. Not necessarily equally, but to have benefit. Mm-hmm. Both parties should benefit from whatever you're doing. It's about economic partnership. Trade is just one element of that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is therefore your opinion also that is a potential solution to avoid conflict? Or is this a strategy that you actually need to look at different partners at the same time to avoid dependencies like Germany had from Russia?
It's not only about avoiding or dealing with or addressing conflicts. It's about enhancing your capabilities. It's about enhancing your economic muscles. So if you're capable of addressing some of these challenges independently, it means that you can deal with your own challenge, but also you can assist other countries as well. So it's about enhancing your socio-economic capabilities.
Ms. Amaro, no one is going to pretend that trade is the magic bullet.
It's a key.
The Golden Arches example that two countries with McDonald's will not go to war, I think, probably has been proven wrong. But
yes.
But It's a very necessary aspect. Boris made an eloquent pitch that you did trade with Russia prior to the invasion. Russia supplied gas, and 55% of your gas supplies. Would have made a difference if NATO and EU had increased their defense spending to act as well as deterrence. It's counterfactual. We live with the reality.
At that point, you have a point.
So what's your solution, Minister Pistorius? How can you avoid conflict? If the strategy with Russia didn't work in the past, what have you learned?
If I knew the answer to that question, I would be a rich man. Or not. I think what we learned during the last 2 years and 10 years is that we need, as NATO allies, as European Union members, we need more of a 360-degree overview. We used to focus our attention only on certain regions of the world, and only temporarily, only when we are concerned and our interests are touched, but not in a way like watching it and observing it and taking part and taking notice of it over years. And I think this is very important in the first place. And second, from time to time, it's quite useful to change the perspective, to go into the shoes of my neighbor and to see how is he looking at the world. I learned a lot during my first participation in Shangri-La last year. When it came to Ukraine and the war of Russia against Ukraine, I realized again that Russia and Ukraine are 10 hours by plane away from Singapore and any other places. Like Singapore is 10 hours away from Berlin, Paris, or other places, or even more, sorry. So what I want to say with that is we forget frequently what does it mean to change the perspective. What is his perspective on Europe? What is my perspective of Sahel? And the other way around. And the more we do and we practice that, the smarter our conclusions are. And the more consistently we do that, the more we learn and the more we are able to react appropriately. And this is what we should all learn, I think.
But with all due respect, Minister, when you look at what we're essentially hitting at is that we need multilateral institutions. But they are at a point where there's a lot of calls for reform, the multilateralism doesn't work. How can you achieve that at a stage where essentially protectionism is the main policy in many parts of this world?
Well, we have to convince again. It's worth the work, but we have to do that, to convince and to live it. To live it practically in what we are doing and how we treat others and how we have the dialogue with other partners all over the world and how we take responsibility in other parts of the world. We have to emphasize every day the advantages of multilateralism, the advantage of not being fixed in a block like we used to do for decades after World War II. The world is totally different than in the world I grew up. So therefore we have to change our attitude and our view, our perspective and our approach to our partners to be more flexible and at the same time more reliable when it comes to multilateralism.
Minister Han, when you look at the world, please feel free to address that, but when you look at the world, what keeps you up at night?
Asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'll ask your colleagues too.
I sleep very soundly, despite what my wife says. She has an app that tracks sleep. And she claims that I wake up. I digress. I was just going to add to your comment, which is very important. And we are talking about prevention of war. It also means that countries will have to step up if they want to protect what they believe in. And this was the reason when the American military had to pull out from Subic and Clark, that Mr. Lee, our founding Prime Minister, offered Singapore as for American ships and planes to rotate through our bases. And that's why they signed the MOU to this day, that exists, because he believed that the U.S. presence was strategic for Asia because there was a fight on communism. And we believe in partnerships. Very happy when the Bundeswehr sent their FC Bayern and we use our naval base. We're very happy when the French carrier group, the UK carrier group came through Singapore. We believe in the balance of powers. So countries do have to step up for their conviction of their beliefs and exercise them. And when we fail, it's tempting to say, well, we haven't done what is right. But let me rephrase the question. What other options do you have? If you don't have multilateralism, if you don't have trade, if you don't have partnerships, what do you resort to?
It's very clear from a Singaporean perspective, but the reason why I ask you what keeps you up at night is within this idea that we need to also understand how other parts of the world are thinking and are looking at the geopolitical landscape.
Well, that's easy. A prolonged war in Ukraine and political support from either Western Europe or United States wavers, and you reward aggression. That keeps me up at night, and that's why Singapore was the first country, because if that's the established rule, then there is no future for small countries like for Singapore. And that's the reason why we protested very early the Russian invasion in Ukraine. We sanctioned our Russian banks in Singapore because they were aiding the war effort. And that's why we've joined Operation Prosperity Guardian, because sea lines of communications in the Red Sea is vital for our interests. Countries will have to step up to protect their beliefs and their way of life.
Minister Tak, same question to you. What keeps you up at night when you look at this geopolitical landscape?
Let me go back to the question you had asked earlier about how do you resolve conflicts. Conflicts, well, I don't know how you put it, but what I wanted to say is that conflicts will always be there because we live in a dynamic environment, but the issue is how do we address them? That is the main challenge. Because, and how committed are we in terms of addressing those conflicts? Because Tanzania, we believe in peaceful means, that conflict should be resolved in peaceful means. But, what keeps me now going to a question is this desire of addressing conflicts militarily. That is a big issue. And is the commitment? Yes, we have the United Nations, which have been trying. You have put it very well that we are not getting there. But if we are committed as members of the United Nations, especially as the Security Council, I believe we can now. First, we have to assess why are we failing? Why these conflicts keep on coming up? And if we are true to ourselves, then we'll get the right answers.
I have to open the floor to questions, but before I get there, I just have one final question for you, Minister Pistorius. When talking about the defense spending, thinking about Germany, where is the money going to come from?
And
why is it a specific question to Germany?
Because you're responsible for the Germany defense.
No. Well, we have to discuss it in the months to come now for the budget in 25, but particularly for the budgets from 28 on, because then the special fund will be spent entirely, and then until then we have to find a solution. I don't know yet where we find the money, but we need it. And what the Chancellor said this morning is absolutely right. We can discuss about spending for social issues, for education, for digitalization, for infrastructure and whatever else, but without security, without freedom in security, without secure freedom, everything else is nothing.
Very clear. I would like to give the first question to a Munich Young Leader of this year. She's Emma Louise Powell, Shadow Minister for International Relations and Cooperation from South Africa. There you are. Please, if we could have a microphone there.
Thank you. So in recent months, Africa has seen a string of military coups, and we know that democracy is, of course, on retreat in many regions across the continent. So my question is, what mechanisms do you believe that the global north should be using to advance democratic ideals and reduce geopolitical tensions across the African continent? Thank you.
Who would like to take the question? Mr. Tax?
Well, I don't mind to start at that question.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No. Proceed.
You can both
answer. No, proceed. Proceed.
Okay.
You start.
I mentioned it earlier already. It is a matter of how we approach the challenges we have to face. I think in the past we had too often the situation that especially countries from Europe or the Western world in its whole came and told the governments in Africa and elsewhere, well, we are smarter than you, we have more experience, and we tell you now what is the best solution for you. And this failed in any case. At the same time, for example, I went to Niger in December after the forceful change of government. And I met the defense minister, and before I met him, I met some NGOs. And they told me, quite frankly and literally, well, of course we are longing for democracy. We want to live in a democracy. But at the same time, we are very disappointed by any democracy, any democratic government in the past. Because they did not succeed, they were corrupt, they did the wrong things, and so on and so on. So please don't kid us now after that revolution. It's not a revolution, it's a putsch. Don't leave us, because we need your help and your support. If this government fails too, we got an even worse problems. So what do we have to do is, and that's our strategy when it comes to Africa in any place, we need to stay present. What I mentioned in my input, my remarks, we have to stay present because we need an ear and a foot and the eyes there to know and to see what's going on. Because then we can step in if we need and want our help, level-headed, the same level, not like a teacher comes into a school class. I think this is the way we have to choose. It takes some time, it costs some money, but it's worth in any way. Otherwise, Russia will step in, or China, it depends. But we have to be there and to have patience with their path to democracy.
We have to be present. Very clear. Minister Tax,
you want me to respond as well? I'll respond in a philosophical manner. First, what is democracy? How is that democracy defined in different parts of the world? That is an answer which needs to be responded to. But secondly, what are the root causes of this coup? And why are they happening in resource-rich countries? So that are my responses to these questions.
we don't have much time left, but if there's one more question in the audience, I'll take it. Well, then I'll take it. I want to end our conversation in a positive note. A very quick thought from the three of you on how to boost cooperation. Minister.
Regular exchange, regular visits in the countries, an open dialogue and an open mind for other perspectives.
Minister Hung.
I would agree with that, but from the military perspective, I think mill-to-mill engagement is crucial. Especially there's a potential aggressor, you increase the risk of strategic miscalculations. That goes for militaries, US and China included, China, Japan. So in ASEAN, the ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting and plus, we are stepping up, for example, mill-to-mill engagement, about 18 nations, and we have to just keep working at it.
And Minister Tax, how do we improve cooperation?
We improve cooperation through partnership, as I had already indicated, but what is very important is to resolve this conflict through peaceful means. That is my call.
I wish you best of luck to the three of you, and thank you so much to our audience for joining us here this afternoon. Thank you. We'll walk to the back, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main program will continue in just a minute. Please remain seated. We'll continue momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats now? We would like to continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats now?
No. Stay here. Stay here, Vladimir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I've been standing on this stage for quite a few times before, and it's my privilege this afternoon, my enormous pleasure to welcome a fantastic panel to discuss the question of what we need to do for Ukraine not to lose but to win going forward. So with that, we don't want to lose time. We have exactly 1 hour. So I would want to invite my panelists to come up, and I'll introduce you all when you sit here. Please do join us here. Nancy, you should come here. Robert Habeck over there. Minister Kuleba and Prime Minister Frederiksen over here, and we're still waiting for the Italian foreign minister. Italians are sometimes a minute late or two, but they should. He'll be here in a second.
Yeah. It's incoming. My mic is on.
So, by way of getting started, before I forget to make a point I've been wanting to make all along, and I think Christoph Heusgen has already also made it at one point. If you or your friends have not had a chance yet to go to the basement, the downstairs of the Rosewood Hotel, which is the hotel next door, there is an extremely fascinating, gripping, mind-blowing exhibition about the 724 days of the war. 724, I think, is now the correct number. And it's a must-see. Go and take a look at it. You will come out of this exhibit with a different understanding of the horrors and the devastation of this war. I wish we could show some of the pictures right here to create the atmosphere that we need, the sense of urgency, etc. Second, just by way of a point or two of introduction, Europe, and of course now I'm speaking about Europe and not about America, Madam Speaker, but Europe has, to this day, not found a really effective way to create integration, which has been the original aim of Europe, integration in the area of defense and arms procurement. Now we're talking a lot about ammunition, etc. Instead, when China or the United States look at Europe, we look like 27 mini-states. We're all small. Even Germany is a very small state, as seen from Beijing or from Washington, D.C. And we believe to this day that it is the right way to have 27 different arms procurement agencies and processes and specifications. I was recently at a helicopter production site in Germany where a large company produces helicopters. And I was impressed to see that there is a production line for the Spanish helicopter and one for the German helicopter and one for the British helicopter. And they're all different because the various national requirements, electronics and guidance systems, etc., are different. That is, as far as I'm concerned, not the way to produce maximum efficiency and the best possible outcome. In other words, there is a huge amount of room for improvement, certainly as far as the long term is concerned. Now, we need to talk not only about the long term, but we need to talk about the short term, because there is now a problem for Ukraine, and I'm sure Minister Kuleba will talk about it in just a minute. Before I offer the floor, let me just briefly again introduce the panel, and I start on my right. Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, of course, doesn't need an introduction. Prime Minister of the Kingdom Somebody talked about the Republic of Denmark or of Norway or so, the Kingdom of Denmark. You just got a new king, right? A couple of weeks ago, the former crown prince. Then we have, of course, Dmitry Kuleba, whom I've met many times, foreign minister of Ukraine, the only country in Europe that is currently at war, trying to defend itself. So thank you for being here. Dmitry, you have a very important role to play here. We're still missing Antonio Tajani, Foreign Minister of Italy, so I go to Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House of Representatives for so many, many, many years. That certainly needs absolutely no introduction. You've been such a great friend of the Munich Security Conference when we came to Washington over the past decade or two. Thank you for being here again. We feel honored. And last not least, of course, Robert Habeck, the German Minister of Economics and also responsible for climate, but that's not what we're talking about today. As I recall, I hope my memory serves me right, Robert Habeck was actually the first member of the German cabinet after the invasion to travel to Ukraine, the first or the second. You were certainly among the very first to find their way to Ukraine, and you've had an enormous role and interest in shaping our policies to the Ukrainian crisis, to the war. So let me just start by raising the issue which has already been discussed in a number of different formats over the last day or day and a half. And I'll start with you, Dmitry, because you're the person from the country affected. How desperate is the ammunition problem or the supply problem in the larger sense? Just give us a sense of proportion and of dimension of this problem. Please, you have the floor.
No, do you have a mic?
It's exactly what happens with ammunition. Even when you have one, you still want to get another. There are two issues with ammunition. The first one is the quantity and sustainability of supply. And the situation today is bad. And it's not my political assessment, it's the message that we all receive from the front line. The president, his military advisors, I know people on the front line, officers, soldiers, who are texting and saying it's bad, we need more ammunition. And the second issue with ammunition is specific, but I appreciate Ambassador mentioned it. You see, when a decision is being made to deliver a certain amount of ammunition to Ukraine, of the ammunition of 155th caliber, we're extremely grateful for that. But when political decision is made, and these 10,000 rounds are being delivered to Ukraine, we tick a box politically, done. And we start looking for another 10,000 together with our partners, and Germany, the United States, Denmark, they were very helpful in this. But the trick is, because all of the howitzers and cannons of 155th caliber were produced specifically for certain type of this caliber, produced in a specific country, you cannot use the same round with every cannon of 155th caliber. So politicians tick the box and receive credits, get credited for delivering these tons of rounds. But on the ground, it becomes a massive technological problem to send the right round to the right cannon. And I'm not talking about further details about spare parts, maintenance. You say we provide Ukraine with 10 howitzers. We appreciate that. We need it. We're extremely grateful. But These howitzers go to real war, to real action, and they go out of order, and you need to maintain them, and you need sometimes a small detail that you cannot receive for months from another country because of regulatory, administrative, technical, or logistical issues. And all these days and weeks, this cannon is not working on the front line. So I think I want to make 2 points with regard to this. First, we need, all of us need much, much more artillery ammunition. Drones became a real kind of part of the game. They will solve some problems, but they will not replace artillery ammunition. And if you take the needs of Ukraine plus the needs of your stocks, we collectively have to produce much more. Ukraine has critically ramped up production of everything we can. We did it in the shortest period of time. And we ask you to do the same, to ramp up production, to invest into new production lines. This is not going to be over tomorrow. You have to accept the reality that there is a country in Europe called Russia that seeks war and more war. And you cannot pacify them, you cannot appease them. You have to invest in the production of weapons. And second, I think Europe has one of the best examples in the world of a multinational production of a world-class product. It's Airbus. Hundreds of companies are involved in the production of a certain lineup of products. Planes, very sophisticated, state-of-the-art. These companies are representing different countries, but in the end, they all end up in one product that can be used anywhere in the world and maintained quickly anywhere in the world. You have to do the same for weapons you produce. If it's a 155th caliber cannon, then here it is, and every round you produce can be used for its purpose, with this cannon. Spare parts, everything. And this is why I've been calling on the European Union and on NATO to launch a program of reaching a certain level of common market for common defense industry space. None of the national defense industries in Europe can cope with the challenge on its own. We collectively will prevail if we act as one. EU member states, candidate countries, or NATO and aspiring countries. And we are very powerful. We have the capacity. In 1944, the anti-Hitler coalition consisted of 44 countries. In 2024, the Rammstein coalition consists of 54 countries. We are much stronger. We can do that. And I see the political will to do it, but political will has to transform into action. So, common production of weapons, technical alignment, and big quantities. This is the answer. And we have to get there very quickly if we all want to win and prevent further spillover of the war.
Thank you very much. I welcome the Foreign Minister of Italy.
Sorry, I apologize. I was with the meeting with the Prime Minister of Iraq. Sorry.
It's quite all right. You'll get the floor in just a couple of minutes. So thank you for joining us and for being here. Let me turn to Prime Minister of Denmark. Having listened to Dmitry Kuleba, how are we doing in the EU? I remember, listening to your data that you just quoted, I remember we did a study some years ago that outlined that while the United States had 30 large weapon systems, the European Union collectively had something like 180 large weapon systems. No wonder that our systems are less efficient, less modern, less competitive, etc. So from your point of view, as Danish Prime Minister, how are we doing? I should note that Denmark is one of the very few countries that has now offered very modern airplanes to be delivered to Ukraine, F-15, or is it 16? F-16 airplanes. So, Madam Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Yeah, it's totally correct that our F-16s will soon be flying in the Ukraine, and we have donated our entire artillery to Ukraine, and now we really try to push everyone to deliver what you need when it comes to ammunition. And the different weapon systems we have in Europe, that's correct, but it does not explain why we are not delivering what Ukraine needs. It has nothing to do with each other. We could deliver now. We have had 2 years. And we have done a lot together, and especially a big thank to our American friends. I think our transatlantic alliance have never been stronger than what we see today. But all the things we have been able to do now for 2 years will not win the war. So to be very short, when you ask me, are we doing enough? Are we good enough? The answer is no. Because just saying there has been a war going on in Europe for 2 years is a sentence that we should not say. We should have supported you much more from the very beginning of this war, because Ukraine cannot win a war without weapons. Words are simply not enough. And I totally agree with you that Russia, they don't want peace. And the aggressive attitude from Russia is not only seen in Ukraine. We see it in Africa. We see it in Latin America. We see it when they try to destabilize Balkan. We see it in hybrid war, in disinformation, in fake news, and so on. We see it even in the Arctic region now. So everywhere Russia is playing a role, they are playing a wrong role, a negative role, a spoiling role. And they don't want peace. And we have to be aware about that, because if they don't want peace, and they are now transforming themselves into a war economy, then we really have to speed up and to scale up. And no matter what will happen in US, Europe have to be able to defend ourselves. And to defend ourselves, we have to defend Ukraine, because Ukraine belongs to Europe. So I think the most important thing is for the next weeks, no more wordings. We have had several meetings. It's a nice conference, and thank you for hosting us. But we don't need any more words. We need decisions. And it's about ammunition. It's about what's going on. It's in the air. It's about air defense, and of course also long-ranging missiles. So I think that's point number one. And after that, and hopefully we'll be able to do both at the same time, we need the long-term perspective. And of course, it means more European integration. Always stick to the NATO alliance, but even though more European integration. And we need to scale up our own production. And that's why I'm happy that a country like Germany is now being, on a very practical level, opening new production lines, supported by good friends like Denmark, because we need to be concrete. But we need to protect Ukraine, and they are fighting not only for themselves, on behalf of all of us. So please deliver, everyone.
Thanks, that's really great. Thank you very much. Let me turn to you, Madam Speaker, Nancy. From an American point of view, of course, your country has been by far the single biggest supplier, the most important supporter of the war, of the Ukrainian war effort so far. But if what the Prime Minister just said comes true, and I happen to agree with that we're in for the long haul here. This is not a short-term confrontation. This is going to last certainly for the remainder of this year and maybe into next year and beyond. We don't know when this is going to end and how. So give us, I mean, you're the single most experienced expert on the House of Representatives and on the U.S. Congress. Give us your view. How reliable do you think will be the U.S. leadership role in this, having witnessed recent discussions in the Congress and the hesitations certainly among the Republican caucus of the House. Give us your explanation how we should think about it, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. It's an honor to be with you and this distinguished panel. I also want to acknowledge the person who's in charge, one of the Democrats in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, who is here. You probably should direct this question to him because I may have the most experience, but he's the most current. In any event, here's what I have to say about this. We have to get it done. So how we get it done remains to be seen. Well, we just want to vote. We have the votes in the Congress, over 300 votes for the assistance to Ukraine. The President's supplemental package is values-based. It was the full program with aid to Ukraine, to Israel, to Taiwan, to humanitarian assistance for the people in Gaza and other places, and we have to get the job done. The title, what is the title of this? Ukraine fatigue? There's no place for any fatigue in any of this. In any negotiation, speaking from my experience now as you just do not tire. You do not tire. You do not relax. You just keep fighting. For whether it is, in our case, the resources that doesn't even come close to matching the courage, the patriotism, the commitment to democracy of the people of Ukraine. I don't have to make a case to all of you for that, but I do want to say that in any negotiation we have with each other, not that this was a negotiation, but that we have with each other, you never tire. That's just the way it is. You just keep fighting. They have to know you're not going away. And in terms of all of this, I'm very proud of what our members have done and under leadership of President Biden want to continue to do in terms of military supplies, et cetera, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, and the rest. But more needs to be done. And we have to, I agree completely with the Prime Minister when she says the long haul here. And the long haul, even if victory were tomorrow, Russia is not going away. So we have to gear up to win this. Victory is the only option, and then be ready for whatever they think they're doing next. What I've heard today in meetings was that Russia has more people in the military now than at the beginning of the Ukraine invasion. And they will continue to do so. And where do they get them? They buy them. They go through the countryside where people don't have very much money or resources, and they pay them more to go to war. They've used up so many people in prison. They used up people in the minority communities, and now they're going to the countryside. And they have mercenaries. And that takes me to the other point about the sanctions. We must honor the sanctions, because the sanctions give them the money to pay for this war and build their military even further. They're getting much more sophisticated in electronic battle and the rest, and they will have an endless number of people. So NATO has been the champion for the peace for now going on 75 years. We honor that. We respect that. We are grateful, all of us who care about peace, as to what has happened and us all working together on this. But fatigue is a word that we should never associate with it. Now, we talk about the civilian support. Some people will quote. Let me just say this. We have a saying, I'm an appropriator. We have a saying in appropriations. The plural of anecdote is not data. Now, press will come up with, I interviewed somebody and they said, why are we doing that when we have all these needs at home? Yeah, we're doing it because we're protecting democracy. And that's what we have to do. And quite frankly, the war in Ukraine instigated by the Russians is contributing to your problems at home. The cost of oil, the cost of food, the cost of fertilizer. War has an economic impact all over. So, and if you think that you have spent money, you ain't seen nothing yet if Putin should happen to make more progress in this war. So forget fatigue. That isn't it. In our founding, I'm fond of saying, and Mr. Hakeem Jeffries is probably tired of hearing me say, but he says it too. The beginning of our republic, when we were fighting, with all due respect to the UK, when we were fighting for our independence, Thomas Paine had a saying: "The times have found us to found this country, to win this independence, to find this country," and we succeeded. Now the times have found us now. They've found us now to win this war, and to do so, remove all doubt. We need more equipment, get more equipment. We need further, we need faster, we need harder. Get it. Get it. But don't say, we have fatigue because anecdotally, and it may be a legitimate thing, people don't understand. So, and I'll just close with this. Did I say that already? Paul, I'll just close again with this. Mr. Jeffries and I are fond of quoting Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln said, "Public sentiment is everything. With it, you can accomplish almost anything. Without it, practically nothing." But for public sentiment to prevail, people have to know. So we all have to make sure they know that this is about not only Ukraine's democracy, but all of our democracy, and that we are not fatiguing, or if that's a verb, we're not ever letting down on our mission, Madam Prime Minister, our mission to preserve the democracy. And remember this, even in defeat, he ain't going away. So we have to be prepared for a very long haul. Yield back.
Thank you so much. Let me turn to Robert Habeck. I've been told you need to leave a little early, so let me turn to you now. I think there is wide agreement here already that a lot more needs to be done. I was with the Prime Minister at a luncheon earlier, an hour ago, where the Prime Minister of Bulgaria said, "I have some 60 or 70 T-72 tanks ready to be sent off to Ukraine, but we don't know who's going to pay for that." So I think we have not only a question of who produces what, how fast, we also have increasingly probably going forward a question, who's going to pay for this? Do we have sufficient funding? Your colleague, Defense Minister Pistorius, spoke here just half an hour ago and was asked the same question. How sustainable is our financial budgeting plan to meet the challenge, if this is not just a 1 year or 2 year challenge, but a longer challenge that requires a lot more money and effort and weapons and ammunition? Minister Habeck.
Well, thank you very much. And you introduced me with saying that I was the first member of the German cabinet visiting Ukraine after the war. That was very kind of you, but not true.
Not true?
No, absolutely not. I was one of the last, actually, but shortly before the war, I was in Ukraine. It's the first time I visited Dmitry, or get to know him. That was in early summer 21. And I remember the young, eager, progressive cabinet. So you look different, Dmitry, that time. So sorry to say that. And then I traveled to the front line, visited the soldiers there, and they told me all the time about the shooting, about the killing, about the drone attacks. That was before the war. When we start about the war, we forget that the war started 7 years before. And I was a German politician, and I was sitting there with the soldiers, and they asked me for concrete help. And you remember this visit because I said then against the public opinion in Germany, this is a lie. We can't say they are fighting for freedom, Maidan and so on, and let them just alone. So at least we should give them some weapons. That was against the public opinion, and then a lot happened, but I'm only telling the story because at that moment in Ukraine, I had the very strong feeling that we are missing the historical moment. And maybe this is not so far from what we are now thinking or discussing here. Maybe some of you have read the title of this podium, and the title is more or less Ukraine's victory, all that it takes. All that it takes is the Draghi sentence from the financial crisis, meaning we don't let the euro collapse, all that it takes. But to be honest, we don't deliver everything. We don't do all that it takes. The phrase the leaders are using is as long as it takes. And this is a fine difference. It's not the same. To be honest, and the Ukrainians know it, of course, we are not doing all that it takes. NATO will not be part of this war. And we won't let our soldiers die at the Ukraine front. So this is not all that it takes, but at least we should do all that we can do for Ukraine. And this is what Mette just said, and this is also not true. We haven't done all that we can. Dimitro explained that there's a lack of ammunition, and we discussed the matter of 27, or not discussed, but you mentioned the matter of 27 European defense industries, not one defense industry. So, and this is both true, and this can be solved. If you think about it, and I'm Minister for Economic Affairs, this includes also the defense industry. I can give you at least 3 reasons why this is not moving forward. First, it's national pride. So in a way, some countries are very proud about their own defense industry, and they don't want to have Europe have a say in it, or other countries. Others are there more relaxed, but some are. Secondly, it's the concern that jobs are going abroad. And the defense industry has something to do with the national economy. So if they are giving money to some international funding, they want the same amount of money back. So can country E delivering 100 million euros to whatever funding, they want at least 100 euros back in the same country. And the third reason might be the hope that this Zeitenwende period is only a short disruption in normality. So sooner or later this war will be over, and why should we have such a big defense industry if this is just a period of 2 or 3 years? So, and actually the last 2 things, national pride, I cannot change, but maybe there's some insight that this is not the best and last answer. But the last 2 things we can change. And I think the third argument is discussed here in the conference all day long. The old times are not coming back, at least not in the next month. So there is no reason to hesitate not to invest in defense industries. Actually, we should have done this 2 years ago. Why is this not working? Because, at least in the German law, it is written that defense industry needs an order. You can't produce, this is out of the experience of World War II, you can't produce 1,000 tanks and say, well, I have tanks to offer, who's interested in tanks? This is now how the system works for good reason. So someone has to give the order to produce 1,000 tanks, or allow at least the defense industry to do so. But they would only do that if someone is paying for the tanks. So, and then this is the long circumvention to your answer. The chancellor, my chancellor in the morning said, without security, all is nothing. He has not said security is one interesting issue among 10 others. So if this is true, then we have to rethink everything we have had in the past 3-4 decades with the hope and the experience of everlasting peace. And if this conference leads to something, first we have to give a guarantee for ammunition production and drone production so in the next week or maybe in the next month, but not that we sit in the next Munich Security Conference next year and still nothing has happened. This is then all for nothing. And secondly, I would strongly I heard that Ursula von der Leyen today said she will propose a defense commissioner in the next commission. Wonderful, that's great. Still, the question of funding is not solved, but this is the way forward. I mean, it's not so difficult to find the solution to this national pride and production attitude. We have to find the best system. Might it be a tank or a frigate or maybe artificial intelligence or drone system? And then we produce it everywhere. Then we have solved the production side. It stays in Germany, in Denmark, in Spain, whatever, but we are producing the same kind of goods. But therefore we have to organize it. But this is not rocket science. Either the 27 leaders come together, or we have a European whatever agency or commissioner, I don't care. But we have to make a decision and then produce it. But the critical, or the point is, this was your question leading to, we have to do it now. Otherwise, this is only talk, and Mette Frederiksen is completely right. And if this conference leads to something, then to action.
Thank you very much. Thank you. By the way, we have one more speaker, and then I'll open it to your questions or comments. So prepare yourself for whatever intelligent question you may be able to ask. Minister Tajani, your turn. And I would expect you to simply comment on what's already been said and add an Italian viewpoint. But let me ask one specific question. There has been a suggestion that given the fact that there is a lot of production in relevant categories, ammunition, weapons, etc., going on in Europe, which is exported to third countries as we speak. So let me be blunt about this. Would you be ready, as far as Italy is concerned, to say, let's just create an instruction or pass a law or a regulation that says whatever export product we produce in this military category, it can go to Ukraine, but for the time being not into any other country, because we need to focus now on the Ukrainian situation. What about that?
Thank you very much. But first of all, I want to underline one point, because the key point is the European defense. I totally agree with Ursula von der Leyen. If von der Leyen will propose a commissioner, a general direction for the European defense, I will be totally in favor. Why underline this point? When I was commissioner for industry many years ago, 2010, 2014, I worked hard for the European defense industry with Michel Barnier. At this time, Barnier was commissioner for internal market, me was commissioner for... I was commissioner for industry. The first point is to have an European industry, because for every country it's not easy to have a production on defense sector. We need to, for me, to do more at European level. I remember during the war in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the same tanks, Italian and German, Leopard, apparently the same, but it's the link between the tanks was impossible because the technology was completely different. Voila. This is a key point. If we want to back more Ukraine, we need to do more at European level. Italy is ready for supporting more Ukraine. But frankly speaking, to back Ukraine is to back at political level. This is the first point. Also today, during the G7 meeting, we underlined, the statement is ready, we are in favor of Ukraine because we are defending our values. Freedom, democracy, the international law. And we want peace but peace with justice. Justice is Russians out of Ukraine. For this to send strong messages to Russia is the first action in favor of Ukraine. To be united all together in defense of Ukraine. Second point, we need to work in favor of the reconstruction of Ukraine, because if we want to fight, we need also to have behind energetic network for helping the army. Without energy, it's impossible to fight. It's impossible to resist. Italy today signed an agreement with Ukraine, the European Bank of Investments, for 200 million euro for energy, hydroelectric energy. It's a project, Ukrainian project. To have energy is also to back the country. Reconstruction. I think when you fight, we need to live in a good context. If there are friends working for you, Italy, for example, in this moment is working for the reconstruction of the Cathedral of Odessa. This is the second point, because for the fighters of the Ukrainian soldiers, for me it's important to know there are friends with us. We are fighting, but we are not alone. Third point is a concrete action for weapons. Italy approved the package number 8 on military support. I think that they are arriving in Ukraine in these days, and we are ready for doing more. We are ready for doing more for the defense of Ukraine, all together. The participation, the cooperation is also through information we are not fighting against Russia, but we are supporting Ukraine, the freedom of Ukraine is different. And we are ready for doing more. There are a lot of Italian soldiers close to the border between NATO and Ukraine. This is a clear message to Russia. NATO is strongly engaged in defense of the freedom everywhere, first of all in Ukraine. This to back Ukraine is also to have a lot of Italian soldiers, the Italian Air Force in the Baltic Sea, in the Baltic countries, for supporting, also for stopping the Russian aircraft. Of course, we are ready for doing more, but we are not the United States of America for the weapons. They are more rich than us. Also, thanks a lot of Italians living in America, as President Pelosi. His family is coming from Italy, of course. I am proud of this. Frankly speaking, we are ready for doing more. But, for example, we are Italy. There is a very good know-how. For example, Fincantieri is a shipbuilding sector. But I think for Ukraine, the shipbuilding is not very, very important. I think that we are working for SAMT, for example, with France. There is SAMT for the defense, in air defense in Ukraine. And we are ready for doing what we need to do.
Great.
Of course, at political level, at economic level, at military level.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we're going to be running out of time in like 10 or 15 minutes. So I would have many more questions to ask. I want to just point out that Italy and Germany are jointly planning to also organize in the spring a recovery, Ukraine recovery conference. So maybe somebody has a question regarding that to our two ministers from Italy and Germany. But I want to open the floor for questions. And if you could please, if you ask a question, identify yourself, because I don't know everybody's face. I know this person, but you can still identify yourself. Member of the European Parliament.
Herr Galler.
Michael Gahr, standing rapporteur on Ukraine in the Parliament, and also the one who dealt with the 50 billion package which we passed, and we are happy about that. The first money will flow the first week of March. So what I think, the opportunity has been lost today, I'm afraid, when the Chancellor was there. I'm just back from a Odeon Square demonstration for Ukraine with all the democratic parties, members of parliament from European Parliament and Bundestag, calling for more support for Ukraine, including the Taurus, all of them on the Odeon Square. And I think that was a lost opportunity today. But my point is to say another way of supporting Ukraine, and that is the question. There was at the beginning of the full-scale war a suggestion to produce a European Land-Lease Act as a means to get Ukraine an easy access to available weapons. Unfortunately, this is similar to what the US did in the Second World War to support Britain. And I wonder why this idea has never been taken up. That would be a very unbureaucratic approach for an access of Ukraine to weapons. Shouldn't that be an idea also to facilitate this whole lengthy process? Thank you.
Now, this is a question addressed to the whole panel or to whom specifically? Okay. Hold your breath. I think what we do, because we're running out of time so quickly, we'll take one more question and then go back to the panelists. Please, the lady here in the fourth row.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm the young leader this year in a conference, chief editor of Ukrainska Pravda. And actually, I want to bring attention to the title. I think it's absolutely incorrect, Fighting for Fatigue, What Takes Ukraine's Victory. Could you imagine the same title, for example, in 1943, during the Tehran Conference, for example? No, because, for example, fighting fatigue, whatever it takes, Poland's victory or victory of Great Britain? No, of course not, because that time Allies understood the real threat for themselves. Today, Ukrainian troops left Avdiivka, the city they have defended for years, actually. And it happened not because they are not brave enough. They left because they didn't have enough ammunition. And when you don't have enough ammunition, you have to save the lives of your soldiers. Or another option, to negotiate. Negotiate with with a person who murders civilians, who kidnaps Ukrainian kids, or kills the last political prisoner.
Do me a favor and come to a question.
And my question will be about how much time it will take to Allies to understand there is no mythical Ukraine's victory. This is a victory of democratic world. This is important. And the second question, what else does Putin have to do to understand that the real, or the only one possible scenario to end this war is to defeat Putin's regime? Thank you.
Okay, then we'll take one more and then we'll go back to the panel for very brief responses, because we're really running out of time.
Thank you very much. My name is Ivan Krulko. I'm a member of Ukrainian Parliament. And my question is not about Congress vacation, but a very important question about future NATO summit in Washington, D.C. So one of the reasons why Putin began war against Ukraine was to block Euro-Atlantic integration of my country, of Ukraine, to NATO. And I heard today for this stage that impossible to imagine about Ukrainian integration to NATO during the war. But this position, don't you think that this position is very dangerous? Because this is clear message to Putin: don't stop war, and Ukraine never join NATO. So this is my question. Thank you.
Okay, great question. Let me go back to the panelists, and I think the easiest way is for us to start with the Prime Minister.
Either I give to Mette, that's fine with me, or
we start with you. We start with you, and then you can leave, and then we'll go back this way. And the Prime Minister is going to be the last one. So.
Okay. Then I take it very brief. This is, of course, a possibility. I'm not so interested in how you arrange it, but you have to overcome the problem that the production is not coming until there's an order. So let's say all the Panzerhaubitz, for example, they are available. The ones that are available are given to Ukraine, and they have to be repaired, and they need some. But we have to give an order of, let's say, 100 or maybe 200 in the next 10 years. Otherwise, they won't build a second or a third fabrication. The ones they have, the orders are coming in, and then they produce, and then money is gone, and then we find another money, and then it's going on again. But there is no stability in the system. And this is the important thing. It's not about the rules. It's about actually the money. And maybe just one last thought. I heard a panel yesterday where the situation now was compared with the situation of the 1960s. So maybe the last time that the threat of a real war in Europe was really there. And compared to that, our spending, even the 2% of GDP, are not far from that money that was given there in that time. And just to remember, I'm a member of the Green Party, so I really could think of other fields where I'd like to spend the money. But I mean, listening to all the talks here, this has to say something and lead to something. So this is my point. We have to spend the money to produce the weapons. As long as Ukraine needs them, they get them. And when there are still some production lines not needed, then we take it. That's it. It's very simple.
Thank you very much. I know two of you need to leave. Nancy. Exactly.
Zelensky at 5 o'clock. So, as he's leaving, I want to say I was pleased to hear his title for this session, which was "We have to do everything we can." My title on my piece of paper said "Ukraine fatigue," and I just reject that notion. I don't even think it rises to the level of an idea. Let me just say, I know you asked about Lend-Lease for Europe, and that's up to you. We don't want our aid to Ukraine right now to be a loan in any form. We want it to be the money goes there. It is for the weapons, for the humanitarian, for all of that. So there are those who are suggesting, well, why don't we just keep lending the money? No, that's not what our fight is about in the U.S. In terms of the fatigue, I agree with you on all of that. I would just close by saying that we have something very emotional that happened to all of us today. Nothing compared to what happened to Navalny's family and the rest. There's so many other prisoners that Putin has. Families have not heard from them and the rest. So we don't know even if they're alive. We are dealing with very serious evil in the world. And we have to understand, in his world, we have to understand this is a fight we have to win as soon as possible and be prepared to carry on. I'll just close by saying that as I was leaving San Francisco to come here and Washington on the way, we received a card from from His Majesty King Abdullah of Jordan. Perhaps you received it as well. Said, wishing New Year's greetings. And in the card he says, may this new year take us closer to our humanity with peace and good wishes. So I think that we're just going to have to respect differences of opinion and try to bring them to as rapid a conclusion as possible. Not hasty, but fastest conclusion as possible. Understand what our responsibilities are militarily, economically, morally, with integrity, and come together and remove all doubt in anyone's mind that we will be there until the war is won and victory is achieved by the Ukrainians. And with that, I say to you, we will do everything in our power to make sure that that money comes very soon in the Congress of the United States. And it's shameful that we even have to have this discussion, but it's necessary that we get the job done. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know you need to go next.
NATO.
Minister, I will. I need to offer all three of the remaining speakers like 1.5 minutes, not more, if you could, because we need to liberate this
25 seconds. 25 seconds.
You have 1.5 minutes or even 2.
No, coming from the European Parliament, I know the time. On NATO, I think everybody wants to have Ukraine in European Union and in NATO. We need to pave the way for achieving these goals. There is a candidacy as member of the European Union. We are supporting this candidacy. The first step for the full membership of Ukraine in NATO decided to have a common organization, a common work, and during every NATO meeting, there is a session for Ukraine and NATO together for the cooperation between NATO and Ukraine. But is decided to have this cooperation, to have this organization, NATO and Ukraine. And during every meeting, the last meeting has been the first meeting, the next will be in New York, and Minister Kuleba was full member of this organization. This is the first step for the full membership of NATO. The message to Russia is very clear. Ukraine will be member of the European Union, and then we are working for having Ukraine member of NATO. But frankly speaking, in this moment, to decide immediately is dangerous for everybody, because you are fighting against Russia. And for a full member of NATO is the World War III. We need to be prudent. We want to back you, but this is the rules are very clear on this. If there is an attack against a member of NATO, there is an involvement of NATO. For this, we need to be very prudent. We prefer to pave the way for the full membership after the end of the war, with a clear message to Russia. We are our friends. We are working with us, with NATO. And then I think it's possible to at political level, to send a clear message to Russia.
Thank you very much. Minister Kuleba, or Minister Kuleba, and then Madam Prime Minister, please.
I will be very brief. Robert perfectly diagnosed the problem. National pride. National pride is what prevents the unification of European defense industries. And I would like to remind to everyone here that in 1938, Czechoslovakia had one of the best, most advanced and capable defense industries in Europe.
True.
And it didn't help, because it was alone. The reason why it was conquered, because it was left alone, and it didn't pick up the fight. So forget about national pride when it comes to defense industries. Be proud of victories on the battlefield with your weapons. Second, to those who don't want to find and spend money on the production of weapons, the era of peace in Europe is over. And every time Ukrainian soldiers withdraw from a Ukrainian town because of the lack of ammunition, think of it not only in terms of defending democracy and world-based order, but also in terms of Russian soldiers getting few kilometers closer to your towns, your homes, your families and children. And if you look at it from this perspective, you will find the money.
Thank you. Prime Minister of Denmark has the last word.
I think the biggest mistake we have made on Ukraine was to accept what Putin did back in 2014. And that was the year when this war started. So it will not pass through. And at the same time, we have to be aware of what is going on in North Korea, in Iran, and in China. And together with Russia, they are working closer and closer together. And what combines these 4 countries is that they disagree with us. So the challenges in front of us, they will not be less. They will be the opposite. So the conclusion has to be written now. We have to spend much more money on deterrence and defense. We have to speed up, and we have to scale up. And to answer the last question, Ukraine is a European country, and we can never allow Putin or any other to decide the borders in Europe. And we cannot let anyone outside Europe to take decisions on our infrastructure, our organization in Europe. So, of course, Ukraine belongs to the European Union. And as we said back in Vilnius last summer, Ukraine belongs to NATO.
Well, that's a great... As we like to say in German, das war ein gutes Schlusswort. That was a great concluding statement. Thank you all 3, Prime Minister, 2 foreign ministers, and the 2 others who already had to leave. Great discussion. Thank you very much, and come again next year.
Thank you.